Serious, what is a seemingly harmless parenting mistake that will majorly fuck up a child later in life? This is serious. I carry deep regrets over this. My kids were really wounded by my failing to properly memorialize the deaths of their sisters. We had 2 normal kids. Then my wife was pregnant and gave birth to 2 babies as a very late term miscarriage. I held them and they were small babies. Charity's birthday is in 2 days. Hannah was born October 10th. We thought we did all the right things. We took their cremains and with our children, put one into the sea and another into a friend's lake. We talked about the loss occasionally, but we didn't do a lot of things we could have done. Memorialize their birthdays, Christmas ornaments for them, that sort of tangible stuff that kids can grasp. As it turns out, both of them grieved those losses deeply. They were 4 and 5, and we thought they barely understood it. But we were wrong. And it really wounded them, and they exploded with anger and hurt at us a couple of years ago. We handled it well. We got counseling. We apologized. We started correcting course. Right now, neither of them really speak to us. They cannot seem to forgive us for that oversight of not properly memorializing their sisters. And it's tearing us apart. We were so close. And now they are so distant and act so incredibly injured over this. And I'm a profession in an associated area, and so is my wife. We can't even grasp the depths of this loss from a professional, let alone personal perspective. So include your kids in on these sorts of hurts and losses. That's my deepest regret as a parent. Edit. Thanks for all the comments. I mean that. Since it's just a couple of days until Charity's birthday, she would have been 16. So my wife and I are pretty sad right now, especially since we want to be responding to our kids, 19 and 21, away at college, criticism of our past neglect. But now they won't allow that to happen, which is frustrating. On Thursday, I'm going to have flowers delivered to my daughter that tell her I love her and that it's okay to be sad today. I don't know exactly what I'm sending my son, but I'll figure something out with a similar message. And my wife will get flowers and a lot of hugs. Part of what I've learned from this and some of your comments have helped me understand it more deeply. Love and loss go together. You can't separate them, no matter what. This is probably going to be buried in the comments, but is so important to me that I'm going to write it anyway. My parents unconsciously taught me to value external validation over everything else, and it has been the cause of persistent depression in my adult life. Examples that seem innocent: praising good grades and emphasizing academic achievement, being inordinately pleased when people said good things about me to them, encouraging me to apply for awards and scholarships, and then being super proud and boastful to others about how amazing I am, tacking up newspaper articles about me, certificates, etc. all over the house, writing Christmas letters that were essentially a laundry list of all my accomplishments, telling me that I could do anything I wanted to, or be anything I wanted. That I was exceptional. I think you get the idea. All this taught me that I'm only worth what I can do. It has taught me that I'm only as valuable as others deem me to be. Outwardly I appear poised and accomplished and successful. Inwardly, I have an exceedingly low, virtually non-existent, sense of self-worth. I push myself constantly to do more, and achieve more, and earn more accolades. I burn out, and have panic attacks. I feel numb inside. I don't know who I am, or what I actually enjoy, because I've been groomed only to do what others want of me. I'm almost 40 and basically completely lost. Edit. Thank you for the gold. Flexes fingers being overly rigid about table manners, to the point of physically correcting how your 19-year-old child is holding a fork, over the age of about 12. Timing your children's meals, and taking their plates away, if they go over time. Mocking them for not knowing how to eat unfamiliar foods correctly. I get an eating disorder. My brother gets an eating disorder. Everyone gets an eating disorder. Spending more time dwelling on how evil and wrong premarital sex, dating, and the gays are than you do on "you are my child and I love you." Good way to make sure your son is faking his girlfriend, who, fortunately, knows more about safe sex than he does, because you never bothered to teach him. One of daughters has a girlfriend, the other is dating someone older than you are, and they all plan to get married sometime in the next 5 years without inviting or informing you. Using anything they tell you confidentially against them. Want your kids to never trust your or anyone with personal information? Way to go, making a really big deal out of them displaying behavior you want. Oh wow, look, everyone, Nina finally came out of her room. Wow, Nina, I bet that was really hard for you. By 16, Nina comes home only to sleep. Subtle pressures to follow societal expectations. I've had the fortunate experience to have some of the most amazing parents life could bring, and they never forced me to follow any particular path in life. They made it clear that I'm who I am, and that there is nothing wrong with it. I was never told to be a man or that's a little jelly or anything of the sort, and now I have an amazing relationship with them, and I'm very content in my current path, to be an aerospace engineer. Also lack of respect or privacy. Obviously as a kid they had to put their foot down many times, but overall if I had an issue with the way they approached something, they taught me to go to them and discuss the issue civically. That gave me the tools to handle many situations where I'm interacting with someone in authority, teachers, police officers, etc., and with people in general, girlfriends, friends, family, etc. Final one, taking mental issues seriously. My parents made it clear that it's okay to not be okay. They made sure that if I ever was depressed or anything, that I could get help, and they would make sure I was okay. When I was struggling with school and middle school, they were the ones who helped me go to the doctor, who then diagnosed me with ADHD. That helped immensely. Having them support me helped me realize that I could overcome whatever challenge I was dealing with, which led to me being able to get off the medication and function perfectly well without it. This attitude also helped me become more sensitive to other people's issues. My friends have anxiety, ADHD, depression, anger management issues, etc. They all know that they can come to me and talk, even if they just want to rant. Remember, kids often emulate their parents. Above all, show unconditional love and support. It won't go unappreciated. In my experience, the inability to keep a conversation light and positive. For example, if I received an A on a test, and I brought it up at the dinner table, within 5 minutes we would be having a tense discussion about some other class I should be doing better in, or it has turned negative on one of my siblings. Why the heck would I bother bringing something up if it's going to remind you of something you yell about regularly? In the same vein, the inability to withhold more important discussions for another time. My parents never considered planning a sit down with me for a serious discussion about something I'm doing wrong, or did wrong. Rather they'd spring it on me when I'm trapped in a car with them, or at the dinner table, or when I'm least expecting it, or simply need to be doing something else. Important discussions were simply interjected into everyday life, and it led to me having bad anxiety and the inability to just relax around my parents. This may actually be part of some larger complex I have about my parents not having healthy divisions between themselves and other individuals. Like they don't respect or acknowledge that their kids are fully separate people who think in different ways. If I was living in a way that disappointed my parents throughout my adult life, they would die young and allow it to take decades of their lives because they are so intertwined in other people's business. They would never think their adult children deserve the respect of like a coffee date or lunch. In order to discuss a big issue, it would just be spewed out at the wrong time. They have no emotional intelligence and are the most judgmental people I've ever met. Trying to teach them a lesson, but actually just cruelly punishing or criticizing them with the veil of doing the child a kindness. My parents call me a beach, as well as other expletives, and criticize my every behavior after each outing or social gathering. It's resulted in a deeply ingrained self-hatred complex, and I have no plans to continue contact with them after I'm no longer financially dependent on them. My parents would also yell at me and my siblings in front of company to make sure everyone knew how awful we were. They go from trying to be our best friends 1 minute to spending hours yelling or lecturing us for minute mistakes. When the only two people in your life who are supposed to love you unconditionally are the ones who make you feel the worst about yourself, it destroys the way you believe you deserve to be treated. I was in an emotionally abusive relationship for months because I was used to being treated like that from my parents and I genuinely thought it was okay. It took direct intervention from my best friends to wake me up and see the truth. Nobody deserves to have their parents verbally abuse them under the semblance of helping them, because it helps nobody and only damages those receiving it. Trying to excuse or rationalize away things when your child comes to you and tells you in words and or actions that they are now uncomfortable or don't want to be around another adult or child or activity. There is always a reason for that, a damned good one usually. This means listen, really listen to your kids and look at their body language and pay attention to that. I know it's easier to ignore and tell yourself comforting lies that won't rock the boat or give you extra work. So if your kid suddenly doesn't want to be friends with someone they liked before, or they ask to not be around an adult, or want to quit piano practice, just sit them down and really talk to them and find out what is going on. Because kids can't articulate the way adults can. They need to be able to come to you as their parent and be safe to do so, no matter how hard the truth may be. And if they don't get that, if you brush them off with things like, "I'm sure she didn't mean that," or "oh, you're just imagining things," or just ignore them, or worse, then they know they can't rely on you when something is wrong. Gender disappointment and expectations. Don't want a girl and get a girl. Get the fuck over it. You're a GD adult. This is an innocent child. Don't call her by a masculine form of her name instead of her actual name. Don't make her keep a boyish haircut and play boy sports if she doesn't want to. Don't punish her for your disappointment. To this day I'm extremely uncomfortable with dressing/acting femininely or using my legal name. I definitely don't feel like I'm a boy, but I sure as shit don't feel comfortable dressing or looking the part of a woman, and I'm almost 30 years old. Swallow your hopes and dreams for your child and keep your mouth shut. What you want for your child versus what they want to do with their life are two different things. Don't force your wishes on them. They will rebel and hate you. I was never going to get an MBA and a degree in foreign language, but that doesn't mean I'm not successful and don't have a fulfilling career. Don't guilt or cajole your child in fulfilling your dreams. You had your own life, your own choices, and your own chance. Let them have this. Your children are not an extension of you. They are their own people. You are there to help guide them to their hopes and dreams. My husband and I have always told our son, if you want to be a ditch digger, when you grow up, we will be just as proud of you as we would if you were an astronaut. All we ask is that you try to be the best ditch digger that ever was. Do whatever you love, but do it well. Thankfully he seems to be a math whiz, but the support is always there, no matter what. I know this is a little late, but I'll add my own personal experience to this. Show your kids that you're on their side, unless they majorly fuck up. I was bullied a lot as a kid and got into trouble because of the zero tolerance rules in school, and I can count the number of times my parents openly backed me up on one hand. The rest of the time, it was a stern discussion. Read me getting yelled at about how I shouldn't be getting in trouble, even if it wasn't my fault, or even if I didn't fight back and came home bruised or bloodied. One of the times I got in trouble because I defended myself, and I was so scared of my parents getting upset at me that I tried to run out of the school to hide somewhere that they couldn't find me. I think I was about 7. It took me until I was in college to realize they always were on my side and complained often to the school about how I was being targeted, but they just never told me or showed me because they didn't want me to feel like it was okay to get into fights, even if it was in self-defense, because they didn't want me to get kicked out of school. Unfortunately, that was too late to find out, because now I have really deeply rooted fears of any form of confrontation, and will literally avoid people if I think they don't like me, or run away if I think they are mad at me. It's taken me 5 years to even start to work on it, because even telling people about it in person triggers intense feelings of anxiety. Giving your kids sweets, but only on weekends. All too often I see parents, family, and friends hand their kids a near unlimited supply of candy, soda, chips etc. on Friday and tell them to eat and drink as much as they want over the weekend. But when it's gone, it's gone. This sounds like a great idea. Controlling their sugar intake to weekends, teaching them to save for later and to share with each other, right? Now, these little sheets become ravenous gluttons. They stuff their face full with sweets as fast as they can because they know it might be a week until next time. They don't want to share their candy because again, it'll be a week until next time. They become competitive with each other over who can get the most candy this weekend. And to believe that sweets are only available to them on Saturdays is laughably naive. Give these kids a few coins and they will run straight to the store to buy candy. And they don't even buy what they like. They become little gluttonous mathematicians who calculate how to get as much candy as possible out of what they have in their pocket. And God forbid their friends have a bowl of candy on the table during weekdays. That sheet will be emptied in minutes without regard for other people who might want some point. I'm pretty sure that this approach is teaching undesirable behaviors like entitlement, low self-control, selfishness, cheapness, and it all culminates in a narcissistic adult dismissing an achievement they worked for, especially if it's done as an aside. In my very early teens I made a game, spent several weeks on it, and it got featured on a well-known website. I remember the creator of the site, a hero of mine at the time, even emailed me personally. It was mind-blowing. Of course, I had to tell my mom. I was giddy. She looked and I'll never forget her response when her fiancé at the time came in and asked what was going on. Oh, just some little computer thing. Exit. Stage left. Not a good job or even a neat. It wasn't even that she didn't understand. It was how utterly inconsequential she made it all seem. I remember just mentally shutting down. Not even angry or sad. Just numb and broken. I went to bed and just zoned out. Later in the afternoon she realized there was a mess and apologized and said what I do is impressive. I know she meant it, but it's been nearly 2 decades since then, and if she asks to see what I do it's with all the passion of a weather report. I just don't trust anyone to share my moments anymore. So, TLDR, if someone recognizes your kid for something they've done, even if you don't understand, don't belittle it. Clearly showing favoritism, and not showing much, or any care except for the favorite point. My grandmother raised me from basically birth to 6-year. Me and my twin would only be with our parents during the summer then go back to our grandmother. It wasn't until we were 6 years old that we started living with our mom and dad. We had a little sister who was 2 years younger than us that lived with our parents, so they were much more used to her than us. My father had no problem showing who he loved the most, buying her snacks and stuff, while we had to ask. I remember one day, I don't know if I asked him for something or what I said, but he started saying I'm lucky to be living with him and mocked me, quoting something I said to my grandmother that was along the lines of I can't wait to go back to dad's house for the summer so I can ride in his car. He said it in the most hateful and resentful way he could. I was confused and was wondering why he would even mock me for as I didn't do anything wrong. At that moment I promised myself I would never ask him for anything, and I kept myself distant from him. It wasn't until maybe 2 years later I overheard him talking to my mother about how I don't talk to him or ever ask for candy like the other kids, that he approached me and was like, hey, you don't gotta be scared to ask me for candy like the other kids. I'm just as much your dad as I'm his. I can understand how my sister was his favorite as she lived with him since birth and was never separated, but that gives him no right to treat me like shit for no apparent reason. He's doing a bit better at being a father, but till this day at the age of 17, I still don't ask him for shit and have a very weird relationship with him. He probably doesn't even remember doing what he did, but I don't think I ever will. If your kid is gifted, understand that he probably has what will eventually turn out to be fairly typical intellectual abilities. They are just emerging earlier for him than for his peers, but keep in mind that there's a plateau. Maybe your 7-year-old can read material meant for a 15-year-old, but that may be as far as he can go on his own. This is great when he's 7 and breezing through elementary school, but not so great when he's 15 and now suddenly he has to work to keep up. When things stop coming easily to the kid, he's going to tend to think that these are simply things he can't do. The idea that he can and will have to start at the basic level or below and then put forth effort just to be barely competent will be something he has never encountered before. The concept of working to learn will be brand faking new, and now he will be at a distinct disadvantage. You will compound this problem enormously if you spent the kid's entire life so far telling him how gifted and smart he is and how destined for greatness he is just by virtue of having been born lucky. Did you show him off to your family and friends every chance you got? You were creating problems. Instead, when your kid shows some natural above average ability at something, don't praise his ability. Praise him for making his effort pay off. Even if you know damned good and well the kid didn't lift a finger or break a sweat to make straight A+S grades all through third faking grade, give him the idea that the work he did is what mattered, not how smart he already was. Work and effort are things he has control over. He is forever at the mercy of whatever innate intelligence he thinks he has. At the same time, you need to understand that your kid has limits. Your kid cannot do anything he sets his mind to, cannot be anything he wants to be, etc. The world does not work like that. If you read that some world famous pianist practiced the piano 6 hours a day, making your kid practice 9 hours a day isn't going to make your kid 50% better at piano than the famous player. Work and effort are critically important, but expectations need to be realistic. Setting sky-high expectations hoping that the kid will get 50% of the way there, which would be a phenomenally good outcome, is setting the kid up to be a neurotic mess. Friend of mine has a crippling anxiety related to cities because him mom built up an almost comic level of danger about everything everywhere at all times. I found this out when I was driving him up to see his injured girlfriend in New York State, not city. I used to live in Philly and decided we'd get a bite to eat at a diner I used to go to. Anyway, we are on the I-95 and there's traffic up the ass and we are crawling at about 25. I look over just in time to see him lock the door, then I notice the dude is white knuckled. I joke and say no one is running on the I-95 at 30 miles per hour to jack us in a Honda Civic with mismatching doors. Then I really made him panic getting off the I-95. That's when he started telling me how dangerous the area is and how we are gonna get shot. Apparently his mom convinced him that 1 in 5 people in North Philly get shot at. I did not help this by telling him that's nonsense because me, 2 siblings, and my parents lived there 4 years and both me and my dad were shot at, which makes it 2 in 5. Finally got him to the diner and ran into an old friend of mine. Quincy is a 350 pounds black man with arms like thighs and thighs like trees. Dude has a huge scar on his face starting under his eye, going to his eyebrow, looping on his forehead, then down his cheek, before coming to a stop an inch from the corner of his mouth, basically a mark. My poor friend almost died when this behemoth ran out of the Dollar Tree and right at us before grabbing me. Poor dude almost went fainting. Goat. Quincy said he saw my dad recently and wondered how things were going after he last saw me in grade school. He was 1 class under me, but a good foot over me. I asked if he still was working security like he posts on Facebook at the Wachovia. He told me, and I quote, "Nah dog, yeah, know you are good one, but some the mother crackers isn't." I got caught smoking it with the XXXXXXX's drummer backstage and got the boot that fucking night, man. Now I work at the elderly home down from the old KFC. I introduced my friend who was given a giant bear hug and we went to eat. The whole time he was skittish and scarred at 10 AM on a Tuesday and didn't relax until we got over the bridge and remained relaxed up until I said, you know, Camden is even worse. He's been in therapy for a few years now to get his crazy paranoid mother out of his head. She was so overprotective the guy couldn't fly because he was certain he'd be involved in a terrorist attack. It's been about 5 years now and now he lives just outside New York with his girlfriend and works in the financial district, a job which he gets to on bike and train. Came a long way, but from time to time something will pop up, like when we went camping and he tied our food in a tree to protect it from bears because food will draw them out in central Ohio. I would say tricking your child, or in general manipulate things to get the outcome you want. My mother, which I love, don't get me wrong, is like that. For example, if she didn't like a shirt I wanted to wear, that shirt was conveniently being washed or not readily available in the closet like the other ones she preferred. This still happens from time to time. When I go back home for the holidays, the clothes she doesn't really like get harder to find. Or for example, when didn't want me to drink soda. I know you shouldn't drink too much, and I wasn't really. It conveniently wasn't in the fridge, while other beverages were, meaning those were brought in from the pantry or the secondary fridge in the garage, but the soda remained more annoying to get or warm. I was a bit of a picky eater. I didn't and I still don't like most meat, and I really don't like the taste of tomato sauce with meat. Basically ragu, but it can be done in different ways, like cooking large pieces of meat with the sauce, but she still used that for the pasta and pretended it was plain sauce. She couldn't possibly remove any trace of meat and the flavor was unmistakable. Another example is that she had the habit of forcing my hand into talking with a relative on the phone by just stating that I was about to talk to them and handing me the phone, or literally shoving it in my face. Usually I didn't want to be rude and make a scene with the other person on the phone, but after few times she did it, I really had enough and refused. She got really mad, but basically stopped doing it. Basically, when things don't go the way she wants, she goes behind your back and tries to still have things her way. All these tricks and manipulations led to me not trusting her food to this day and always thinking something might have been done with an ulterior motive and not to be like a coincidence or genuine mistake. My mother became a widow when my father died when I was 3 and my sister was 2 months old. He was the educated breadwinner and she was the uneducated stay-at-home mother. She had me helping make financial decisions when I was 11 because I was really good at math. She also didn't have many people to talk to, so she talked to me about everything. I always grew up thinking we were going to lose the house, and as a result have so much empathy for the homeless. I feel like she robbed me of my childhood. She didn't have to work because of life insurance and social security until my sister was 16. Now I'm 28. She quit her job without having one lined up after I cried on the phone begging her not to. In December of last year, I've been paying the mortgage, her car payment, and other living expenses since March. The plan was to refinance the house to pay me back when she got a job. I told her in September I was running out of money and she put the house up for sale in October. The closing date is finalized for December. No place to live and no retirement, and will have 12k to her name. I feel like it's inevitable that she will either become homeless or live with me, and subsequently ruining my adulthood. I always expected to take care of her at a later age out of love. Now it's obligation and deep down I resent her for it. And this is just one of many mistakes she made. It's always because she's a victim and she did the best she could at the time. I have made her say it's her fault and take ownership of her bad decisions. I'm lucky and worked so hard to land where I did in life, and it's because of her to some degree, maybe until college. She helped skyrocket me into mania once and into depression many times. It's exhausting. Making sure your child is never disappointed. My mom grew up poor, and after so many disappointments in her young life she lost the ability to get excited about anything. I asked her about it as a teenager, as I noticed that she never seemed excited about things that people normally would be. As a result, she wanted to make sure my sister and I never felt that way. She tried her hardest to make sure we were never disappointed. As a teenager, even far into adulthood, I struggled hard with this. It made me rigid, inflexible, and frustrating. I had to learn to change my expectations, to not let a night be ruined. As a basic example, when I was younger, and we went to a place that I had been looking forward to for months, desiring a specific thing, only to arrive and find that they didn't have it, that was it for me. I was better off going home than trying to find something else that might still be good, even if it wasn't what I'd been wanting, because it would just be a waste of money. I couldn't enjoy it. I'm a lot better now. I can roll with the punches, change my expectations, adapt to enjoy changing circumstances. But not having learned to deal with disappointments at a young age was bad. I appreciate the reasoning, but damn, it didn't help me. Telling them they are super intelligent or naturally gifted. Be careful with this, as it can breed complacency and undermine any attempts you may make to instill a work ethic. Achievements should be connected to the effort required to get there. Very little in life comes easy. Child breezing through school? Is it because they are just incredibly smart, or have they been gently encouraged to read all their life before they got to school? Won a sports competition? Is it because they are just naturally brilliant at that sport, or due to all those many hours of practicing with friends or training? I was incredibly bright at school and breezed through it all up to a certain point. I was complacent because I was always told I was super intelligent, something that people still say to me to this day. I eventually reached a stage where the intelligence wasn't enough on its own. So I crashed, burned and learned a terrible lesson many years ago. I've had to work really hard to develop a work ethic since then, and still I sometimes struggle to really commit to something. Some people get lucky in life and it all happens for them without any effort. However, the vast majority have to work to achieve things. And even if you do have natural gifts, they can only take you so far. A sound work ethic is a wonderful tool for any child to have, and it will ensure that they can reach their potential in whatever they seek to do. This is kind of a complex one, but you should be ready for your kids to question you and their upbringing. And you have to be prepared to be wrong and get called out, because it'll happen. Even in a conversation with your kid. And being immediately dismissive of outside information your child finds not great. If it's from a dubious source, you can calmly walk through why you disagree. But if your immediate reaction to anything your kid says that doesn't fit in your worldview is that's bullshit, you have a lot to learn. Because even if it's the worst thing in the world, immediately shutting a kid down usually just forces them further into that rabbit hole. I might be biased because I come from a pretty chaotic family. Like 9/11 conspiracies, Sandy Hook conspiracies, chemtrails, zeitgeist for family movie night, etc. It's been a wild ride. Recent examples I can think of are my dad getting really mad when I mentioned that some of the conspiracies he liked were cooked up by infamous antisemites, or when I tried to fact check a fact in part of zeitgeist, something about an Egyptian god being crucified. I don't know. Latter ended in me having to leave the house for a couple hours to cool down because it became a full-on screaming match. My mom getting really mad when I said I was having second thoughts about the holistic meds she wanted me to try because my partner, who's been seeing doctors and stuff for half a decade, had heard about them and they said it didn't have the most shining reviews. My mom proceeded to immediately dismiss my partner of almost 6 months, who she knows means the world to me, as a heavily medicated 20-year-old. They aren't even on any medication right now. I'm still faking seething. I don't know exactly how much this has faked me up personally, but it's definitely impacted my relationship with my parents, and I'm pretty sure it's fueled how I'm almost always on the defensive when it comes to these kinds of discussions. I just always feel the need to have to prove myself. At it. Here are some other wild things I don't recommend. Coddling your kid constantly. I barely know how to cook, and I'm terrified to ask anyone for tips. Threatening to destroy their stuff. Yes, even threatening. I remember how my dad used to talk about breaking my DS with a hammer. Took me a very long time to trust others with my stuff. Fun. Not giving your child a reasonable degree of privacy and autonomy. Obviously you have to have some involvement in your kid's personal life to keep them safe, especially when they're younger, but there's no way to fuck up a kid quite like invading their space for no reason, or for a power trip. I was raised intermittently by various relatives, and the most abusive and manipulative of them was one of my aunts. She was constantly excessively suspicious of me, and would falsely accuse me of stealing or doing drugs as an excuse to interrogate me and search my things. I was generally a quiet shy kid who played video games and stayed in my room. I'm on the autistic spectrum, but she would lie to the other adults in my life and call me aggressive and difficult to rationalize why she afforded me so little privacy and freedom. She pushed the narrative that I was a troubled kid so hard just because I was disabled and queer that she decided I didn't deserve basic respect at all, and always assumed the worst of me because of it, and framed it all under the guise of trying to fix me when I wasn't broken in the first place. She wore down my self-esteem so badly and made me so stressed that years later I still panic when someone loses money / a wallet / etc. around me because I anticipate that I'm going to be accused of stealing it, and I can't watch cop or detective shows because of the intense anxiety brought on by the element of interrogations. As a grown adult, assuming your child will always be the same person. I moved out around 10 years ago at 18 years old. I went to university, then moved to another part of the country. My parents still take me for the same person I was 10 years ago, but I've changed a lot. For example, when I was in my teens, I was a typical teenager who stayed in bed until midday at the weekends, and was pretty lazy. 10 years later, despite being a responsible grown adult, they still assume I'm the same lazy teenager. I texted my mother last weekend at 6 AM on a Sunday, and she was asking what was wrong with me to be up so early, and if I had sheet the bed. The same sarcastic response she would have given me as a teenager on the occasion I did wake up early. Like, I'm a grown adult. I have a job where I get up at 5 AM every day. I like to go for an early morning run and get my chores out of the way as soon as possible. I don't like being treated like a lazy teenager. I'm responsible and mature now. Whilst it's not specifically faked me up, apart from the odd few issues, what it's most faked up is our relationship. They don't seem to consider the fact that people change, and so it's straining to still be treated like a teenager. It's also sad, because they don't get to know the person who I really am now. If I try and challenge their opinions, they get offended. I guess people don't like to be told they're wrong. I've only recently discovered, well into my adulthood, I have had ADHD for the longest time, since I was a kid. I'm 28 already. Have mostly attention deficiency more than hyperactivity. I always got scolded for having subpar grades, and always having bad marks for behavior, mostly because I couldn't sit still in class. I got physical punishments, non-physical punishments, and the typical I'm worried for your future cause or poor performance. Not once did my parents think to check that I might have some neurological disorder or any of that. If you look normal, you should probably act normal, right? I grew up thinking I was just stupid. My mom used to describe me as a late bloomer, and for many years I really thought of myself as one. I probably still do until now, despite being a business owner with a respectable income placing me in the upper brackets on this side of the world. Sometimes I still get comments like fearing for my stability, or 10 years from now how will I provide for a family. Looking back, I wish my parents were more accepting of mental weaknesses, showing their softer side, so I could open up, maybe end up being more confident in myself, prevent me from thinking myself the lesser of my peers. I suppose it didn't help that my dad is an actual boomer, and I'm the firstborn and a male. My self-esteem took a blow I don't think I'll ever recover from, but I don't think I'd be where I'm now if not for my longtime girlfriend and, ironically, my ADHD, which helped me to constantly be curious and explore my interests without other people's opinions. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. TLDR, I didn't know I had ADHD growing up until adulthood. I wish my parents allowed me to open up when I was little instead of jumping to conclusions. Never let your kids think they are late bloomers. Never kill your kids' self-esteem. Physical punishment. Everyone considers it parenting, but it can be done so wrong. Examples: asking me to place my hand in front of me then slapping it with a ruler. Result: never trusting anyone ever again. Slapped in the face for asking if I could have a Metallica album. Devil music. Result: fear of sharing what I enjoy. Spanking too heavily. My father once spanked me with a boat oar so hard that it snapped in half. Other examples: spanking me and all of siblings every 5 minutes to find out who was lying. Nobody was. Whipping with belts, fiberglass rods, 2x4s, etc. Just don't do it. It's traumatizing. Forcing my brother to beat me up. I refused to hit or fight him back, and they were disgusted. Spanking for everything. I was probably spanked thousands of times as punishment for things ranging from forgetting to take my ADHD medication, to forgetting to bring my pencil to class, losing an arrow to my bow. I was 7, dropping a cup, not sitting still, forgetting to feed the dogs, etc. etc. I could go on for days. And after every time told it was because we love you and want the best for you. Seemingly harmless, because would you believe none of this is really considered abuse? Wow. Sickeningly, I was adopted into this family after being put up for adoption due to physical abuse. Spoken to my mother once in 10 years. Never spoke to some of my siblings ever again. Spanking is so heavily defended, but this is the ugly side of it. Think carefully what message you are sending your children with your actions. Putting some effort in knowing your children's friends. I have 2 best friends since high school. We're all girls, and for example's sake I'll call them Carol and Jen. We have days out from time to time where we like to do things like hiking, going to the beach, wanting to travel outside the main city areas, and my parents always ask who I'm going with, and I always say Carol and Jen. On almost every occasion they always say who's Carol and Jen. I don't know them, so I don't trust them. You're not going. The most frustrating part is that they've been to my place a couple of times. We sat together with our mums at graduation dinner. They've attended a deceased family member's death anniversary mass, which was a big thing in my family. Any further discussion would result into them saying no, because I said so, and not leaving room for negotiations. Your kids need to experience things as they get older, whether you as a parent like it or not. Personally, if parents had been open to discussion without any yelling and figuring out what their concerns are and how to make them trust I can take care of myself, we'd have a much better relationship. Of course, not all children and parents are in the same situation. Find out what works for you to trust them in taking charge of their own life experience in a safe environment. Get unreasonably angry over small stuff / overreact. For example, if I was at home during a school holiday, like in my early teens, and forgot to do the dishes, Dad got really angry when he got home, yelled at me and my brother, and it didn't help to apologize and say that I forgot. Sorry, I will do them now, cause then he had started to do them himself and was like, no, now I'll do it. Go and rest. I'll just keep working like I've done all day. In a sarcastic and angry tone. That too, don't play that mean sarcasm game with your kids. I mean, sure, I'm supposed to do my chores, but to blow up over some dirty plates and mugs in the sink. He used to come and apologize for blowing up afterwards, and he's much calmer nowadays, and except for his temper he was a great and caring dad. However, I think that it made me scared of conflicts, too accommodating, and yeah, a bit of a doormat. I hate when people are mad at me. I work with it, but it's hard sometimes. Also, I dreaded to tell my parents about any trouble I had if someone was mean to me, or if I had done anything wrong, cause I didn't want him to get all angry. If not with me, then with the one who had wronged me. Sometimes you just want support, not someone getting all angry about your cause. I have a child now, and I want her to be able to tell us everything without fear of being yelled at. And I won't yell at her over some faking unwashed mugs. Worse things have happened. Always showing up late to pick your child up, or making them late everywhere they need to go. My mother has severe ADHD and possesses no organization or planning skills. She also has difficulty understanding and judging the passage of time. It's almost as if time just is not a concept in her mind. Throughout our entire childhood, my mom was always either picking us up or dropping us off late. No matter how much I pleaded with her or tried to convince her to leave so that we could show up on time or early, she always operated on her own schedule. I constantly remember teachers and coaches yelling at me, telling me to show up on time, but feeling helpless because there was just nothing I could do about it. I wasn't the one in control of where I could go. I always wanted to be successful, and I knew that being successful started with showing up on time, but my mother wouldn't allow that to happen. Being picked up was another problem. As far back as I can remember, I was always the last kid to be picked up from school or practice. I wasn't uncommon for her to show up an hour or even 2 hours after we were supposed to be picked up. One time, when I was in 4th grade, she didn't show up until 8:30 p.m. to pick my brother and I up from school. School let out at 3:15 p.m. When she showed up, she was laughing and claimed that my dad was supposed to get us. My dad never picked us up. He was the one with a job and she didn't work. When I was a little younger, maybe 1st or 2nd grade, she was very late picking me up from a summer baseball day camp. The coaches all left for the day, all of the other parents picked their kids up, and there was only one woman who was still there with her son. The camp was located in a really bad area of town that I was unfamiliar with. I got really scared because I didn't know what was going to happen if she just chose not to show up. I was afraid that someone was going to come and try to kidnap me. The coaches there should have stayed until all of the kids were picked up, but they clearly didn't care enough. The woman I mentioned earlier who was still there with her son was your typical large black lady. She could see that I was getting scared, and she said to me, "Don't worry, honey, we won't leave until you get picked up. You won't be here all by yourself." To this day, I'm still grateful that she possessed the kindness and perceptiveness to do something like that. I was so relieved at the time. I was getting very nervous, and to hear her say that was very calming and reassuring. It felt like the weight of the world was lifted off of my shoulders. Eventually, my mom showed up and acted as if nothing was out of the ordinary. I still think about that woman. I wish I knew her name so I could find a way of thanking her for doing what she did. Constantly making your kids late or picking them up late will create feelings of resentment in them. They'll see you as untrustworthy. They'll begin to learn that you can't be relied on for anything. Your children may even start attributing these feelings to others and may begin to assume that everyone else is just as untrustworthy or unreliable too. Depending on how you handle these types of situations, they may even begin to hate you. My mother has never acknowledged that she has ever been late in her life. She always acted as if my desire to be on time was a form of entitlement. You think you get to be anywhere you want at any time you want? Yes, Mom. I think I should have the right to show up to school on time. I hesitate to say that I hate my mother for what she did, as I acknowledge that she didn't choose to have ADHD, but I genuinely don't feel like I love her. I harbor feelings of resentment towards her, and to a smaller extent, my father, for allowing her behavior to continue for years on end, unchecked. Don't make the only kind of love and affection you ever show your child tough love. Don't bully your children. In order to prepare them for the real world, there are much better ways to do so than bringing them to tears and making them fear their next interaction with you. My parents have raised me the way that their parents have raised them, which sounds fine until you find out that my parents are military brats who grew up in abusive and toxic households. I've grown up listening to my parents fight and them later taking it out on my brother and I. I've grown up with little to no self-esteem because at the age of 8 or 9 my parents told me that I was too young to have self-esteem. I'm about to turn 15 now. I'm a freshman in high school and I still don't have any self-esteem whatsoever. When I call myself fat or ugly or stupid, the same things that my parents have called me for, as long as I can remember, I'm now greeted with "I'm gonna backhand you if you call yourself that one more faking time," as if it will magically erase 15 years of mental and emotional abuse with the snap of a finger. It won't. It got worse when I tried to protect my younger brother, because then I was mocked by both of my parents, my dad making ruthless jokes about my appearance and how weak I was and all of it, my mom losing her shit and calling me more names. Another thing, if you are a parent or looking to become one in the future, please find a reasonable punishment if your child doesn't do something you asked. Like a chore or something. Dragging your 13-year-old kid by the hair and spraying Windex on their face for not doing the dishes is not a reasonable punishment. Making your child the best and the smartest student is what happened to me. It's not nearly as bad as other situations, but it should be mentioned anyway. When I was in elementary school, my parents pushed me to always get straight A's and all these extracurricular activities. When my brother went to middle school, and my parents cut him slack and let him get a few B's and C's. But then I got to middle school and started getting C's and mostly B's, and my parents were furious. I was helicoptered until high school, and it was hell. I was always doing chores, no free time, had to do double homework that my parents assigned. It was all building up. They would bug me when I was playing video games. "Why don't you do something productive?" and stuff like that. I think by around 7th I just kinda snapped. I got super lazy. I was an insane liar and got average grades. My teachers were really worried about cause I was the golden student, the smart kid, and I just stopped caring. Now here I am, in high school, 14, with no friends, eating Lunchables in the bathrooms every day. I have zero social skills and just kinda lie my way through everything. It really faked me up that I was supposed to be a super smart rocket scientist, but now I'm just in the background. Boy, do I have a list. I guess my main thing is my parents split when I was little, never married, and my dad is kind of a piece of shit. So what would my mom do in an argument? When I was a teenager, she would basically throw it in my face that my dad was a pile of garbage. Like that is something I can help. Second, don't name your kid after either of their parents. It's distasteful, and it's actually been a reason an interviewer has declined interviewing me for jobs, since his arrest record and several wrongdoings from paper clippings come up on Google, and they don't give a birth date or age for stuff like that usually, so instead, if asking, they just push it aside. I've been actually asked about several things he's done in a few other interviews, called by the police, because of sharing a name with him, and I've been questioned about him when they've run my license plate and pulled me over. I remember adults picking on kids for liking the opposite sex when they are little. Pretty sure that could cause some sort of complex with some people, especially since most people don't know when to set boundaries with stuff like that. I remember all of my relatives picking on me for being smaller than everyone when I was little, not letting me do things the other kids my age in my family were allowed to do. And don't just brush off your kids wanting to anything that could push them towards a successful future. Instead, my parents just kinda left the college thing up to me and never discussed it until the summer I graduated high school. That's how you make great decisions. Smothering helicopter parenting. My mom never really achieved much in life. She left school at 16 to support her poor family and worked minimum wage jobs for the rest of her life, never really climbing the company ladder or getting qualified. Therefore, I assume I'm the only real achievement she has in life, to the point where she has become so overwhelming I had to move out. I'm a big gamer and I'm in my 20s, got no work the next day, so I like to stay up late and game the night away. She comes into my room at 2 o'clock and starts arguing with me, her point being that she can't sleep unless she knows in her sleep. No idea how she got on when I was at uni. This all reached a climax last year. I was out on a work party, have a fantastic night. I've not a big hit with the ladies, still a virgin at 24, never even kissed a girl beyond a peck in the lips. Here I am, surrounded by my friends, the cutest girl at work, sat on my lap sharing a drink. It's 2 AM, bar closes at 5 AM. My phone starts blowing up. My mom is angrily texting me demanding I come home right now as I've been out too long. To the point where her last message is her driving down to pick up 23-year-old me. I'm so pissed off. I've had enough and just tell my friends I'm going to the toilet and leave. When I argued with her about how I was out with people of similar age, some just turned 18, and how their mothers don't text them demanding they come, how her response was their moms obviously don't love them as much as I do. A few months later I got another job across town, where I sometimes start at 9 PM. This town is dead quiet. I'm a large guy and the largest thing walking the streets, as most people are 50 plus here. She pleased with me all afternoon to take a taxi. I refuse as it's a waste of money compared to a 20 minutes walk which I enjoy. She ends up ordering a taxi, to which I say no, I'm walking. She starts crying and says that I'll have to cancel as she's too embarrassed to ring back and cancel. This is when I had enough and moved out. Of course she cried and pleaded me to say, but I'd have enough. We talk on the phone every week and the distance between us has been great for me. I feel much better about talking to her, but every call she will still suggest I move back home. She still sees me as a child and not as an adult son. She often thinks I won't be able to do something or can't because she think I'm a child. I have to be careful what I say on the phone with her in case she'll flip and outthink life is too dangerous for me here. So parents, keep your kids safe. Tell them you love them, give them as much support as possible, but know when to stand back. Edit. I know this differs slightly from the question, but since this all happened I realize how bad it's been all my life and never noticed. Growing up she'd always say you're not going to grow up and be one of those thugs who are horrible to their mom, are you? Just stuff like this all the time, that I now realize her voicing her fears about me growing up. Oh, and when your child talks about a member of the opposite sex, never ever faking says that your girlfriend/boyfriend. That really faked me up for some reason. Especially when you go and tell the rest of the family, so your grandparents and uncles will go, I hear you have a girlfriend. Fuck that. I think that's why I've never attempted to speak to a girl for fear of that condescending tone being taken with me. If I ever do a get girlfriend, she's not meeting my family until our wedding day. Current college student here. My real mom and dad devoted. When I was 3, it was a nasty divorce that I still can't really piece together, but nonetheless everyone was shitty for a while. My mom would sort of brainwash me to hate my new stepmom, and I would call her names that number 3-4-year-old should know, like a slutched, skank, beach, and various others. And apparently I punched her straight in the face after one of these confrontations. I can't even remember any of this. I hardly remember anything from before I was 8 or 9 because of the hostility, I guess. My mom has mellowed out significantly since then. My stepmom loves me, and I know that, but she is always questioning me and doesn't trust me, and other things have happened where I don't trust telling my parents about my social life, like a lot of the comments here, but it seems like I'm getting interrogated whenever I come home because my parents want to know more about me, but I don't know what I can tell them. It doesn't work out so well because it just makes them frustrated when they can't get anything out of them. It makes it seem like I'm hiding stuff from them, which I guess I am, but it's my business. Also, my stepmom holds things over my head that she did in order to make my life better. I appreciate what she did, but I don't think I need to hear about how you halted your career when I was 6 because I forgot to do a day of chores, and it's like that more often than I would like to admit. This is also my first post, so I'm sorry if it's rambling. I don't really know if this is as bad as other replies in the thread, but growing up, my mom would always badmouth my dad in front of me. If we were out in public and she saw someone she knew, she'd make a joke about how they work different shifts, so she didn't have to see him, call him things in front of me, joke that once my sister and I are older they'd probably split, etc., and they never hid their fights screaming matches from them all the time. And I used to run into my older sister's room until one day as an 8-year-old, I yelled at them to divorce, hearing "You're so lucky your parents are still together." As a kid was confusing. They still married, and they're alright now, but it really messed up how I see love. I guess it makes me afraid to get close to people because they've been together since high school, and it just terrifies me that no matter how close I'm to someone, especially in relationships, we'll end up like my parents. They say they love each other, but if they treat each other so poorly sometimes, then what the hell is love? Not to mention that anyone raising their voice still makes me immediately anxious, and sometimes I'll tear up. This is a whole other thing, but I'm also afraid to cry because my mom would always get mad at me whenever I felt any emotion other than happiness, cause I was deemed the happy child after my sister admitted her depression. It just worries me, and I don't think it fair to tell your young children every single marriage problem their parents are having, let alone have them see it every day. Clean Plate Club. Yes, I totally get making your kids try out different foods, eat your veggies and all of that. But in America, where portion control is already a serious problem, gating privileges, desert, heck even getting up from the table behind the completely arbitrary metric as cleaning your plate is one of the reasons I struggled with weight as a kid. Instead of learning good things, eat a balanced meal, listen to your body, and don't overeat. I learned that I needed to eat whatever hit my plate, no matter if I liked it or not. But I didn't also learn portion control. So while I'm not a real picky adult success story, I still don't eat a ton of veggies. I grew up with them being an enemy or thing to struggle to eat to achieve the reward. So I took a very different approach with my kids. I force them to try everything on their plate, but I don't force them to clean their plate. Yes, I struggle a bit with pickiness with my youngest, but now that my eldest is 11, he's starting to be far more adventurous with his food choices than I was at his age. Nor does he overeat, and is thin as a rail. Major fuck up, arguable sure, but it did teach me a bunch of unhealthy habits. I'd rather have my boys be pickier than overweight. My eldest is showing that picky will also go away with age/taste bud development. He also really likes veggies. So observable evidence says that I'm doing okay on this now. 1 boy down, 2 more to go. Modesty culture. Or rather, being so fearful of your child's eventual sexuality that you try to shut it down with a warped sense of modesty. Usually happens to girls. TLDR, Imposed modesty culture will leave your children uneasy about their bodies, feeling shame for trying to embrace their body/sexuality/style, and can lead to self-blame in the face of sexual harassment/assault. Examples from my adolescence. You're not allowed to wear tight or even form-fitting clothing. That means you want boys to look at your body. You're not allowed to wear shirts with sayings, because the words are written across your chest, and they are made to give boys an excuse to look at your boobs. You're not allowed to wear makeup, because makeup should only accentuate the beauty you already have, and at this age you only want to wear it to attract boys. Your clothing should never accidentally or purposefully show off your stomach, so you have to raise your arms and bend over to prove that nothing will show before you're allowed to leave the house. It attributed a great deal to me feeling uneasy in my own skin and not exploring my sexuality at all, because it felt inherently wrong to do so. When you demonize sex/sexuality and then sexualize everything, you instill a lot of shame that takes a long time to unravel. Personally, I grew up at war with myself. I wanted to feel attractive, but was terrified of being attractive. I wore baggy school t-shirts and jeans well into college, and I still have issues wearing sexy things at 29. I can't say for other people, but for me I was the only child in my family for the majority of my younger years. When I'd do something cute as a kid or somewhat funny, the adults would all have a laugh about it. I understand now, having a kid of my own, that it is not that you're laughing at the kid, but that you find their activity entertaining, and it gets you laughing. As a kid I thought they were just laughing at me, so it developed extremely high emotional walls, and I have extreme difficulty today expressing emotions. I generally have to know somebody for quite some time to enjoy normal conversation with them. I still will never dance or sing in public. To counter this, from the lessons I've learned, if my child does something funny I make an effort to engage them and get them laughing too. For instance, my kid will start dancing, and instead of laughing at him, I will laugh and join him. This gets him laughing too, and I think it will have a very positive effect on his sociological development. I make an effort always to keep him engaged in the conversation. When I was a child I remember it was like my parents would laugh at something I did and then go back to talking with the other adults, and it was like I was just a joke to them. I know now that wasn't the case, but it's too late and now I'm emotionally stunted. Well, I don't know if it's harmless, but my dad used to make fun of me as a kid for being chubby. He had a song he would sing, and every time he sang it, I would get upset and cry. He laughed and thought it was funny, and said it was a joke. I was a little kid, and hadn't learned to take jokes well, so it just really pissed me off. It made me resent him for most of my life growing up, and also made me feel insecure. I forgive him now, but we really didn't become very close because of it. When I had bad grades at school, my mom told me, well, at least you're kind of pretty. You can just find a rich man to marry, and you don't have to be smart. It kind of messed with my motivation with schoolwork, and I just wish she hadn't said that to me when I was at that vulnerable age and took an easy pass to not worry about grades so much. My mom also kept trying to marry me into random wealthy families that were their friends that had a son, and saying, I know you hate school. You could just be done with that if you'd take one of these offers. No, I don't want to be married to some random guy I don't even know. My grandma also smoked and drank in front of me a lot when I was a young child. I knew that smoking and drinking was bad, but my grandma told me, look how old I am and how I'm still doing great. It's not that bad for you. Not a surprise I was a heavy drinker and smoked a lot from a young age, but I guess I can't completely blame her for that. My godson, we'll call him G, is treated differently when his sister, we'll call her Y, is around. When Y was born she naturally received a lot of attention. As both of the children got older, Y unintentionally stole the spotlight. Everyone acts like my godson doesn't exist when his sister is around. For example, I was babysitting the children. G was 3 years old and Y was around a year old, until their mother and our family members came home from work. They all walked into the house around the same time, looked right at Y and said, "Hi, sweetie." They treated her as if she were the only child in the room. They eventually turned to G and said, "Oh, hello G." The look on his face broke my heart. I grabbed him by the hand and escorted him to my room so we could hang out, watch TV and play video games. The children's mother posts more pictures of Y on social media. G only has a handful of pictures up. She and my other family members love G very much and do show it, but they don't seem to realize that they are hurting him when they don't give equal attention to him. When Y is around. I felt so bad for G. I made sure to be a proper godmother and always let him know that I love him and I'd give him as much attention as I do to his sister. As a result, G clings to me when he sees me. He's a preteen now and has told me numerous times about how he doesn't hate his sister. He just hates it when she's around. He has also confided in me that he sometimes wishes that Y would stay at their dad's house. I've told his mother and she brushes it off. I have a strong feeling that G will be spending more nights at my home as he gets older. Invading your kid's privacy / personal space. When I was younger, my parents took my door off for locking it too much. They have a key to the lock on my door now. My mom has stolen hundreds of dollars from me. They've thrown away my things, broken my great-grandmother's jewelry that she left to me, read my deepest thoughts written out on the internet. They forced me for years to inform them mercilessly of my outings and friends. They revoked electronics I paid for with my own money and refused to give it back. The result? I lock my door always. I own a lockbox in my room for my money and have my own bank account. I hide everything I own that I love too much to lose. I hide my important jewelry in my lockbox. I physically cannot write a diary and I only write honestly on Reddit because my parents honk. I don't own any form of social media. I don't tell them what I'm doing or who I'm doing it with. They don't know about my boyfriend or any of my previous boyfriends, and if they ever threaten to take my electronic, I tell them I paid for them and hide them with various friends. They've mellowed out in the last 6 months, what with me turning 18, but I still don't give them an inch of trust with my private matters. To start off, I had great parents, but still, despite their best efforts, some things we just cannot perceive being an issue or unknowingly following the general trends in society can have some really harmful effects that might not have even been predictable at the time. First would be homeschooling emo. The intention was good, to protect me from bad influences and abuse that they had experienced. The unfortunate side effect is being severely stunted socially, even though they did their best to get me into sports groups, meet friends etc. There is still a drastic difference from an entire school of people and a 10 to 20 person group that you meet every few days. That was a huge hurdle in college, and even though I overcame it and probably started college above my local high school's average level of knowledge, my kids will go to public schools. Second would be all the general real obvious stuff mentioned in this thread: love, hugs, doing things together, admitting fault, treating the kid like an adult and not a child, giving them space when they need it, and not being controlling etc. The third thing was made worse by the environment being religious South. But what my family thought at the time were good principles was a heavy burden that tormented me my entire life. I knew as a kid that I was transgender and grew up thinking I was doing something wrong and a horrible sinner or sexual deviant. I was too scared to tell them and it really messed me up. The reality is though, they didn't even know trans people existed for most of my childhood. I sure didn't, but the lack of knowledge on the subject and just a few small stereotypes here and there can lead to horrible things. Something as small as a comment about playing with your sister's Barbies, or holding your mom's purse for her getting a joke from your uncle / grandpa / parents / whoever about how boys don't have purses seriously messed me up tbh. I grew up thinking I was a freak and alone, and couldn't talk to my family, because I and at the time, would have thought that something was wrong with me. They have since come around, and I love them to death. But the damage was done, and I can't stress how important it is to make your kids 1000% clear that being inclusive is important to you, that nothing they say or do will ever make you stop loving them or treating them the same, and that no matter who they are or what they become it's okay, and they can talk to you about it, and that their happiness is all that matters and you will do your best to help them achieve it at any cost. I still often cry about the potential childhood I lost over this. I don't blame my parents for it, but another time and place and more education about these issues would have significantly improved my life and made the last 28 years so much easier. Not challenging your kids TLDR. Don't let your kids slide by on talent alone, and make sure to challenge them at the things they need to learn. Praise effort not results. The public school system, America, is made for kids with average intelligence and learning ability. For kids that excel in one or many subjects this is a breeze. In each class you'll usually find 1 or 2 kids that don't even study at all, because that can just get an A easily. Kids like this never learn to study, or even put effort into anything. They spend too much time inside their own heads and they develop strange mannerisms that harm their social skills. They develop depression and anxiety because of the boredom. They eventually get to a point where just paying attention in class isn't enough, usually freshman year of high school or college depending on how smart they are. And they have no idea how to even go about studying. They then fail and have no idea how to struggle at a goal. This can mess up a kid's future so bad, but luckily it's super easy to fix. Just challenge them at everything. If they are good at stuff then make them go further and further, within reason, and if they aren't, then make them struggle at it until they figure it out. Again, this takes time. Never punish them for doing their best, and remember to always praise effort, not results. This is what turns average kids into amazing adults and what turns smart kids into the people that change the world. Not demonstrating any form of affection. I have never seen my parents kiss or hug during their marriage, and the only time I heard my dad tell me he loved us was when he left my mother. To this day, I have a really hard time showing and telling people that I love them. All the boys I have dated told me I was cold, and they felt that I didn't love them. I feel embarrassed to show any form of affection, and I'm scared to tell I love you because I think it would make the other people uneasy, or I'm scared to be laughed at or rejected. Convincing your children they are better than everyone else. I get it. It's a good thing parents are proud of their children, but they have to teach them that it's okay to make mistake, it's okay to fail, and that you don't have to compare yourself to others to be great or to feel better. My grandmother raised my cousin to think that she's the smartest human being on this planet. The child, she's 6, can't handle failure, she can't handle not knowing things. She practically broke down in tears because she couldn't fly a paper plane. She constantly feels the need to compare herself to others just to undermine them. Comparing your children to others. My dad constantly does this. Why aren't you like X? X is taking singing class. Why don't you look at X? etc. He's probably convinced that it will encourage us more if we felt that we aren't like the others, that it will push us to be more productive. Well, no. Never admitting your mistakes. Some parents think they are always right and that they don't need to apologize to their children because the children don't have to know, or because the children need to be protected. You are humans. Of course you make mistake, and if you think hiding it from your children will protect them, then you're wrong, because your children will have a really hard time admitting their mistakes too, and they will never learn to apologize. They will take all form of critique as an attack. Not listening to your kid when they talk about stuff they are really passionate about, like a show, hobby, game, etc. I was really fortunate that most of the time my dad doesn't mind listening to me talk endlessly about Marvel, a new video game I'm into, or a cool show I just watched. If he just doing chores around the house, he doesn't mind it, and he'll even ask a question every now and then. Sometimes I just have to communicate my thoughts on a subject to another person, which they don't even have to respond to. I personally think this helped me be able to talk about stuff I like with other people and become a more open person. Also, it helped me view my dad as someone I'm more comfortable with telling when something bad happens in my life, i.e. bad test grade, or when I'm not doing all that great. My mom on the other hand doesn't like to hear about it. She's the more you gotta keep those grades up and do more stuff outside of the house, so I avoid her more often because I don't want to hear about that stuff on most days. Also, she never hears about the stuff from me, it's always from my dad. I just never felt comfortable talking to her about really anything personal in my life, even when I was little. Plus, even when we are in the car alone I can never hold a conversation with her. It's just like she doesn't want to or can't either. With my dad we can always find something to talk about, but that's probably because we are both a little bit of a chatterbox. Point of course I still love them both. I just feel more comfortable around my dad. Realize that you're probably not going to be a perfect parent. You're gonna fuck up. But it's important to try. My parents were addicts. I knew as a kid drugs came before me. My grandmother also raised me, but we didn't get along because she clearly favored my brother, which led to resentment. So don't play favorites. It sucks. My girlfriend of 2 years has a 10-year-old. His dad is a POS. And I feel fucking lost. I have no idea what to do. I don't know what a dad is supposed to do because special moments with mine were few and far between. I try, but I feel like I'm not doing a very good job. I told him I'm learning and that I didn't really have a dad, so I'm not sure what to do all the time. Most of the time. It sucks for both of us. But he told me recently that he's happy to have a father figure and he appreciates me. It made me tear up lol. So, if you're like me, just try. Be honest. I know I'm not the best, but I do try. Sometimes I'm too much of hard ass because my uncle was to me. I try to make it up. And sometimes I'm distant because I genuinely don't know how to connect with a kid. I never wanted any. But I do tell him that I care about him and we are learning together. Hopefully I get better, but it gives me so much anxiety. Also, we had the masturbation talk recently and it was probably the most awkward thing I've ever done. But I was honest about everything. My grandmother is ultra religious and anything sexual was shameful. But I think, being honest about everything is important. I could type a lot more but this is gonna be buried anyway lol. Living vicariously through your children. My father signed me up for all the extracurricular activities in the world. I had 5 to 6 days of martial arts, as well as being forced to practice playing piano for half an hour and guitar for half an hour while still having to do homework. And I'm not exaggerating when I say he would take approximately 10,000 pictures of me in a week. He would post them all over his social media, saying look how great I parent, I'm kinda shit. For years, I told him I didn't want to do these activities, but he kept forcing me to, or else I wouldn't be allowed to do anything fun ever, basically grounding me for the rest of my life. It went as far as faking an injury. I said I dislocated my knee for 6 months, despite the docs saying there wasn't anything wrong with me, costing him $5k in medical fees. And during that whole time, I was on crutches and all. He continued to force me to do all the activities he wanted me to do. And he would also post embarrassing pictures of me that I specifically told him not to post. But yeah, no, Faker did it anyways. Eventually, on my 13th birthday, I told him to get faked and moved in permanently with my mother. They had split custody until that point, who eventually moved us to the West Coast, the opposite side of the country. So, whilst there's a plethora of other reasons why I haven't visited him in years, though he likes to text me once every 6 months or so, which I ignore, and why I've changed my last name to that of my mother's, and why I asked him to write me out of his will, this is specifically what he did to me that has driven to these extremes. For context, I'm 17, so he has a legal right to be able to communicate with me. He still has visitation rights. I just refuse to board any plane, so he doesn't bother buying the tickets anymore. Once I'm 18, I fully intend to file a restraining order against him, and if he doesn't remove his pictures of me from his public Facebook account, I will file a lawsuit against him. But until then, I've got just under a year left. Your mother and I worked hard to get you into private school, food, and shelter, and this is how you to repay us? Don't you know that there are starving homeless orphans who would do anything to be in your position right now? Well, back in my day, if I acted out like that, your grandfather would stuff me in a rice sack, hang me from the ceiling, and would turn me into a punching bag. I also never complained about the food on the table, because that's all a farmer and a seamstress with 2-digit number of kids can afford. I had to walk 2 hours in the morning to school, and I had to run 3 hours to the market to help your grandma sell her wares. My old man loves to pull this out, and whenever we would react indifferently, like sigh, clench our hands into fists or our jaws tensing up. During his humble rant, he would fall into rage and would either slap or punch us on the face. Forget my mother, she rug sweeps and often enables it. Then they both have the gall to be angry why my younger sister and I grew up secretive. They complain that I have never introduced anyone to them or see me work. Yeah, let me introduce my beloved partner and allow you to chase them off with your unwanted judgment, or let you criticize my jobs when neither of you know how. Photoshop works and would wake me at 4 AM to fix a paper jam on the printer. Tell your kids about your childhood, your poor simple origins, to show humility. That is fine. But when you want to throw a pity party about your abusive childhood and be abusive yourself, you're faking lucky that I even bother speaking to you at all. The major fuck up in this is that you made your own child afraid of you, hate you and distance themselves from you. Hell, even reconsidering having children of their own to avoid being you. Act that way and still think you are entitled to be a part of their life is delusional. Golden child syndrome. When parents convince themselves that their baby is a prodigy, nay, a literal divine being of perfection. They are the handsomest / prettiest, smartest, most talented human to ever live, and you just know they are destined to be a heart surgeon, astronaut, racer, car driver, orchestra engineer, and tell them that they are perfect and destined for colossally monumental things that will reverberate through human history every moment of every single day. Okay, so I'm exaggerating to prove a point, but we all know those kind of parents. Maybe a few even had some. The problem with telling kids they are perfect, no matter what, is that it's not true. Nobody is perfect. We all screw up and have things we just aren't good at. We fact sheet up when we don't mean to. We do the wrong thing even when we know it's wrong. Telling your kids they are perfect every day sets a bar so impossibly high that it actually damages their self-esteem. They can't possibly live up to the expectations you are setting, so they either buy into the delusion and become self-absorbed narcissists, or self-destruct in an escalating series of negative attention-seeking outbursts in order to punish themselves for not being the perfect version of themselves that you have created. Either way, the epically glorious future they were conditioned since infancy to expect fails to make you realize. And a breakdown is inevitable. Assuming that your kids know you love them. My mother is not an affectionate person. In fact, she is the exact opposite of affectionate. She's brusque, unfriendly and rude in her default state. Imagine growing up around someone like that. If it wasn't for my father, who was extremely affectionate, I would be even more messed up than I am. I tell my mom I love her, and she responds with okay. If she even responds at all, and has done so for as long as I can remember. I know that she loves me, but to never hear it verbalized royally fucks a kid up. There were times in my life where I assumed that she loved me, but she straight up didn't like me, wasn't proud of me, and thought she'd have been better off if they had just had my older sister. I'm not okay. I'm 10 years of therapy didn't help levels of not okay. I'm almost incapable expressing emotion, and as a result intimacy is nearly impossible for me. I'm 34 and I can't talk to women because in the back of my mind I assume that they'll never be interested in me, as why would they be interested in me if even my mother can't tell me that she loves me? I grew up around a woman who made it her mission to squash most of her emotional processes, and I've only seen her break a few times in my entire life. When my granny and grandpa died, and the handful of times I angered her enough to rouse her from her apathy. My emotional processes are so damaged that I don't believe romantic love is real. I can't process how small children behave, since I can't interact with them on an emotional level, and therefore I don't understand them, and I have intense difficulty making friends, because I miss any and all social cues. I can't say it's entirely because of my mom, but the assumption that I know that she loves me did a lot of damage. Hey, I'm rather late, but after taking a million lifespan development classes over the course of undergrad and grad school, how has no one mentioned the works of Erikson or Piaget? Erikson believed that if you didn't meet specific things during each stage you could be screwed up for life. Trust issues literally start between the ages 0 to 2. Now most parents will meet the requirements from ages 0 to 8 as its instinct, but some people don't realize how impactful feeding your baby on time. Having an inconsistent feeding schedule can create a plethora of issues. There is a joke in the clinical psychology community when teaching Erickson that is essentially people can lose hope in humanity at the ripe old age of 2 months purely by missing a meal. 99% of parents make the mistake of trying to teach their kids using concepts that children cannot comprehend yet. Piaget said that anyone who used analogies to teach before the age of 12 was not only wasting their breath, but forever teaching their children subconsciously that there are concepts they will never learn. Brains develop from ages 0 to 25. Some concepts are literally impossible to learn until you develop the brain to learn it. This one does not have major consequences, except that your child could end up behind all the other children. For parents and teachers of women, there is a group of psychologists that believe the terminology you use is the reason men are more likely to go into STEM fields. People are more likely to tell girls they are gifted/talented and boys that they worked hard. This means that when a boy fails, he will work harder, yet when a girl fails she will assume she hit the limitations of her gift and give up. This is an article that explains this. https://www.psychologitoday.com/ Parents that don't understand behavioral conditioning screw up quite a bit all the time. Something as simple as telling your son/daughter who leaves their room, "Oh look who decided to join the living," is essentially connecting a negative stimulus to a positive behavior and in effect reducing the need for that behavior. I still try do the dishes away from people because of a decade of my mom going, "Who are you and what did you do with my son?" every time I did the dishes and she saw/heard me. If you want your children to hang out with your family, always reward it. If your child is doing a chore, say, "Hell yeah, thanks man." It will go way further than a point system or sticker. I have been working in industrial psychology for over a year now, and as a passion research behavioral psychology and neuropsychology. My parents only supported the things that they thought were important: school, extracurricular activities that I didn't really care about, work. Everything else, like my friends, my hobbies, and other things that I cared about, were held over my head when I started failing at the important stuff. As a result, I distanced myself from everyone so that they would never have my friends to hold over my head. I stopped going out ever because my car could be taken away at any moment, and I never really got super into anything but video games because tech was the one thing they couldn't beat me at. I became amazing at getting around parental blocks and whatever other bullshit they threw at me technologically. Not only did they fail to support the stuff that I cared about, they used all of it as punishment when I didn't do what they wanted. In addition to that, whatever I did was never good enough for them because I was so smart and I was wasting my potential, so pretty much I was always having something I cared about taken away from me. As a result, I still don't form real relationships with anyone. I'm lucky I found a girl who can deal with me pushing her away every once in a while. I fucking hate that I put her through it. I now also compare everything that I do to whether I'm doing my best or not, and it's made me never feel like I'm good enough for anyone. My weekends are usually me sitting in front of my computer because that's what I'm most comfortable doing. On the plus side, I try really hard at most things, so people think I'm a great worker and a motivated guy, but my home life was miserable, and I spent high school wondering if I should kill myself yet, and my time at work now is not gratifying because nothing I ever do is good enough for myself. Having the words "you're wasting your potential" drilled into me my whole life has made me always feel like I could have done better. I have 5 now in edit. Please don't make fun of your children, even if you think it s life-that. As a child you rely on your parents, and when they tease you about, say, your art, they want to show you anymore. Don't call them fat. My dad used to say I was lazy and fat, and I wasn't as good as my brother who did soccer, giving me a lifelong eating disorder, and not being able to open up to him at all. Dear God, just tell them that you love them. Feeling like an inadequate child is the easiest way to gain mental illnesses, as well as making it so much harder to tell the people you actually love that you do. Trust issues blossom. Oh, also, don't expect your child to love you when you they've been inconsistent and mean. Be strict, but reasonable. You can set boundaries and have rules, but please be open to their alternative opinions and views. For example, they want to go to a sleepover. Don't T just say no. Give them reason immediately, i.e., you can T go because you have a test tomorrow, but you can on X day. PS I love this thread so much. It S teaching me lots of tips for my future with a kiddo, especially the tip to apologize sometimes, which can be hard as a stubborn person. Lol. Edit. Oh, also, stop saying crocodile tears might not be the same in other countries, like fake tears, because it tells the child that their feelings are not valid and make them hide emotion, especially from you. Children are humans. Humans will only listen under 3 conditions, 2 of which I consider positive. They understand why a parent is enforcing a rule or giving a directive. They trust the parent's judgment. They fear punishment of not listening to the directive and follow it in fear of the parent's punishment. Many parents will default on the third mistake too often. Punishment should be a last resort, while building rapport and trust with the child is always a far superior and more effective option for the development of a child. The best analogy I have given to clients is to think of a household as a micro-government and to govern that household in a similar manner that they desire our country to be governed. In my household personally, I have written a pseudo-constitution of which all must follow, adults and children alike. Example, one may not use what they do not maintain. If any object or room is left in a state of disrepair, then the one who left it in such a state is given a temporary ban on using the room or object. This is also good for subduing instinctual hypocrisy that so many parents rely on. Essential do as I say, not as I do, which I think we can all agree upset us as children. Humans rarely respect hypocrites, and this goes for children as well. By showing that no one is above the law, so to speak, I have earned the respect and trust of my children, as I must be just as moral if not more moral than the children of which I preside leadership over. To get back on topic, I left the piano room with a small mess, and even though I desired to play piano, the children were keen on reminding me that I'm not allowed to use the piano room for a whole week. For a summary, jump to here to summarize: a household that relies on fear and punishment as a system of governing will result in disaster in the development of a child. What is also dangerous is the naive concept that a parent is entitled to respect and trust without earning that respect and trust from the child continuously, just as the child should earn from the parent. Parents are leaders. Forgetting this ubiquitous truth is another common mistake with egregious results. This is such a great question. I've spent probably over an hour reading the comments on this thread, hot and new. The response to this questions is astonishing. Everyone is engaged and giving thoughtful answers. I don't have children, though if I did I'd probably want to read all 6,000 of these comments. Parenting seems hard. There are, of course, the parents who never should have been. But on the other hand, there are parents that try so hard to give their child a better life than they had, and they still seem to raise a hell child. How can anyone be an outstanding parent with all these seemingly harmless mannerisms and habits that will inevitably and majorly fuck up their child in the end? Maybe a favor would be teaching your children that you're not the perfect parent, and that you never will be, because the perfect parent doesn't exist. You will make mistakes, but you will try your best to be the best parent that you can be. The truth is that you will mess up as a parent, because everyone does at some point in their child's life. But that doesn't give the child an excuse to be victims the rest of their lives, blaming all their problems on their parents. They need to learn to take responsibility for their actions in order to grow from them. I can say from experience, having been raised in a chaotic environment, that listening to your child is the best thing you can do. They just want to be heard, like everyone else. You give them a voice when you listen, and they'll love you despite your seemingly harmless mistakes, and then they'll learn and grow from them to give their kids a little better life than they had, and so on. Life sucks equally for everyone at different times. Just love them, listen to them, be there for them, and you'll be their hero. Seems easy, doesn't it? Being ignored unless I did something that got me in trouble. I grew up in big family, 3 biological half sisters, 1 biological half brother, all older by at least 6 years, the oldest 9 years. Now there's some sheet there, but I'm not ready to post that sheet show. Long story short, the brother was physically abusive to the point of being physically hurt doesn't bother me. I just suck it up and move. And two of the sisters got me to the point of no longer trusting people trying to be close to me. Now that background's gone, my dad met my stepmom on a dating website. We lived in Cali, her in Kansas. They get along. He visits her in Kansas. Few months later she lives with us in Cali. Few years of blowouts, because of my older siblings, ends up just being the three of us in the house. Dad, her and me. My dad wants to marry her. She agrees. Only if we move back to Kansas. I'm 14, just started high school, and now I'm moving to Kansas. Had been promised the ability to go to concerts, see family, etc. Well, it was all a lie. If I was home, was only allowed to be in my room or outside of not doing chores. Had rules within the house that only I had to follow. Stepmom made. Now she has two daughters already out of the house. When she met my dad, one of them has two kids. They did not have the same rules. When it came to food, I was only allowed to eat 2 hot dogs or 1 package of ramen for lunch, nothing else. Breakfast was 1 bowl of cereal that was already made for me before I would wake up in the morning. My dad was oblivious to all of this. He spent all his time on a computer playing games or at work. I was required to take care of the house, the yard, maintain a 3.9 GPA, and once I got a job, work 40 hours a week on top of being a student. Now I spent my money made from working on buying my own groceries that I kept in my room to eat. She didn't like that and tried to force me to quit. I refused and she got my dad involved. It resulted in me and my dad getting into a fist fight when I was 17, where I not only won, but shattered his right knee. He currently has a prosthetic knee. They kicked me out and I did not see or speak to them for 6 months. Her primarily, I left for boot camp. That winter went home for 2 weeks once the training was done and didn't spend more than 2 hours in their house. Fast forward 1 year, my grandpa on her side passed away and I came back for the funeral. Despite not being blood, he showed me not only love but respect. She spoke bad of me to her siblings and parents, which to this day makes it difficult to be around them, but he always let my actions speak for me and about me. Needless to say, I loved the man and I would be damned if I wasn't there. The night before the funeral, I was getting ready to go to a friend's house like I normally do, and she accused me of only being there to party with my friends, and I snapped and started screaming at her about everything she did to make me feel unwelcome in the house I was supposed to call home. From not allowing me to eat the food in the fridge, not being allowed to interact with my niece and nephew, testing me like an unwanted guest in the home, smacking the shit out of me for watching TV in the living room, how this treatment made me never want to be here, and how I would rather be with my friends. My dad heard the yelling, came out yelling himself, demanding to know what was going on. So I told him. After calming down everything, 2 days after the funeral, I went back to my duty station. Didn't go back for almost 2 years. Maybe called once every couple months. Re-enlisted, got stationed 4 hours away, would go there once a month to help around the house. He is getting old. Stopped because she complained that I was taking this time from her kids being there. Now it's been a few years and I realized during this time that a lot of the behaviors I had came from this, a lack of empathy for others being the worst of it, and honestly able to carry to umbrella it. But the biggest issue that came from it was my inability to give a damn about myself. It seemed to me 4 years close 10 that my own family wanted nothing to do with me. I went through massive spurts of emotional turmoil to the point I had a loaded gun to my head, finger on the trigger, ready to just squeeze. But heard a little voice that said, please don't. This happened in January. I'm fine now, haven't released, and have managed to break our alcohol addiction and stopped smoking weed. It helped. My relationship with my parents is getting better. I still can't completely open up to them, but I can to my friends, and my watch in turn is a blessing in its own right. I grew up beaten by siblings with watch my father ignored, psychologically abused, and starved. My father ignored it, making it so I didn't care about anyone unless they cared about me. Watch led to drinking. Watch lead to a addiction that caused me to exit military service. That led into severe withdrawals due to no longer being able to afford it, to damn near killing myself because I thought I was a complete failure who didn't deserve to have contact with family and that I should just die, and damn near doing it, but I chose not to. I heard a little voice in my head saying, Please don't, you fought too hard to live this long, don't end it. And I felt this snap in my head and the weight was just gone. Over the last few months I've been working on the relationship with them, and I will give her credit. She is trying, just as hard as I am, to mend what happened between us. My dad is trying as well, but I still find it difficult to talk to him. I prefer just to be around him, that's enough. I don't know, not exactly what you were asking for, I know, but I felt the need to say it. Point ignore what's below this, typed out on a phone. Can't delete it under the phone's back home and app buttons. Point oh, got my dad involved and he thought I was teaching your kids not to wake you up unless it's an emergency. Kids is dumb, not the best at deciding what constitutes a real emergency. Point I had my daughter when I was 20 and moved back into my parents' house while pregnant because I was in my own and needed help. I was so sick during my pregnancy. I had a PICC, permanent fourth line and feeding tube, because I wasn't able to hold down even a sip of water. So after my daughter was born she needed some time in the NICU, and I had already been discharged home without her. I woke up around 4 AM 2 nights after I came home and had to prop myself up in bed because I couldn't breathe while lying flat. I was so confused because I felt like I was drowning, but I was laying down in bed. When I first woke up I would have been able to crawl down the hall and wake up my mom for help, but it was so ingrained in me to never wake up mom and dad that I didn't. I figured it would pass, or it wasn't serious enough to need attention right away, to be honest. By the time I heard her bedroom door open I had a splitting headache behind my eyes that was so bad I couldn't tell which way was up. I had waited so long in my fear of waking her up that I wasn't able to draw enough breath to call for help. I ended up flipping myself off the side of the bed so I would crash to the floor and she'd hear me downstairs. The short version of events being that I had a pulmonary embolism and a blood pressure so high the doctor remarked he couldn't believe I didn't have a stroke, and it was so ingrained into me from childhood that you don't wake up mom that I almost died in bed without calling for help because I didn't think it was a real enough emergency. Not so much parenting, but child rearing overall. Associating your presence with candy or presents. If you're a relative that sees the child once or a few times a year, particularly on holidays, that's a different story. But the uncle/aunt or grandparent that visits weekly or a few times a week should refrain from spoiling kids each or nearly each visit. It conditions them to associate your presence with receiving something. It's especially damaging if that something is candy or unhealthy junk food. Prioritize giving favorable experiences, spending time together, going to the park or outside, over material things. That said, nix the no leaving the table until your plate's cleared and food-based reward crap too. It creates an unhealthy relationship with food. If your kid does not like a certain food, then work with them and realize that their taste buds are very different than ours. Don't cave in and let them eat unhealthy stuff either. There are heaps of unhealthy parents out there who are setting their children up for early graves because they don't care enough about their diets to pass off. Last one, get rid of the I do X, because I'm an adult. Do as I say, not as I do. If you're doing something a child is not supposed to repeat in their presence, then stop it. That includes smoking, drinking alcohol, anything sexual, arguing with another adult, etc. Sure, a well-behaved child may not repeat it, but they will remember it for the rest of their lives. Children are also people with internal lives. Give your child the opportunity to fail, please. Don't try to protect them from failing, because that's how learning is done. Even if they hurt themselves a little, a scratch on the leg will heal, but the lesson learned will stay with them. You should of course tell them your concerns beforehand, but if they don't listen to you, let them make the mistake. It will also strengthen their trust in you, because your prediction was correct. Don't entertain the illusion you can hide stuff from your children. If need be, they become ninjas. They'll listen to your arguing through the wall and blame themselves. Please just talk to your children like they were people, because they faking are. Don't assume you know their intentions. Ask them. If you feel like they are lying to you, confront them, show them why what they are doing is wrong, or no problem at all. FFS, explain things to them. They are likely not trying to annoy you. They are children, that is, new humans. They don't know. Point. I don't have time. RN. So just this last one. Explain to them what emotions are, how to identify them, how to react and not react to them. Sure, that's hard, but nobody said it would be easy when you decided to create a human. If you don't think you can do that, maybe don't have a child yet. Constantly telling your kid they are the smartest kid in the school. I was a pretty smart, gifted kid, and I really believed this. It may have been not too far from the truth at certain times, but believing that ultimately ended up being very destructive in ways that seriously harmed my success for the rest of my life. Point. I got to college, major engineering school, thinking I would cruise through it, just like I did in elementary, junior high, and high school. Wrong. I immediately got stomped flat by it. I couldn't compete with a whole bunch of other kids, some of whom were certainly smarter than I, but mostly not. I fell behind the normal kids who actually had to work to get there, who knew how to study and do what they needed to do to succeed. I never really learned how to study hard, or deal with things I didn't understand at all, or how to deal with terrible instructors with chips on their shoulders, who didn't care at all if you were the second coming of Einstein. If you made a small error in a long problem, you failed regardless of how well you 7nd wasted the method. Point. I had a miserable 4 years, defined by terrible grades, major depression, dropping out with no degree, and a terrible amount of debt that will just keep growing until I die because I gave up on the futility of trying to pay it back. I honestly wish I had been as dumb through school as I feel I actually am now. I might have something to show for it all. My daughter has problems maintaining a healthy weight. She's 14. It's totally my fault. I had a faked up childhood, so I really went above and beyond spoiling her. I rewarded her accomplishments with ice cream. I'll let her have dessert every night. We eat out most nights, plus so much more. Point. Then one day, when she was about 12 years old, I realized her weight was getting out of control. I tried to rein it in by providing healthier eating options and asking her to cut back on junk food. Instead, she started to display sugar addiction behaviors like sneaking food out of the pantry, binge eating, arguing that she was being punished when I'd ask her eat fruit, experiencing extreme feelings like guilt after eating, etc. The other day, while driving her and a friend home from a school event at 11:30 p.m, I refused to buy her a milkshake, which led to a massive tantrum/fight where I blurted out that she had gotten fat. I said it in response to her insistence that she was not an unhealthy weight. 14 years old, 5 feet 8, 218 pounds. I immediately regretted saying it because she crumbled in front of me, saying that she knew and hated herself. Said she was disgusting, had no self-esteem, and couldn't stand to look at herself. Which, she said, just resulted in a vicious circle of stress eating. I was crushed. I begged for forgiveness and told her that I didn't believe she was fat, that I was only responding out of anger. But now she can replay in her mind over and over the clip of her own dad telling her she's fat. I faked up her life and destroyed her self-confidence and doomed her to a shorter life due to obesity and heart disease. I'm completely at a loss on how to fix it or help her recover. She was just so cute as a little girl, and I wanted her to enjoy the tasty treats I never got to eat. I'm sorry. Some parents bathe their little children together. Please don't. Your child may not be capable or comfortable to articulate that he doesn't want to be naked with another person in the bathtub, and forcing them to do so will create a traumatic experience. Telling kids that you'll do something, but never do it, as many have pointed out, is a clear way to cause a trauma in a child. You may think that it wasn't a big issue, but the kid might remember forever that you betrayed them. Telling on your kid to your friends, essentially betraying them. If they overhear you, or it gets back to them in one way or another, it'll break their heart. Acting like you know everything they do after using immoral means to acquire information about your child. If you had to break their trust to know something they wanted to keep a secret, you may see it justified because you're just looking out for them, but they'll see it as betrayal. Also, if you kept telling the same philosophy to your kids when they are young, like you'll always have a place in this house, even after you leave and such, just typical stuff, but then you change your mind because they did something you disagree with, that's a surefire way to lose your kids for the rest of your life, while also causing them emotional problems that'll last the rest of their lives. So, as a gay guy with conservative parents, I spent 10 years in the closet. My mother expressed some casually homophobic views as I was growing up, throwing the standard "this is what the Bible says, and don't look at those two men kissing, and I don't mind, as long as they don't do it near me" rhetoric. My dad also dragged me kicking and screaming to Boy Scouts meetings / campouts, since he didn't want me to just spend my nights and weekends playing video games. He witnessed some of the homophobic bullying leveled at me there, but didn't do anything to stop it cause boys will be boys, and it took years for him to finally agree to let me drop out. I'm fairly certain I heard my parents whispering in another room at one point about the possibility that I could be gay, because I'd only introduced them to one straight guy friend and no girls. All of this pushed me further and further back in the closet, and my biggest motivator to keep it that way was fear about anything somehow getting back to my parents. No coming out to my siblings or friends, no exploring my sexuality, lots of lying to their faces, even little things like telling them I wanted to watch X show because I was fascinated with serial killers, rather than because it had a gay character and I desperately sought representation, or I thought the male lead was cute. They also were the type to explain they thought therapists work on artists, which didn't help. When I started showing signs of depression or anxiety, they weren't exactly violent people, though they did spank their kids when we were really young, so I wasn't worried they'd try to hurt me or anything. However, my mother had kicked out one of my sisters after she turned 18 for backtalk and still has strained relations with her to this day, so the concern that I'd be disowned for disobedience was very real. I finally came out to them about a year and a half ago, after I moved out of their house, and their response was underwhelming, quiet. The kind where you go, "Oh, well, what did you have to worry about after all?" after it happens. To their credit, they took the time to evaluate whether they were bad parents, but I still got the "we were shocked you felt you couldn't tell us" line in lieu of an apology, because apparently my coming out was about them, and the onus was on me to explain why I didn't feel safe in that regard. So, I'm not sure if I can pin it down to one thing, but I figured a gay's perspective was woefully absent here. Even if we don't think we'll be harmed, we are always putting as much effort into gauging how safe it is to come out as we are into monitoring our mannerisms. Questioning your kids about other parents' new partner. My mum and dad split when I was around 6 months old, so I've never seen them as mum and dad together. They have always been civil and friendly, but never more than that to me. My mum got a new partner when I was around 2/3, and all I remember from such a young age is going to my dad's on the weekend and getting a barrage of questions mainly focusing on what I had been doing with my mum and her new partner. He would quiz me for ages, telling me if I answered he would then let me go play or take me somewhere. This went on till I was about 8/9, and I ended up putting up a wall, so even if my mum asked how was your weekend, I'd go silent and avoid any eye contact with her. Eventually she got it out of me that my dad had been asking the questions, and she had a word with him about it. I don't remember him asking me many questions after that point. Sad thing is, there's a girl I work with who has recently split up with her long-term partner, and when her 6-year-old goes to see his dad, he's now getting the same, and she's saying he's going really quiet when she asks him simple questions. I guess what I'm saying is, if you have a kid with someone who you're no longer with, do not question your kid to high hell about what the parent is up to, or if they've got themselves a new partner. Guilt tripping your kids to motivate them to work harder in school. My sister and I were brought up by my mother while my dad worked long hours at the office. She kept telling us from a young age that our father wanted us to switch schools because we couldn't afford the private high school we were at anymore, and she was doing her best to convince him to keep us at our old school. We just had to work hard and be smart so we can prove to our dad that we deserve to stay with our old friends, etc. She also kept drilling it in us that our dad had ulcer and fainted at work because of being too overworked. In our young minds, our dad was in the hospital because he was doing his best to send us to a good school. I love my mother. My sister and I graduated from our country's top university because we studied damn hard all our lives. But my sister was never the same since. She was at the top of her batch all her life, was active in all the extracurriculars she could get into, and was a student leader. She made sure she qualified for academic scholarships so that we could help our father with our grades. She was the perfect model student. But in college, she got diagnosed with bipolar disorder. It affected her schoolwork and graduated delayed, and with average grades during that time. She kept telling me she felt like a failure for not being in the honor roll, guilty because her dad works so hard for us. She equated her self-worth to a degree. To her academics. I know the cause of mental illness is both a combination of genetics and environmental factors, but sometimes I can't help but think that my sister, from a very young age, was pressured too much by our mother and that contributed to it. Her personality is not as strong as mine, so I think instead of motivating her, she was conditioned to fear failure because of our father's health. I fought with my mother on this once before, but she felt attacked and got defensive because she said it made it seem like I was blaming her for my sister's mental illness. I said maybe her pressuring us at a young age was not the best tactic, as we were already getting good grades and doing our best even before all the hoopla. To this day, she does some of it still, but I call her out on it. But I still feel sad for my sister. Not patting your kid on the back when it does something good. Honestly, I had an amazing youth. Best friends. I had toys that never came out of the box. Overload and spoiled. Played football my whole life etc. Good points in school. Never in trouble etc. So absolutely no problems at all. The only thing I have, and after all those years I can't let it fit in my life, is the fact that my dad was like 27/7. Away for work. He was a cop, and when he got home he had a hobby called carpenting and he was amazing at it. He makes wooden stairs. So often all of his holidays he went abroad to make stairs all over the world. My mom was a hairdresser together with my grandma at our place, just to keep her busier being around peeps. I have a sister and the only good stuff I remember from my mom was that we had food every day and good clothes. She really never congratulated us on good behavior or degrees. The only thing she said that we should be preparing for the next test. In the 25 years I went to football she never came once to support our local team. It's a 3 minutes walk from where I live. Other parents were there like every week. Even now, I'm married and got a kid. When she came to the hospital she never congratulated me or my wife. She just said, yeah, life will be a lot more complex now. You better stop going out now. I know she loves us, but she can't give her kids a feeling that she means it, like she wants us to succeed in life. On the dad side, he's making time up. Since my kid has been born he lives here, comes to football practice, go for walks with the family and stuff, like awesome times and all. So whatever your kids do, make them feel like the stuff they do really matters to you. A parent vouching for another parent's toxicity when the one parent is just a horrible piece of shit. I could go on and on about my father, but I'm even now struggling to trust my mother with anything either. My dad is a very sick guy, COPD, diabetes, had 2 strokes a few years ago, and a whole laundry list of other problems. Through a situation, I moved back in with my parents when my girlfriend wanted to move to Greece for a few months. It's been a year, and all my mother does now is reinforce my dad's horrible shitty behavior with he doesn't feel good. He's a very sick man. Bro, I know he's sick. It doesn't give him any reason to be a horrible person to his son. I've been trying very hard to stick up for myself as of late, because, of course, he used the fear of hitting my younger brother and I, actually hitting me on multiple occasions growing up because, God forbid, I try to stand up for myself. I always was watching out for my brother. He means the absolute world to me. But even now, I tell my mom to her face that I'm not taking that excuse or her validating him treating her and I like dirt. And she just kind of winces and gives up. She knows we don't deserve to be treated this way. She knows. And she still sticks up for him. Again, I can go on forever, but I know this is gonna get buried. Anybody who does read this, thanks, and all of your stories made me actually cry for the first time in a good while. If your child tells you that something went wrong during their day, socially, they got bullied, or academically, maybe they didn't finish a test in time, don't tear into them or blame them. At least try to listen to their side of the story first. And, for the love of all things good in the world, be supportive. In primary school, I was around 9 at the time. I had to move schools, and had a hard time making friends. I was also super bookish, still am lol, and this was something that the other kids used to tease a lot. Whenever I used to tell my parents about it, they'd say something along the lines of, well, you're just not trying hard enough. Or you need to stand up for yourself. I'm super extra when it comes to doing things nowadays. Because of this LMAO, I was also a really slow writer and sometimes I wouldn't finish my quizzes. I only ever told my parents about it once, the first time it happened. It was a math quiz, and I left 2 problems unsolved. As soon as I mentioned it, I could sense my parents getting angry and that usually meant getting hit. So I said, but my teacher gave me extra time and I finished it. This was also the first time I lied to my parents. To this day, I will try my utmost best to handle things that go wrong in life by myself. It's the least stressful way to do things, because in my mind, asking for help or telling people about something that's bothering me will end badly for me. I'll get blamed TLDR. Don't blame your kids for things going bad if they can't control the circumstances. And if they can control it, help them. Not taking to the other parent about milestones. I had my first period twice and had to be in that horrible, embarrassing situation twice simply because they refused to communicate. Point not saying good job, 98 on a test. Where's the other 2? I'm a perfectionist with OCD behaviors now. Great point not showing up. I used to wait for my dad for hours. It drove my mum nuts. I'd get shouted at because he didn't arrive and I was in the way. I stayed in my room pretty much all the time. Don't blame the kids for what someone else does either directly. No wonder he doesn't come. You're so noisy / annoying / whatever. Or indirectly, I had plans today and I can't do them now because I have to look after you. Downplaying sadness. Others have it worse. Or when you break up and you are in love for the first time. My sadness was always insignificant. Point sexualizing talk / situations etc. It blurs lines, so when other people talk in that way you don't know what to do. Maybe it's okay. Catastrophic thinking is very damaging, especially where there's an absence of any facts. My mum took me to go on the contraceptive pill at 12 because I had kissed a boy. Similarly, not knowing when a child is a child and needs protecting. At 14 I was approached by a man aged 28 and he kept telling me how much he lived me. For normal adults the bickering flag would have been in full swing. It turned out the family knew, but no one stepped in to say you're a kid, he's an adult and a bad man. A lot of people give their kids more freedom or let them have experiences, but for fuck's sake, just look after them and pull them away from harm. Don't let them learn the hard way. Just because a teenager seems to be mature / adult doesn't mean they are. Stop crying. Don't express yourself equals teaches a kid your feelings are less than mine. Point asking the kid to make big life choices for you or for permission. My dad left when I was a teenager. We are in the UK and he was going to New Zealand for 6 months. Never came back. I lived with the guilt knowing my brother missed my dad, but I had given permission for him to leave. I've never told my brother don't leave them with anyone you don't know, ever. Asking the neighbors to keep an eye on them equals no. Letting them sleep at someone's house you've never met equals no. Point don't let them look after the younger ones while you go out. If my dad was nipping out I'd be left with 3 younger ones. I was only 12. If something has happened I don't know, that is, be mature enough to deal with an emergency. Teaching responsibility is great, but within limits. Appropriating their problems. As a parent, you should absolutely offer a safe space where the kid can speak freely and give him all the help you can give. His problem are still his, not yours. I remember having been raised in a loving family with very helpful parents. But in one instance they faked me up without even realizing it, and I think they still don't know. It was making every single of my problems their own. Point I remember the first years of university, I had a very sudden drop of grades and went through a depressive episode. My parents jumped to the rescue in the worst way they could have. Instead of waiting for me to ask them, they acted intrusively in my private life and pushed me to do as they thought it was best. Up until that point, they hadn't ever coerced me into doing things I didn't want to do. I did not have to give up any hobby or to pursue any career. They always made sure I did what I wanted to do. But this? They made my mistakes and my suffering theirs, leaving me feeling absolutely shitty for making them go through this, and useless because they found the solutions to my problems. They searched for another university for me, and when I was asked if I wanted to go there, I could only feel like I owed them to accept that. In hindsight, that was bullshit. That was my problem. I needed to solve it myself, and I'd gladly have accepted their help if they had let me ask them for it. The weight of what was a very classic depressive episode was hidden behind the horror of seeing my parents inflict themselves the wounds I was supposed to bear alone. In a sense, they robbed me of my sadness, and that didn't help me one bit. That was very traumatizing. And the worst thing is, I'm almost certain, if my mother was aware of that, she'd cry to the death in guilt. Hopefully I can shed light on what it is I want to, but here goes. Ever since I was a child, I had issues listening to what I wanted. I would always cast aside what I wanted because of what my family said to me. For example, I started band in 5th grade and I wanted to try out for the flute because I thought it was an awesome instrument. However, once I told my family about it, they said, "Oh, that instrument is for girls," and I foolishly bought it because I wanted to make my family happy and genuinely didn't understand that it's okay to follow my heart. I played the trumpet up until my sophomore year, and it was miserable. I didn't have the endurance to play it. I quit band after that, and was largely happier, because for once I had listened to myself. Now, I'm struggling to figure out what it is I should do. For most of my life I've been taking care of my brothers, and have next to no understanding about how most things work. I can't think for myself, and it feels like all of my experiences with my family have just killed my motivation. My passion is still there, to do things I want. I don't even understand how to search for a job. It hurts to constantly feel like I've fallen behind or off the curve, and I feel even worse when my family starts mentioning what other people are doing. My family didn't understand the impact of not letting me make more choices on my own without intervening or saying something. Now, I can't think independently, and I don't share anything about my life with my parents anymore. Most of these answers are not really seemingly harmless. I backquote lines try to provide some seemingly harmless ones, washing their dishes and cleaning their room, even when they are old enough to do it themselves. I didn't backquote have any siblings, so my mother always cleaned up my mess, etc., because she loved me. My girlfriend had to teach me everything when we moved together. Don't backquote want to imagine what my room would look like if I ever lived alone. Hygiene. Don't backquote give your kids a pass when they don't backquote feel like brushing their teeth. My dad knew I was good at lying when I was little, so he asked me to open my mouth and smelt, and then said that I didn't backquote brush my teeth, and I didn't backquote. Up to this day, I sometimes forget brushing my teeth in the evening, especially on very stressful days, because it never became a habit. Also, taking care of dirtier areas while you shower. Not showing interest in their interests. Was a huge Pokemon fan, still am today. Parents never cared, just got me the games etc., but never played with me together. As a single child, this can cause a lot of boredom, even if you have all the games and toys. Putting your child in front of the TV or iPad to distract it to get a break. That backquote not how parenting works. Surely usage of TV and other media is fine, but not all the time, so that you don't backquote have to spend time with your kid. Not introducing them to new things frequently. Living with your kids in a comfort zone seems easy and, well, feels comfortable, but you miss out on teaching them how to embrace change and tackle new things. Up to this day I hate leaving my comfort zone because of that, and rarely open up for new things. Not teaching them how to eat right at a young age, or rather, maintaining relatively simple diet without variation and convenience food. Not saying that convenience food can backquote be used if time is short, but most of the time, not really. Took me a few years to figure out what backquote's good for, and what not, and what makes me feel sluggish, and what not. Not teaching them how to lose by letting them win. My parents always used to let me win when we played board games or soccer outside. Losing for the first time, whoa, another kid therefore felt terrible and frustrating. Up to this day I am a terrible loser and often get bitter when I was really competitive, but still lost. I'm seeing a lot of helicopter parent stuff here. Guess I'll add. My mom is rather controlling and religious and delusional. I'm rather sure she has schizophrenia. Though I don't know for sure as she never got treatment, nor did anyone try to get her treatment. I don't think she used to always me like that. She would let me watch certain shows or play certain games, like Pokemon. The worst of it was, when I was a boy, like 7 or so, I went to my mom and said I heard from God. I was trying to get attention, and knowing my mom was religious I went through it at this angle. Unfortunately she believed what I said. This led down a whole thing, where I would constantly answer her questions. They often had to do with tech, as she believed she was onto something by changing simple settings on her PC, like she solved a secret or something. So she would often ask this or this and I had to choose. Or it would be simple yes and no. This continued into high school. My parents did get divorced. They got joint custody. I was to be with my dad during school time and my mom during holidays and braces and weekends. I had 2 friends growing up that I often hung out with. However, that wasn't enough for my mom as she would be in the phone with me asking questions. It got so bad one time that my friends were over when I was on the phone. Then she told me to send my friends home, and I did. Thankfully they're still friends with me. Best friends even point my dad as the complete opposite and is more passive, though he is rather kind and supporting. I don't talk to my mom much anymore. It's thanks to my twin brother that I realized how bad it was. I hope my mom gets treatment, but people like that usually deny treatment. Giving it to a child's demands every time and never punishing them for anything. I have a younger sister. Growing up my parents would never say no to her. They would give in to her demands every single time. Most of my childhood is colored with memories of my youngest sister wanting something and crying about it, and my parents would give in to whatever she wanted just to get her to stop crying. Fast forward to her in high school and my sister is the most entitled person I've ever met in my life. She steals my things to the point where I have to put a lock on my door, breaks the lock, and still takes me things. What did my parents do about it? Nothing. Fast forward another 10 years and currently my mom is raising my sister's daughter that was taken away from her from child services because she was smoking heroin and not taking her daughter to school. And to this day my parents give in to her. My dad pays her rent and phone bill, paid for her to go to rehab which did nothing. She is the rudest, most horrible person I've ever met, and I hate her so yay. Say no to your children, put your foot down, and don't give in to their demand all the time. Children shouldn't be in charge. I truly believe, had my parents put their foot down my sister wouldn't have become such a fuck up. Edited for spelling. Telling your kid that they'd be thinner if they didn't X and Y food all the time. I used to suffer from a variation of thyroid related problems, which, as a child, made me gain weight a bit. I wasn't obese, but I wasn't skinny either. It's probably where my body dysmorphia started and skyrocketed when I developed enormous vitiligo, and I guess I always wanted to be a good looking female, which I'm, but that's besides the point, haha. Anyway, as I got to my teen years I've kept this image of me as a kid, and I was constantly trying to become skinnier, and my way of testing that was going shopping with my mom and then worrying over not fitting into a desired size. My mom would then make a joke that if I didn't eat pizza all the time, I didn't. It was a rare treat. I wouldn't have this problem. I know she was joking, or was she? But for some reason that struck with me so much that till this day I'm very conscious about what I eat and how much of it I do eat. For the most part one got healthy with my diet, and I dance quite a lot, so it was working out for me. Recently, I've been suffering from injuries, started working an office job and overall had a tougher time, which resulted in me gaining some weight. Not much, we are talking about merely 3-5 kilograms of difference, and I was trying on a new dress that I bought online, and she said I've gained weight. One sentence that sent me spiraling down again. Yesterday I grabbed ice cream then put it back because calories. I'm 22 now, and it's still so difficult to deal with. My point is, don't ever joke about your kid's weight, because it left me unable to have a healthy relationship with my body/food/exercise. Disclaimer, I don't have a bad relationship with my mom. We are quite friendly. More of a problem for the parent, but it does affect the kids. Your kid should not be your world. Our culture glamorizes a type of parent who puts their kids before all, sacrificing everything and making a martyr of themselves for the sake of their kids. While there is most certainly a place for that, there is nothing healthy about making any one personal thing the central, single sole focus of your life for the entirety of their lives. Parents like this become smothering, overbearing, controlling. When the kids grow up and move out, you find yourself purposeless. Some parents try to re-establish/maintain control in various ways: financially, emotional manipulation, making absurd demands and expectations, because they expect their kid to drop everything and obey them. Boundaries no longer exist, because their kids are just an extension of themselves. Others just have a midlife crisis, which, for all the jokes that exist surrounding them, can have disastrous effects, financially, emotionally, etc. It's funny now when your dad blows some cash on a nice sports car, or your mom has a crazy night out with her other empty nester girlfriends. Not so much when it becomes a pattern of behavior. For some people it's hard. I get it. Some kids have special needs, or they are just particularly difficult, or you find yourself in a situation where you're just too busy, and it doesn't feel like you can be anything but a dedicated mom/dad. It's well intentioned, but it's not healthy. A well-rounded healthy person has hobbies, interests, boundaries, purpose beyond doting on your kids, because whether you like it or not, they will grow up and move out, or they should, and your purpose will be gone. You can sacrifice a lot for your child, but don't lose yourself for them. If anything, it does more harm than good, and you're setting an extremely poor example. Never say irrelevant shit out of the blue like I'm not your pal when your kid is trying to say something in a calm manner. Or if you're divorced, never say shit like, "Oh, so we are even now," if the person had a child with someone else. When they bring up the baby. Never verbally attack your kid and then talk shit when they are around, or act like you're slick by literally talking behind your child's back. Never say that you didn't do something wrong. If you find out somehow that they talked about these things with someone else in the family. If your kid asks a simple question, do not lash out at them physically and wish aloud that they would die. If you're religious, and if your kid is different from you, and most kids don't act like they're a witch or the next Jack the Ripper. Don't smother your child to the point they can't live their own life. I can go on. There is so many things that my mom did that faked me up mentally and are still messing with me today. 4 years ago when I moved back to my hometown, it wasn't just her anymore, it was also my aunt and grandmother. These last few years were torture, and now I have another mental problem going on where I can't sit down in a house for long without wanting to scream or cry my lungs out. I always feel isolated and feel I can't talk to anyone without being made into a joke. I have trust issues because of my mother. I always come off as hostile when I first meet someone cause I don't let people in so easily out of the blue. I tend to get panic attacks without reason. The one good thing is that whenever I meet someone with awful intentions, I will feel like my stomach is in knots and that I have to throw up. Never led me astray before. And I feel it's why I'm alive today. After think of what might have happened if I trusted my grandmother's so-called friend. I say friend as in some random person they met on the streets she brought in for a while. Stranger danger. My mother was convinced that my brother and I would be kidnapped and murdered, and she taught us to fear everyone. I was a very friendly child, but every time I tried to talk to someone, my mom would yank me away and scream at me that they wanted to hurt me. She convinced me that absolutely everyone was a secret murderer and I would die a horrible torturous death if I talked to them. It got so bad she even started homeschooling me. I grew up to have an extreme social anxiety disorder, and now I can't even go grocery shopping without someone I trust to handle my panic attacks. I developed a stutter from trying to overcome my fear of talking to strangers, and it's common for me to excuse myself to throw up from the stress of being around people I don't know very well. It's ruined my life, but no amount of therapy has been able to fix it. I know most people don't want to hurt me at all, and I became a black belt in taekwondo, but nothing helps. I even joined the army hoping That would trigger a change in my brain, but I just disassociated the whole time. I'm constantly terrified around new people, and I hate it. I just want to be normal, but all I can hear in my head is my mom describing the ways random people might murder me. If your kids come to you asking for advice, asking how to do something, or asking why something works the way it does, it's probably a good idea to actually take the time to instruct them. It doesn't matter how smart, independent, or mature your kid is. It doesn't matter how little time you have, or how inconvenient and complex the question. Expecting them to figure it out themselves is not only kind of the antithesis of parenting, but teaches them not to come to you with these problems in the future. Especially if the result is evaluated, graded, or criticized. Your child is looking for the information, yes, but primarily they are looking to be taught. To use my own parents as examples, they trusted my smart, grown-up and gifted nature to fill in the information gaps they didn't know, and never took the time to search for unknown information with me. Moreover, they didn't take the time to teach me complex household or personal tasks, and would either defer them to other sources. You can pick up a teen magazine if you really think you need to start shaving your legs, or wave it off as you're smart. You'll figure it out. This was especially fun when I was asked to do something. You really need to start doing the laundry around here, given no instructions, and then berated or criticized if I didn't do it right. Point the lesson as I picked it up. It is pointless to come to other people with your problems, and shameful to display anything less than perfection. Probably the most damaging display of this mentality, though, was not taking the time to talk or think through complicated problems with no clear-cut solution that could be found via Google/in an encyclopedia. Being bullied at school? Try being more assertive. That didn't work. Well, we tried. You'll figure something out. Feel ashamed of your weight and your appearance? You shouldn't judge yourself that way. Other people do anyway. That's their problem. You'll figure something out. Point parenting takes time. You're there not only to provide love, but a model of, and instructions on how to handle the challenges, complications, and questions of the world. Giving your child the opportunity to try lots and lots of activities. My mother grew up in a very small rural town with little to do. She took piano lessons, played golf, and her family spent a lot of time together and socially in the community. I grew up in a city, about 100,000 people at the time. She enrolled me in everything because there were so many opportunities, and many of them were either free or very inexpensive. Starting at about 5, I was in dance, then piano at 6. Then it was a slippery slope: t-ball, swimming, golf, basketball, softball, volleyball, cheerleading, still piano and dance, by the way, acting/theater, art classes, writing classes, key club, 4-H, speech and debate, including summer camps, the theater/musicals, adult/community education classes, volunteering at church, performing arts school, religious summer school, the school newspaper, tennis, track. I started babysitting at 9. Got my first job at 15. I was also a very good student with a 3.85 GPA. In high school, I was in so many activities that I was rarely home. Sometimes I would start practices at 6 AM, and sometimes I wouldn't get home at night until 10 PM. Speech and debate meant I traveled weekends. On my high school transcripts, they ran out of room for everything I was in, and had to write in the margins. I graduated with more than a year's worth of extra credits, awarded by some of my outside activities, and never being signed up for a study hall. Several times I remember leaving her notes, or crying and begging to be taken out of activities. She did let me quit volleyball. I was a bench warmer. Track, I sucked at that, too, and she let me switch piano teachers. I think she wanted to give me opportunities she never had, and I was pretty good at a lot of it. But by college, I was burned out. She pushed me to get through college in 3 years, which I did. Partway through, I switched schools to live near my boyfriend, and they pulled the partial monetary support they were giving me because she felt I was going to get pregnant and drop out. I did get pregnant, but still finished in 3 years, and gave the commencement address 8.5 months pregnant. I didn't have enough food to eat once they pulled support, but I graduated with no loans. I can't relax. Obviously. I'm almost 50 and still have trouble with overextending my schedule, working too many hours, and then managing the stress that comes with that. Do not overextend your kids. Know how many opportunities is enough, and give yourself kids the chance to just be. I've not seen this mentioned anywhere, so let me add something I feel is important and usually overlooked, and sorry if someone already said that. But try to make lunches/dinners a family moment, and more importantly, a peaceful or truce moment. Eating at a table together gives room to talk, share, and know each other. I find that dining with TV or each one on their own should be more the exception than the norm. It doesn't matter if a day a week or sometimes you do it. It's relaxing, but try to make the family dinner something normal. But more importantly, if your kid is under stress about something, he is underperforming in his studies, he did something bad, not did a chore, etc. Do not use that moment to push or talk about it. It will make him not look forward or even try to avoid family lunches and dinners. You can do it sometimes, but don't make it a norm point also. When there is more family/guests, don't shame your kid or teenager by asking questions or talking about something that you or he/she may not enjoy to say in front of other people. If you know the kid may feel looked down to, like hobbies, maybe your son/daughter got a tattoo you don't like, or again, if he/she has problems in something. Notice that doesn't mean not confronting your kid about his problems, something you should do usually, but don't make him/her fear or stress over the idea that dinner time is coming. Point by the way, sorry for my bad English, hope this helps. Putting too much pressure on someone in school. I made straight A's in high school because of the pressure from my dad. I worked so hard every day for it, while being in band, running cross country, track, being the head of the robotics team, and a Boy Scout. And I was still able to make as well. College rolls around, and I'm still in the mentality that B is bad, A is good. I choose engineering for my major, more specific but it's irrelevant. And in my physics 1 class, the first test average was a 45. I made a 58. I was broken. I full on snapped and cried myself to sleep because I failed an exam. And that has been a recurring theme throughout most of college for me. Well, after some had medical issues I missed 1 semester of school, but due to the same issue as above, I failed 2 of my finals. And while I was in the hospital my parents finally saw how badly all the pressure on school was getting to me. Sometime after I got out, I lost it and went off on a saying I didn't want to live anymore. My girlfriend had broken up with me, my GPA got tanked, and I missed a semester. Along with the medical issues and pain from that point I finally told my dad how stressed it made me, how it made me shake taking exams, and sit there terrified of the text from him saying how'd it go. I want my kid to do their best, but I don't want them to feel how I did. From a psychological standpoint, neglect is worse than physical and verbal abuse. Repeatedly punishing your kids by shutting them in a room/having an enclosed naughty step situation whilst they're distressed can cause similar damage to that of maintained neglect and can actually make them mentally unhealthier than beating them/verbally abusing them. Point sources include Bromfield, L. and Higgins, D. 2005. National Comparison of Child Protection Systems, Child Abuse Prevention Issues No. 22. Melbourne, Australian Institute of Family Studies. Retrieved from www.ace.gov.au/nch/pubs/issues/issues22/issues22.html. Brown, J. Cohen, P. Johnson, J.G., and Smadles, E.M. 1999. Childhood Abuse and Neglect, Specificity of Effects on Adolescent and Young Adult Depression and Suicidality. Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, 38, 12, 1490, 1496. Child Welfare Information Gateway, 2008. Long-Term Consequences of Child Abuse and Neglect. Retrieved from Dubowitz, H., and Bennett, S. 2007. Physical Abuse and Neglect in Children. The Lancet, 369, 1891-1899. Being overly real, especially with younger kids. Now, I'm all for telling your kids the truth and not sugarcoating things when they are bad. But that is not what I'm talking about. My stepdad was the worst when it came to this, and it was very interesting seeing the differences between his kids and my other siblings because of it. He never did Santa or the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny. He wouldn't let his kids watch anything with magic in it. This meant kids shows and games like Fairly Odd Parents and Pokemon, but it also went for cultural milestones like Harry Potter and Narnia too. Of course he also did worse things mentioned here, but I wanted to mention this smaller thing because I remember them feeling so isolated as kids. Having to always say I can't talk about that and not being able to fit in. His attempt at protecting his kids was a burden on their social lives. When he married my mom he had me throw out most of my Pokemon things, and those things meant the world to me back then. I remember him throwing out plushes, cards, anything that reminded him of Pokemon. I just barely held on to my Gamma Boy games. I can only imagine what that must have been like in my step-siblings' most formative years. Parents telling their children how incredibly smart they are. I grew up having an easy time with school through elementary, junior high, and high school. Even has an easy time through most of my undergraduate classes in college. Learning piano was easy for me. Playing sports growing up was easy for me. But there came a point where I started doing upper division classes, and things didn't come easy anymore. I never learned how to really study. I got my first failing grade on a histology exam. And then another on a cell bio exam. And I got a C on my organic chemistry exam. I also recently started working out again, and things are so fucking hard to do now. I used to be on the swim team when I was little, and I could do a plank for like 2 or 3 minutes. Now I can barely do 20 seconds. I felt so fucking stupid for the first time in my life. I didn't understand why I didn't get it. After reading my notes, I was never taught the value of hard work when trying to learn. That just because you don't get something the first time, that doesn't make you stupid. I also felt like a complete failure in regards to my physical health. Everything is so fucking hard to do. How could I have let it get this bad? Almost every time I try to do a plank at the gym, I have to fight the extreme shame I feel and try to stop the tears from flowing. Not being taught to work hard in regards to mental and physical success makes it so I want to give up every time I can't do something. I still have to fight that feeling as an adult and haven't quite gotten over it yet. I'll give you something to cry about. Mother and useless significant male figures were several different levels of abusive alcoholics. They always had a reason to lash out when they weren't away for the entire evening at the bar. It wasn't what triggered them. That was a land minefield we as kids learned quickly that we could never navigate unharmed. It was afterwards, in the throes of venting their rage, that was the worst. Kids do not have fully formed communication methods. They don't understand complex concepts and simply can't defend themselves when the authority figure turns violent. So, when we were screamed at for everything under the sun, until we broke down, it only got worse. The threats to give us something to cry about would escalate, the slaps would begin, or the head would get shoved in the garbage after the 3 pieces of lettuce wasted. The best defense mechanism I ever managed was disassociation, which really has ruined my life relationships, but also kept me from just opting out of it altogether. On the flip side, I have no anger management / release. If I feel I'm being attacked, surprise, even low-key stuff like addressing a mistake from a supervisor does it, then it's 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. I try to explain nowadays at some point about it, that I may look angry, but I just need time to process it and get past those first reactions. Even worse, I have altercations where people assume I initiated it simply because I can't control my emotional reactions. Don't threaten your kids with violence because they can't handle the violence you are already throwing at them. Not really harmless, but road rage / reckless driving in general. My dad would have road rage so bad I've seen him get in fist fights with another driver on the side of the road, pull a dude out of his car at a stoplight, follow people to their destination, to scream at them over their driving, scream racial slurs, straight up N-bombs, ch*NK etc. It always terrified me. When the other drivers pointed out he's psycho and has a kid in the car, he would just get more enraged. That, and my parents would always be distracted, get me to hold the wheel, make me change gears for them, while they were rolling a joint on the highway faking dangerous shit like that. I don't know if anyone saw the footage of Janelle from Teen Mom's road rage incident, but holy shit, the fear in Jace's eyes. I faking felt that. So similar to what I went through. Both my parents did this thing when they were mad at me in a car. They'd turn up the radio full blast in one motion, clench their teeth, and then floor the gas aggressively and speed to scare me, and I'd scream at them to slow down. As an adult, I dated a girl who did this once. When we got in an argument, she faking floored the gas violently while we were in a residential area and I broke up with her on the spot. My parents have been mocking me for years for not having a car, even though I'm 27. They could not fathom how I was like the only kid who didn't rush to get their license at 16. I took the bus or walked everywhere. I'm scared to drive knowing there are people out on the road like my parents. I have anxiety about dying in a car wreck that I'm working through with my therapist. I really wanna get my license next year, and I know I'll be a responsible driver. I came from a divorced family. My dad was verbally and physically abusive. He was a disabled father who lacked control from a brain injury prior to his children's birth. I have no resentment towards him, just a sad reality of life we had to face as children. My mom was raised by drunks who did the best with what they were capable of doing, and was a good mom for a while, then just slacked off into nothingness. She'd drink and party on the weekends with her friends, while we are at dad's for the weekend. Meanwhile, my brother and I are getting beaten, verbally annihilated by our psychotic dad, who's on a chemical cocktail of psychotropic meds that would kill a horse. His carriage Iva was, and still is, a drug addict alcoholic who was blasting music in her bedroom, coked out singing to oldies, while my dad would rampage through his condo. I'd steal his cane that he needed to walk and hide in closets with it, hoping his short-term memory loss would kick in so that he'd forget that he wanted to brutalize my brother and I. I told my mother this, and she thought it was hilarious for some reason, to the point where as an adult she'd tell people like it's this funny story where I'd steal my dad's cane and hide with it. But the reality was I'd steal his cane because I feared he'd murder us, because we've seen him almost beat our mom to death with his cane. Always thought that was faked up. I'll never forget those moments, being 7 to 10, heart beating through your throat, trying to silence your breathing so your dad won't hear you, but you're having panic attacks and it's impossible. Wanted to be able to just hug your dad and make it all stop. Another thing I'll never forget was when she killed my pet clam that my older cousin gave me. He worked at an Italian restaurant and gave me a clam as a pet. It was alive, and I had it in a small saltwater tank. I loved it and thought it was incredible to have a saltwater animal in my bedroom. Especially since my cool big cousin gave me it from his job. It was magical. It meant the world to me. My father's family abandoned us after the divorce and my cousin was still there for my brother and I throughout it. I only had a clam for a week before my mom killed it. I'd take him with me everywhere with me, to my dad's house. He'd get a kick out of it, lol. It was from his favorite restaurant where his sister worked, and would laugh, lol. I'd take him to the TV room, the basement. I'd have him play with my toys and stuffed animals. We'd go outside, and I'd let him see nature. We'd go exploring. Then one beautiful summer day I was sitting on the porch with my pet clam looking at our awesome magnolia tree, and my mom just came home, and I was happy to see her. She wasn't and got erratically angry at me. No idea why. I'll never remember the context, nor will I understand the situation, but it was way too angry to get mad at a child and was completely unwarranted. She grabbed my clam's tank, ripped the lid off, and slammed him onto the porch. He blew up, and his shell was shattered into fragments, but stayed glued to his tongue. He was flailing the ground, salt water splashed all over me, and she slammed the front door and went inside. I was so fucking devastated I couldn't even make noise. It was like those nightmares where you scream, and no noise comes out. I frantically tried putting him together, but I couldn't even find all of his shell. I just held him crying in agony until he stopped moving. Faking still hurts to this day, and I'm almost 29. Years ago I asked her why she did it, and she didn't even remember it happening and thought I was lying. It was one of the most traumatizing moments of my life, and I was raped and molested as a kid. To see my mom murder something I loved made me unable to ever see her the same way. Edit 2. What's crazy is, when I confronted her as an adult, she tried defending herself saying well it would have died anyway. You were just putting table salt into his water. He needed real salt water to survive. Faking dumbfounded. Sheet lastly, one more. Long story short. Growing up she told my brother and I that no matter what, we can always talk to her. Never be afraid to tell her anything. She'll always be here. So I believed her. When I was 13 I remembered I was raped and molested and took a few months to build up the courage to tell my mom. When I told her, she said, "Are you sure it wasn't a dream?" And I immediately said no. I was raped and molested. Name 1 raped me when I was 4 to 6 and name 2 molested me from 6 to 7. She walked out the room and shut the door. I just sat there, again, unable to cry or make noise, because I'm so viscerally devastated I can't function. I buried that sheet the second the door closed. I didn't start dealing with my abuse until I was 20. My mom and I still have a horrid relationship, though she started therapy after 15 years of me begging. Point at it. I'll never forget the hollowed gutted feeling that she caused. Faking haunting. Watching the women you've looked at like a superhero become an evil wretched monster. Unconditional love is actually a very damning thing to a child's upbringing. I have seen it negatively affect social/academic development of children. When I was a teacher, now let me prime my argument by pointing out that love is extremely important for a child, and it should never be weaponized against your child with selfish intent. Also, I don't actually think when parents say they love their child unconditionally they are actually doing it in the sense I'm typing about. When I say unconditional love, I mean to the extreme where parents will always side with their child, even if they did something wrong. Love has its conditions in reality. Every adult knows this, and healthy people understand this in relationships. My wife will absolutely not love me if I sold her house to gamble it away. I would not love my wife if she cheated on me with 10 other men. Love is absolutely conditional, as it should be. I don't love random people on the street just cause, or love my family members who are evil, or are rapists/murderers. Unconditional love is not only maladaptive for children to learn right from wrong, but builds an unrealistic expectation from other people within that child. They believe they have this army behind them regardless of the circumstances, and builds an unrealistic ego. I remember a girl I taught who had it in her mind her parents would go toe to toe with anyone. It was pretty much true, but because of it, she did not get along with other children. She didn't know that their affection was based on a mutual relationship. She expected to take and only take. But she also wasn't self-aware enough to know that people didn't like her. She was a young Karen basically. I'm genuinely afraid of my mother. She's against the LGBT community and I'm bi. I had a girlfriend last year and she almost found out when she looked through my closet and snooped around my room and found the card, chocolates and the bear that she gave me for Valentine's Day. She started telling at me and then grabbed a large trash bag and started throwing all of my clothes and shoes away. Later on I went to my girlfriend's end of the school year party and she made all of my siblings go with me, and they all almost found out except for my younger brother who already knew and promised not to tell anyone in our family. I'm afraid of my mother for other reasons as well. She gets mad at me for not speaking to her side of the family and for not loving them, and she thinks that because I don't love them, I don't love her, and then she yells at me for it. But I just want to tell her that it's not my fault that I don't know them. She will also get mad if I don't say goodbye to her before leaving for school. She got mad at me yesterday and she started telling at me for it when I got home. She yelled at me for hating my brother, but she gave him more attention, and it felt like she loved him more, while she would tell at me for making a simple mistake. I tell her that I'm going to live near her, but really I'm planning on moving far away from her. I have social anxiety and she knows, but she forces me to talk to people to the point that I feel like crying. There are many parents who just mindlessly give in to their kids' wishes, no matter however illogical and unnecessary it seems. Everyone loves their children, but simply fearing to say no to anything will seriously harm them in long run. This is example of our two families, mine and uncle's. My parents are both working PPL. Initially they had to go through many problems, financially, had not much family support. But today we are well off. We know value of hard-earned money, and I was taught from childhood about sensible expenditure. Even today, when we are very well off, our fundamentals about money hasn't changed much. Point having witnessed my parents' struggles, and they had me aware of our reality, I automatically learned many things. Now, my uncle works in a small firm. His pay is not much as per today's requirements, due to negligence to studies, has 3 kids. Even after these, my cousins have every latest gadgets, branded things, etc. One look at them, and you'd think they are trust fund kids. No offense PLZ. Uncle can't say no to his kids' wishes, as he likes to say. He is sunk in a huge debt, thanks to his kids. He hasn't told them once about their spending limits, and my cousins, despite seeing it, don't want to change their lifestyle. You can easily predict where this will end. So, PLZ, make kids aware of their reality and teach them to spend wisely and live in a way that, on rainy days, they can easily adapt to control their expenses. Sorry for any typos. Parents not showing affection towards each other in front of their child. I'm not talking about making out, groping, etc. I'm talking about the simple stuff: hugging, sometimes hand holding, light touches, occasional pet kisses, etc. My parents never did this in front of me. Now that I'm older, 27 meters, I can look back and realize that this was a deliberate effort from them, or maybe more from just one. I'm still not sure why. I was so confused on what love actually looked like. Of course I saw these things in movies, out in public, etc., but that's different. I never actually witnessed it in real life. On up until nearly high school, when my friends were getting into relationships, did I finally see what it looked like in real life. I feel like this has had an impact on my ability to form relationships, intimate and platonic. I think, well, I kind of know that my parents were afraid that, if they showed affection, that I would start asking questions or something. Well, they succeeded in that, because I've never talked to them about girls, or asked them for any type of relationship advice. I could start now, but why would I? They were both always really hesitant about anything love/relationship/sex related. We never had the talk. They'd always change the channel if there was one of those scenes on a TV show. If a conversation with other people started leading a certain direction, they'd change the subject or simply tell the person not to talk about it, kind of jokingly, but serious at the same time. Sorry for the rambling, but yeah. Please, for the love of God, if your child locks the door while they are changing their clothes, do not get mad at them for wanting privacy, even if they're 7 and they'll put their shirt on backwards. If you know your kid is going to forget something, shirt on backwards, homework, lunch, etc., for the millionth time in a row, just let them forget it, so they'll actually know the repercussions. Let them decide whether they care enough, and if what they think is enough isn't enough for you, have a calm conversation about it. If you say you won't get mad if they tell you something, don't get mad when they tell you. Be willing to admit that you're wrong. You're a human too, and if you want to be a good parent, you need to lead by example, and that starts with being humble and willing to consider criticisms from your child calmly. If you can't do that, your kid may legitimately end up being scared of you, especially in their teens. Let your kid have some alone time. I don't mean let your kid have some time in their room. I mean leave the house for an hour. They'll sing, dance, vent, and scream all they want without the fear of being judged, so that they can be functional during their next interaction. Humans are social creatures by nature, but 24/7 socialization will make them feel trapped. Edit, I'm on mobile. Sorry. Spanking. I know this is a weird one because obviously spanking is not seemingly harmless. The point is to cause a negative reinforcement through physical sensation, pain, with an undesirable behavior in the child. Many of us grew up getting spanked, and many of us as parents have also spanked our own children, myself included. But spanking is not only an ineffective way to discipline children, it also causes real, lasting, psychological, and intellectual damage. The word discipline comes from the Latin verb discipulus/disciplina, meaning instruction or knowledge. Therefore, the goal of discipline is to teach/train/educate. Parents who spank do so because they lack the emotional and verbal skills to regain control of a frustrating situation, to either redirect behavior or issue an appropriate consequence for it. This is likely because they also received physical discipline rather than thoughtful offense-based consequences that would help a child understand why behavior is unacceptable and how to properly communicate anger/frustration. And let's not kid ourselves. You can call it spanking, but it is hitting a child to cause pain in an effort to force compliance. No matter what linguistic label you attach to it, pop, swat, paddling, or where on the body you spank, butt, hand, mouth. When you spank you are hitting a child to alleviate your own anger and frustration, which only reinforces the lesson that violent reactions are appropriate solutions to solving problems. It doesn't teach a child how to productively communicate to solve interpersonal conflict, and it stunts emotional and intellectual development. My biggest regret is that I ever laid a finger on my children in anger. It never felt right or deserved, and I know that in those moments I had reached the limits of my coping skills for handling conflict. I was lashing out because I felt like a bad parent, because my child was so unruly. Spanking is only ever used as a way of reinforcing dominance and submission. We now have a very strict hands-off rule for discipline. I've learned a lot of great alternatives for teaching my kids what is and isn't acceptable, how to reinforce positive behaviors while providing guidance, skills, and appropriate consequences for undesirable ones. I've also learned that not all negative behavior necessarily deserves a punishment. When I was young, if I sass-mouthed my mom at all, I could expect a swift pop to my mouth regardless of the level of offense. As a result, I didn't develop the confidence to challenge or talk back to my mom on anything until I was nearly 40, and after I did, we didn't speak for a year. I don't want my kids to be afraid of me, and I want them to know how to stand up for themselves without resulting to threats of harm or actual physical confrontation. Bottom line, if you want your children to learn effective communication coping skills and how to express themselves appropriately, you can't hit them. Oh boy, do I have a few answers. Overly religious. I currently live in an extremely conservative Christian household, including extended family and friends. I understand they're wanting to teach us their beliefs, but it makes me feel like if I befriend some people outside of the church/religion or use online social media, such as Reddit, that it's a terrible thing to do. Overprotective parents. Some people probably don't realize they're being overprotective, probably. But my parents are very Christian and are overprotective/helicopter parents. They really do love me and my brother, but sometimes it's a little much. We are both in high school, yet they refuse to let us be in any Discord server where they cannot monitor our messages, have apps on our phones, so they can see where we are, what we do on our phones, who we text and what we text about, etc. They will randomly take our phones and search them. They also restrict us from using our PCs unless they grant us time. Whenever we, my brother and I, say anything about it, they claim they are doing what the Bible says and keeping our hearts and eyes pure. Telling them the same things over and over, especially for me. I have severe social anxiety, depression, ADHD, possible Asperger's, and am highly sensitive. So, I get upset very easily. Whenever I get really sad or angry, I somewhat go nonverbal. It is almost impossible for me to do what I need to do, or say things, while I'm super upset. This makes my parents more frustrated with me. My dad tells me during these outbursts almost every time to stop being so emotional. Like, I'm already highly sensitive, plus 14-year-old female hormones do not help either. And when I get angry with my mom, she's always like, you know, we are not the enemy. We just want to help. And the repetition of the same responses makes me more upset. Not trusting your kids. I don't go to school every day, so on Tuesdays/Thursdays I'm at home doing homework. My mom makes sure we are doing our homework and that's about it. If she sees me take a break, she immediately says to get back to work. But if I claim I just got up, I don't really think she believes me. Accepting their boundaries. I absolutely hate it when people copy me in a condescending way. Whenever I get mad, my brother does that a lot, and he knows it makes me super angry. He does it in a more mocking/condescending way though. My parents do sometimes copy what I do/say, and it makes me upset. And when I tell them to stop repeatedly, they say I'm just playing. Or whatever. Being the helping mom. My mom always helps wherever I go. At church when I was little, she used to be a leader there. At preschool/kindergarten, she taught. In my Girl Scouts, she was a leader. At my school, she taught my history class. Now she teaches study hall. She helped assist my volleyball team. If I want to do an activity with friends, she goes with us. We're all in high school. My friends talk about how they go to movies and stuff without their parents, and it's foreign to me. My mom would never let me go anywhere with friends out in public by myself. I know they're trying to keep me safe from predators, but I'm going to be in college in a few years. I need to know how to live my life. Most of these points are especially due to religious parents. I get super worried if anything semi-sexual comes up. I never mention anything about my romantic interests. I also will never tell them about how I probably fall somewhere on the asexual spectrum. They're extremely homophobic. They aren't violent towards LGBTQ+ people, but you know they're very homophobic. Also, when I was 12, I wrote/shared a very badly written fanfiction that involved a gay couple. They sat me down for over 2 hours on why this was wrong. They also won't let me date. I'm pretty sex repulsed and hate giving physical contact, so if I had a partner, the most I'd do is maybe a hug and occasional hand holding. Maybe a peck on the cheek, if I got the courage. Making fun of things that the kid or kids cannot control/are uncomfortable doing. I've never been one for physical affection. I do not hug people. I will let people hug me, however. I'm not rude about it, but hugging makes me uncomfortable. My parents always talk about how my brother gives the best hugs, and then mention how I give the best side hugs. They always laugh about it, like it's the most clever joke they've made. Point telling your kids secrets to their husband/wife. When I was younger, I would tell my mom these things. When I was upset, I'd tell her repeatedly, "Please don't tell dad." Surprise, surprise. She told my dad. Later, when I began keeping my thoughts to myself, she asked why I don't, and that she'd never tell anyone. I told her about the above incidents and she claimed they never happened. Guilt tripping your kids. I'm not a lazy person, but I'm not super aware of my surroundings. I don't mind a messy room or bathroom, and I forget about a lot of things. 90% of the time is honest mistakes. Like, maybe I forget to vacuum my room, or I don't do the laundry while my mom's gone. She gets upset over it, and every so often she starts complaining to us about how we never help around the house, and that she does all the work. In reality, I do everything she tells me to do to the best of my ability. I might forget, but that's how I work. I might do something one way when she wants it another way and doesn't specify. I actually do help out a lot around the house in small ways, but I get sad when she says this because I feel like my work goes unnoticed. Whenever I point this out, she says, "Tell me the last time you did X," and I can't remember. Because it has been a while, but it's because it hasn't needed done in a while. Telling your kids to do one thing, and then you do what you just said not to. I cannot leave my phone in my room at night. They make me get off my PC at 10 PM. My parents stay on their phones at night constantly and watch TV a lot. I know they are adults, but it seems a little weird to me. They tell me to not disrespect them, but they also disrespect me. Respect is something that everyone needs regardless of age/authority. My parents will sometimes make witty comebacks in an argument, and when I say the same thing verbatim, they get on me. Because I said so, or I'm an adult. Yes, I know you're an adult, but that doesn't give you the right to watch every step I take or control how I think or talk. I hate it when I'm told something/instructed without a reason behind it. I always do it, but I just like to know why. No reason, just how I am. When I ask why, they say because I said so. Then I ask why again. They say you don't need to know why. Not realizing your kids are separate beings than you and can function themselves or think differently. I agree with most of what my parents say concerning Christianity. However, I'm not the biggest fan whenever they ridicule the LGBTQ+ community and talk bad about it. Plus, my morals/ideas are not strictly radical conservative, so my ideals can be different than my parents'. So, if I want to express an opinion that differs from them, I get chewed out. If I disagree, I'm wrong. So I don't tell anyone anything. My parents did and do a lot of things right, but when it came to mental health issues, it was always swept under the rug, as though if we just ignored it, it would go away. I always had trouble focusing, whether it be on schoolwork, or instructions for putting things together, or detail on anything. I would always lose track and get distracted. Whenever I messed up, it was because I was lazy or disrespectful, or didn't care. Whenever I told them I was trying and couldn't do it, it was a lack of effort, giving up. I always got good grades, so it just simply wasn't possible that something was wrong. I became an alcoholic with massive anxiety and depression issues, which I had no idea what that meant. Just thought that everyone went to work every day thinking they are going to get fired, went home every night thinking they were going to lose their home, end up on the streets. Everyone hates them, etc. I'm 33 now and started deciding to try to get sober when I was 28 or 29. I've relapsed twice, but am going on 19 months sober and finally was diagnosed with that about a year ago. Life is as good as it's ever been. I still deal with depression and anxiety, but I have meds for that, and I'm legitimately happy. My dad still thinks my anxiety is ridiculous and made up, and unnecessary. Cause, why don't you just not let it bother you? All I know is, I'm happy and my mind is finally trending in the right direction. So, for me, the takeaway is, don't write off your kids' fears about their anxiety or lack of ability to focus. Cause you might push them to find their own way, whether that be alcohol or whatever, and the hole may get dug way deeper than you could ever imagine. Being on meds doesn't have nearly the stigma it used to, and, honestly, it shouldn't have any stigma. Santa, God point damn point Santa. As a child, I knew the physics of the situation was simply impossible. I always assumed magic to be unreal, and yet here my parents were, insisting that a man snuck into the house every December 25th and stuck presents under the tree. I would ask my mom repeatedly, tell me the truth. Is Santa real? And always, she would insist, straight-faced, that the man she described did indeed exist. There were some years where I expressed my disbelief in Santa, to which I would not be rewarded with gifts, since after all, the legend states that one must believe in him in order to receive gifts on Christmas Day. Also, I'm not even a Christian, and what does this have to do with Jesus? Finally, in 5th grade, I demanded the truth. I just want you to tell me, for real, does Santa exist? My mother told me no, and I burst into tears. I didn't think you really believed, she exclaimed, shocked by my reaction. I turned to her, betrayed. I didn't really believe, but for all these years I wanted to, because I didn't want to believe that you would lie. I asked you for the truth so many times. I'm not crying because a magical man in a red suit isn't real. I'm crying because you lied to me. She has always told me that my reaction was very abnormal. For years, I thought my extreme disappointment was an isolated experience, the result of a far too sensitive child, until my husband reported feeling the same sense of confusion and betrayal. TLDR. Kids are intelligent enough to grasp the unlikelihood of Santa existing, but they wish deeply to trust and believe in the word of their parents. The Santa lie is unrealistic, deceitful, and betrays the trust of children. Not being able to visit a parent you don't live with. I barely know my dad. I was really close with him from birth up until age 4. Then he divorced my mom and left. My mom married a new man and lumped him into the family and even made me call him dad. It was like my father had just disappeared and forgot about me. I'm the youngest of 4, so I was the one who knew him the least. My other siblings can recount memories of this mystery man, but I can't. Over the years he tried coming around with Christmas presents, for birthdays, any reason he could think of, but my family hid me away from him and made him leave. I wasn't even allowed to look at him through the window as he drove away. He stopped trying to see me and my siblings and just gave up. When I was 10 or 11 we went to my home state for an unrelated reason and he asked my mother if he could see us. Surprisingly, she said yes. It was the first time I had seen him, heard his voice, in years. He was like a stranger to me, and I didn't feel like I knew him. He briefly said hello to me, and we didn't really talk to each other. He talked to his 3 children that he raised. I didn't feel a longing for him, or any kind of parental love. Nothing. I hated that I felt nothing, because everyone's supposed to love their biological father. And no, I don't feel anything when it comes to the new husband either. I just simply don't have a dad. Kind of the opposite, but I'll share why I think my parents were great. Point really it came down to how fantastic my mom is and learning not to be like my father, but the main thing is, they rarely gave me anything I didn't work for. I had no allowance, we never went on vacations, or did anything that really cost money. If I had things I wished I could do, my mom would tell me when you're older and have a job you can do that. Me and my brother were given money on certain holidays and our birthdays. It was our responsibility to save and budget this money for the year. If I wanted a new Gamma Boy or a video game or a skateboard, I had to buy it myself. Only other way to get money was to mow lawns, shovel driveways, or do yard projects. This instilled in me the motivation to make a life for myself and to work hard so I could see the things and do the things I always wanted to as a child. I started landscaping when I was 16 and I worked my ass off to be a foreman by 18, all while going to college. Now I'm 20 years old with a $100,000 salary, far more than my parents combined. And I know I wouldn't be here if I had the things I wanted given to me as a child. Make them work for the things they want. They are not entitled to anything. Let them learn lessons of wasting their hard-earned money. Show them that it takes work to live your dreams. Also give them freedom, don't helicopter them. My parents gave me a lot of freedom. I abused it at first, but it taught me to be responsible for myself. Guarantee if my parents tried to control me, I would probably be in jail right now. I was a very rebellious child. I went from smoking weed and drinking to being a drug dealer to being a completely sober 20-year-old with no outside intervention. The thing I worry about when I have kids is still trying to instill these values in them, even when I do have the money to spoil them. Made this account just to reply to this. It'll get buried, but hey, I'm letting off steam. It's a mistake to go assuming that a child has more emotional maturity than they are actually capable of. It's another mistake to then, on that basis, assume that their actions have extremely negative exploitative intent. I'm the middle of 3 children, so, middle child syndrome, obviously. I was once sat down by my mum and dad for a serious chat. They explained very carefully to me how it was not okay to play my parents off against each other, and that we are a family, and that I should not be trying to drive them apart. I'm mildly autistic, and not only that, but was at an age where I believe that no child, not to mention a mildly autistic child, would have had the emotional maturity to even understand, not to mention, be capable of what they asserted. It took me a long time to even understand what they were talking about. When I did understand, it really hurt. I think that where this came from was a cynicism which is held by both my parents with regards to basically all other people. I often hear them making negative assumptions about the intent of remarks or actions made by other people, often close family, which seem likely incorrect, based on what those people are doing / have done. My point is, whether I was getting between them or not, it must be wrong to accuse a child of deliberately driving their parents apart and asking them to stop. I think that this messed with me more than I gave it credit for. It's only very recently, that conversation was over 10 years ago now, that I'm coming to terms with the fact that it faked me up a bit. I love my parents, and I'm now in the middle of a PhD in mathematics, and quite happy, although I do take antidepressants, so read into that how you will. I don't think that I harbor any resentment towards my parents for this sort of mistake. In almost all regards they did a fantastic job, but I don't think I've ever really forgiven them either. My parents have multiple issues that really screwed me up. My dad has an ego that is over the roof. He's a high-ranked engineer and is really smart, don't get me wrong, but he has an extremely bad temper, and if he is corrected about something, he has a large tantrum that includes yelling, grounding, ranting, and more. He thinks that everything that happens in my life is my fault and not his. For instance, I was in an extremely toxic friendship, and it was causing me extreme stress to the point where I became a different person. Paranoid, anxious, distanced. I didn't know how to tell the person about their flaws, because I had learned to blame everything on myself. I still feel this way to this day. Continuing on, I managed to end the friendship after 2 years of bottling everything up. It wasn't a pretty sight. I didn't know how to express myself, so I was just angry. Eventually my dad found out. I thought he would at least be a bit supportive, that I had gotten out of a dark situation. Instead, he was angry. He told me that it was my fault for not expressing it earlier, and that the friend wasn't even toxic in the first place. He forced me back into the friendship. I'm still friends with her to this day, because I'm too afraid to make my dad and her angry again. It really hurts. I'm not an adult, I'm in my mid-teens moving on to my mom. The difficulty with talking to others gave me extreme paranoia. To the point where I couldn't even say back hi to even my good friends without feeling like I did something wrong. Not only can I not speak to others, I also worry constantly about my future. I realized that feeling stressed, anxious, having weird unexplained panic attacks, and being paranoid 24/7 about everything wasn't normal, and then it hit me that I had developed severe anxiety. A bit of backstory. My family is a Christian household, so we have the viewpoint of God has a plan and you're going to be some amazing person remembered by many. And bad things can't happen because you are a Christian. Or lastly, don't talk about negative things. That's a horrible confession. So once I decided to tell my parents about my anxiety, I chose to go to my mom first. We were in the car, and I slowly brought it up. My mom only smiled at me and said, "Don't say you have anxiety, that's a bad confession." And so I bottled it up for a long time and it became unbearable. I'd get sleepless nights worrying about things I had told to others, what they might think, what I should have done, and other things. It was horrible. Worst period of my life. I was in middle school. Eventually I confronted my parents and they finally realized how bad my anxiety was, and my dad let me see a therapist. My mom didn't want me to see a therapist. She thought I was fine, and building off my overreaction would only make things worse. But therapist didn't even really help. She only told me things I already knew. She was a close Christian friend to my mom, and most of her solutions were pray, and it will help. Not all Christians are like this. I know they aren't. My parents are just ignorant sometimes. Another small thing, my mom is a helicopter parent. A really confusing one. She doesn't let me lock my door, reads my messages with everybody on my phone, and even texts them pretending to be me, tracks me and my brother's location constantly, and talks to me like a 4-year-old. But when she finds something wrong, she does nothing to solve it. As if she only looks through my things not to protect me, but to entertain herself. I try talking to her, but she says I'm your mom. I can do what I want. Lessons I've learned from my parents. Blame yourself and not others. Your parents are always right and your feelings are invalid. Never open up about anything. Your problems don't matter. If your parents want to invade your personal space, they can. You are powerless in this large depressing world. My therapist doesn't know how to help. I want to go see a real psychologist. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep up with all this crap without having mental breakdowns each day. Thank you for all who read this. Treat your child like their opinions and emotions matter to you. My mom didn't, though. I blame her inability to be outside of her own delusional world rather than any sort of malice. My opinions and emotions didn't matter to her. She would treat me like an animal, like I was unintelligent, and deserve no real consideration for my emotions besides my ability to express obedience. She wants to go to the butterfly festival. I can feel her silent disappointment when I refuse. Her general body language was telling me as a kid, I'm not listening to you, you don't matter. Second thing. Investigate issues thoroughly and properly. When I acted out in the environment my mother was making, I would be labeled as the one in the wrong, and she would be labeled the victim. My dad thought that when he was with her, before they broke up, and she did that cheat with him, that she was just doing it to him. He regrets this mistake now that he realizes what effect she had on me. I was 15 when I realized that it wasn't normal to faking hate everyday life, and that I was depressed. It was at least 2 more years before I realized that the constant feelings of emptiness and apathy wasn't just a product of depression. My depression was a product of complex PTSD. Even now, over 2 years of cutting her out of my life, I occasionally have stressed dreams about her and the people she convinced that she was the absolute victim to point. If your kid has a problem, don't panic, but do investigate it. My official diagnosis was explosive personality disorder, but the constant stress and depression paints a picture of my misbehavior earlier in life being from PTSD rather than that sort of development disorder. Helping your kids with their homework, especially when they're young, is fine. However, if you become their crutch and they can't complete it quickly, correctly, or even at all without your help, you know you've gone overboard. Your best bet then is to transitioning to a more hands-off style of parenting when it comes to schoolwork. Although it will most likely make their grades suffer in the short term, in the long term it will really help to shore up their problem-solving skills and work ethic. My parents did this with my brother and I, and now my brother has a 2.9 GPA in uni, after graduating from a prestigious prep school with a 4.7 GPA or somewhere thereabouts, and can't get an internship specifically, because his GPA is so low. My GPA dropped from 4.6 to 4.3 after going off to boarding school, which severely faked up my confidence on top of my already faked work ethic, so I'm down a similar path as he is, unfortunately. Another thing I'll add, listen to your kids. Their problems may seem pretty compared to yours, maybe they actually are, but to them, it could seem world-ending. Not listening to them can really communicate a sense of disinterest and make them feel as if their emotional needs aren't being catered to, even if their problem is as simple as a low grade on a test or an argument with a friend. Hell, sometimes these things will start little, but actually turn out to be a symptom of something much larger, and you may actually only figure out what that larger thing is through listening. Basically, listen to your kids, and don't dismiss them. So I had a lot of issues as a kid due to some serious traumas, and was already showing signs of the behavioral health issues that I was later diagnosed with. I was a difficult child/adolescent. One of the things I do in a moment of being angry and overwhelmed was tell my mom I hated her, then go to my room and cry. Her response to this was to follow me into my room and lay on my bed next to me and hold me to her and tell me how she loved me and was always gonna be there and let me cry it out with her. Their point sounds sweet, but she wouldn't let go, no matter what I did or said. She held me until I forced myself to calm down. And now I hate people touching me, and if I'm already anxious or upset then physical touch will send me over the edge. I've tried explaining to her why I think that messed me up and contributed to my issues, but she refuses to believe it and blames it on the trauma I received as a child instead. It's frustrating and I try to avoid telling people when I'm hurting or upset now, and it's made my life so much more difficult now. With my kids I let them have their space. I'll peek in and tell them I love them and I'm here when they are ready, and I'll leave them alone until they are. They always come to me later and talk. My parents divorced when I was 17, so I was plenty old enough to know what was going on. But my dad absolutely refused to acknowledge mom in any way and expected me to be their middleman. For example, they reached some agreement where dad would send mom some money to help cover the dog's food and medical expenses, and in exchange, dad could see the dog from time to time when my brother or myself met him at the dog park with her. The problem, though, came from dad always transferring the money to my bank account, expecting me to forward it to mom. This went on and on. For years money would show up in my bank account at the end of the year for the dog, and occasionally for other things throughout the year. Every time, I argued with dad, telling him I'm not going to be their middleman for things that don't pertain to me. He would give me dumb excuses. I don't know how to send it to your mom's account, so I guided him through that process. Or even worse, if you knew what went down between us, you'd understand why I don't want to talk to her. First, sending her the money doesn't require them talking to each other. They both know how much they agreed to. Just send her the damn money at the end of each year and she'll know what it's for. And second, if you're going to hold that over my head like that, then you damn well better be willing to tell me when I ask what did happen between them. But no, anytime I bring that up, not that I even want to know, he refuses to discuss it. Last year, I never heard anything about this and never saw any money come into my account from him. So I'm cautiously optimistic that I've finally gotten through to him. I realize this won't be seemingly harmless to most people reading this, but dad definitely doesn't seem to get that it's done lasting damage to my relationship with him. Not pulling your kids from things he is struggling with and going to fail at point. I was always a smart kid and I was in some advanced math class in 8th grade. Calculus, I think. And I just couldn't get it. Not sure what all was going on. My mind just wasn't there. I didn't care about the subject matter. And my teacher was a beach about it. Took it personally and got annoyed. Maybe I had an attitude. But probably more just young teen discomfort and angst. Anyways, I got an F, and because of the no pass no play rule, I got kicked off the football team. And that was just humiliating. Getting kicked off the football team for failing an advanced level math class, and I was a big, strong, fit, athletic kid and I played fullback. I was good at it point and that just sucked. I look back on that as, what a bunch of shit. If I had been in the lower level classes with most of my teammates, I would have passed no problem. That just set in motion a decline of me excelling at academics and sports. Maybe the real lesson here is try to talk to your kid. Figure out what is happening and why. I think my parents, despite their great intentions to provide good upbringing and steer us in the right direction, were just too busy working to provide to give me that attention. I know that is a tough situation for parents. Confiscating items or even simply telling your kid for making mistakes. I'm older now, and I've learned that asking for help is actually pretty good, but I still struggle to depend on people when I really need it, thus never really getting the help I needed and or wanted. Confiscating items can also backfire, since the kid will probably find a new way to get it. My mom would confiscate my stuff for accidentally not waking up early once, or if she found me taking too long on cumin. I'd just find ways to sneak it, and now our trust levels with each other are non-existent. I now understand I shouldn't have done that, and I deeply regret it, but as a child, they wouldn't know better. If your child makes a mistake, take time to lecture them. Don't just yell or shout. You'll raise them in fear. You want them to respect you, not be scared of you. It's like when kids go, oh heck, my mom/dad is going to kill me. Instead, you want them to go, oh no, I need to better for my mom/dad. If they are motivated to make their own changes, they will make them. Also, don't call your child smart. It might seem like a compliment, but it only drives the thought that everything should be easy for them because they're smart. They'll struggle as life goes on, and then avoid everything they can't do very well because of the fear of being an idiot. Instead, tell them they are a hard-working person. It allows them to continue being determined no matter what. Hope this may be beneficial for anyone out there. Threats. Even if they are always empty ones. I'll give you some time to cry about. Say that again, and I'll hit you. I'll show you. It shows your child that you should be feared. Fighting in front of your kids. My parents fight a lot, and they're both very angry people. I'm now terrified anytime someone raises their voice at me. Giving advice when it's not wanted, or turning a bad experience your child confides to you into a lecture. I don't tell my parents anything that I think they will even slightly disagree with as they start giving lectures. One time I was being take pictures of in a locker room and made fun of. When I told my mom, she told me in essence I was asking for it. Really faked me up. Forcing physical affection. I have extreme touch repulsion due to past experiences and sometimes can only handle physical contact for seconds at a time if at all. If I can't get away I will end up getting a panic attack. My mom guilt trips me and forces me to give hugs anyway. I've been told by my dad that I don't love correctly. Even if this is not the case for your child, teach them. They are in charge of their own bodies. Forcing them to give affection teaches them they don't have a choice in what happens to them, which can put them into some nasty situations later on. This is something I've seen personally many times. Forcing a child to share when they don't want to. It's not a bad thing to teach a child that sharing is good and will make other people happy. But to children, their favorite toy is their most valued possession. It would be like a cell phone, a car, even a house to us adults. So understandably, if some random little crotch goblin comes up and asks to play with the kid's toy, someone who could potentially destroy their property, they might say no. Lots of parents consider this entirely unacceptable and demand that their child share. The worst ones even shame their own kid. But see what this does, is it will obviously make the child upset. They'll not only resent their parent for making them share their treasured possession, but they'll begin to associate negative feelings with acts of kindness. And worst of all, they'll start to believe that their own feelings don't matter. These kids grow up to be doormats, unable to say no, and ending up in horrible situations. It's happened to myself and other I know, because our parents unfortunately raised us with the mindset that if we don't share and do whatever is asked of us, then we are terrible people. Point in short, encourage your kids to be kind, but don't force them. A few things in my opinion. Sorry this is long. Point threatening them with violence. I was raised with spankings and threatened with a belt and wire hanger. It made me fear my grandparents and my mom. I spanked my child for the first time tonight, and it broke my heart. I wholeheartedly believe I will never do it again. I'll be doing the timeout method from now on. Point never shame your child for being who they are. I was a huge and still am reader. My mother would always give me shit about it, even though she was a reader as well. Said I was wasting my time being holed up in my room. I should be outside doing shit. Point never demean your child or make them feel less than they are. From the second I got my period, my mother started calling me a hoe, slutched, hoe, you get the point. Even went as far as to put me on birth control at 12 because she thought I was sleeping around. It's faked me up entirely too much, and I hate myself for the amount of people I've been with. Point always listen to your children, especially feelings wise. I told my parents I was depressed from about 13 to 18. My dad, who is absolutely wonderful, tried to do something about it. My mother refused because I was just trying to get attention. Turns out I was undiagnosed bipolar 2. I'm now properly medicated and in such a better place. Point never make them feel stupid for asking questions. I was always told ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. Whenever I asked a legitimate question, made me hate asking questions. Still do. Point I can only hope I'm doing right by my son, especially by being nothing like my piece of shit mother. Families forcing religion and ideas on their kids. As a child, I blindly accepted my parents' strong religious beliefs and did whatever they wanted without blinking an eye. In junior high, my parents homeschooled me so that they could keep me safe from the secular world and focused all their efforts on crafting me into the religious child they wanted. Point however, parents don't have control over their children's religion or other aspects of their identity. In high school, I realized that I was an atheist and that I was a lesbian. It felt wonderful to finally think for myself and embrace my true identity. Point yet, in the midst of all my self-discovery, I had to lie to my parents about every integral part of my personality. They believed me. When I fake prayed for my uncle's upcoming brain surgery, they were in tears because they were so proud of the godly woman I was becoming. Also, they always said, and still say, stuff like we don't care how successful you are, as long as you're following the Lord. This caused irreversible damage to my mental health and self-esteem. It's nearly impossible to maintain a close relationship with your parents when you're two things they hate, non-religious and gay. Now, as a freshman in college, I'm becoming depressed and anxious just at the thought of going home for Thanksgiving. Point parents, don't force your beliefs on your children. Don't tell them that all you care about is their spirituality. Your child can't control who they are and shouldn't be punished for it. Making punishments that are not fitting to the misdeed, or using the threat of a punishment, not the punishment itself. Point. If your child does something kind of bad, let's say they got in a fight at school, and you treat it like it's the worst thing they could ever do, and punish them like they caused someone to be put in the hospital, it's a thing that messes people up. Point on the flip side, them doing something terrible, and you only make a small punishment, let's say they did hospitalize a kid, and you treating them like they just broke another kid's toy, it's also a bad thing. Point also, threatening to do a punishment that's severe and making the kid basically experience dread while waiting for the punishment is terrible. It's manipulative, potentially traumatic for the kid, and only really serves to make you feel better about your parenting style. Imagine someone who threatened their child with a punishment, like I'm going to take yours box and break it into a million pieces. Even if they don't do it, that's a really impactful thing for the kid, and the parent only gets to feel good about, well, I said I was going to break it, but I didn't, so I'm not the bad guy that actually broke theirs. Box punishing kids is never an easy thing. Too harsh a punishment, there's resentment later in life. Too light a punishment, or none at all, leads to irresponsibility later in life. If it's not handled properly, then it can itself be a problem. Telling them they can come to you with all their problems, then getting mad and punishing them when they admit something, or twisting what they say into how wrong they are, even if they aren't wrong, and punishing them for arguing. Point example, Mom, I'm on year 8 honey, you can always come to me when something is wrong, and I'll help you. Point me, Mom, the kids at school keep chasing me and calling me names. Mom, okay, what did you do to instigate it? Me, I didn't do anything. They started talking mean about me at lunch and won't stop. They're making fun of my clothes and my zits. Mom, you did something. Kids don't tease for no reason. Point me, Mom, I didn't do anything except wear that skirt and have acne. Point Mom, I don't believe you. Stop lying. You said something to annoy them. You're grounded for lying. No phone or TV for 2 weeks, and no going out after school. Point me, to myself, I will never confide in you again. Point, and I never did. Shaming kids for things they can't control, such as mental disabilities or physical characteristics. This goes along with the idea of parents not creating safe spaces for their children. Point, when I was little, my mom would always tease me about my ears. She would always say, when you get older, you should do something to change the shape of your ears. I heard of insert surgery/treatment for such things when I started to go through puberty. My mom shamed me for wanting to shave my legs. A year later, when she saw that I hadn't been shaving at all, she told me, why haven't you shaved? That's disgusting and unsanitary. And she forced me to shave my armpits. I had to learn how to shave my legs and other parts of my body on my own, because my mom would shame me. Point, when I would feel sad, I would tell my parents and they would shame me for it. Sometimes they'd even threaten to hit me with their shoe if I kept whining. As a teenager, I hid how I felt from my parents. I developed anxiety, and one day, I had an anxiety attack that sent me to the hospital. I felt stressed because of school and my parents always pointing out my flaws. My mom calls me crazy for feeling anxious and shames me by saying, whatever. You always feel like that. Please always be mindful of other people's feelings and thoughts. Even though my parents were like that, I have become mindful of what other people think and feel. Point edit. Fixed some sentences for clarity. I would say the act of thinking that your child is perfect and you're perfect as a parent. Point, there's going to be many times your child makes a mistake or simply doesn't think the same way you do. Your child isn't you. They're allowed to think differently and they're allowed to make mistakes. Your job as a parent isn't to yell at kids for screwing up. Your job is to teach them how not to make mistakes. Your job is to help them make better decisions. If they have an accident, realize that it was an accident. There is no need to make them feel like shit for spilling a glass of milk or opening a box of cereal in a way that makes half the box fly everywhere. Realize that you are not perfect and never will be. Realize that your child is not perfect and never will be. Realize that your child's imperfections isn't an insult to you as a person/parent. Even with imperfections, that doesn't mean that you did a bad job parenting. They can still be good people. Point, your number one job as a parent isn't to provide a home, or love, or food/clothing. I'm not downplaying their importance in the parenting process. I'm just saying that they aren't the number one goal as a parent. Point, the number one job, above all else, is to raise their children. Prepare them to be independent. Teach them to take care of themselves, because one day you'll be gone. Placing your kid in competitive sports like hockey from the time they are 4 or 5 years of age and half-heartedly attempt at giving them the opportunity to excel in the sport, while at the same time expecting them to become professional, highly paid, or Olympic athletes by the time they are 18. I know not every parent is like this, but I've seen way too many of these types of people. Point, I don't have kids, but I watched 4 families of relatives and close friends do this to their kids in hockey. This is all in Northern Ontario, which is hockey country. All boys from the time they were 4. They were sent to hockey arenas, weekend tournaments, all winter spent in traveling from one away game to another. The patterns were all the same. Between the ages of about 4 to 10, they have a chance and they are made to believe that they will play in the NHL someday. Between the ages of 10 to 14, hope is fading fast. 16 to 18, hope is lost. One of them is 18 now, and he is basically looked at as a failed athlete, and now he has nothing to really to forward to because his hockey career is no longer possible. The other 3 teens are approaching the same reality in a year or two. In all that time, the parents basically just sent their kids to arenas to be babysat by dumb coaches, obnoxious kids and screaming angry parents. The kids were basically sent through a training camp filled with bratty kids, terrible parents and drunken adults who spent the away games having hotel parties, while the kids babysat themselves. These 4 families I'm talking about are good people. They meant well. They tried to send their kids to extra classes, some music, some drama, some art, but the majority of the off time was spent at the arena. I told my sister about this situation and told her she sent her kid to learn how to be an adult from everyone that surrounded those arenas from the time my nephew was 4 years old. She agreed, and now she is having to deal with a very angry, emotionally disturbed, anxious and disappointed 18-year-old. Oh yeah, the kids who made it to the big leagues and almost to the NHL. They were the rich kids who had parents send them to the best coaches, training schools and forwarded them to the best leagues in the big cities. They trained their kids round the clock, throughout the year with dietitians, personal trainers, coaches and a big budget to afford these things. The parents could afford to give their kids the best in everything and keep them on track. Not like my friends who had to work every day and then spend 1/2 an hour a week showing their kid how to handle a puck and then spend 2 or 3 days every week in the winter acting as a chauffeur for the kid's next hockey game. The sad part is, the 18-year-old is a complete template of his father when I first met him, when he was 20, a down and out dejected, failed hockey playing, beer drinking, weekend arena warrior in the beer leagues. I'm just imagining that my nephew will get together with some pretty girl, have a son, and repeat the entire process all over again. I rewrote the entire comment because I wanted to add a few things and not make it seem like a cheap drop list I made. Not acknowledging your child as human messes them up. Treating them like pets or roommates is bad as is, but having them think they are not a human, depending on their social life, they start focusing part of their entire lifestyle just around themselves. To be exact, the differences between them and others. This can be very damaging to social life and self-image. Also, calling your child that they're lucky and whatnot constantly can and likely will seed a sense of lucky guilt in them. I notice that in my own behavior like that. I cannot accept if it's without giving back at least twice, being constantly, up to this day, on how lucky I am. I feel bad when I don't share, bad when I do not share enough, bad when I don't help, and bad when I'm in some way or form someone to slow people down. So don't tell your kids they are always so lucky. What also messes them up is telling them that they don't have friends and never had any. It doesn't have to be true or not, but having them believe nobody likes them messes with their heads. Really messes them up. Getting angry when they get sick. The more angry the worse. This can cause a few separate reactions which usually end up in either hyper-awareness of their body, which can be good, though not always, see hypochondriacs, or them starting to neglect their bodies and pretend like everything is okay no matter what happens. These things can mess someone up. Anyone really. They don't even have to be a child. This is a collection of things I have seen others do, and things happen to me. To be exact, the 2 upper 3 things is what happened to me. But I like my parents. Sure, they aren't perfect, but they are the only ones who so far accepted me for who I am, which goes miles compared to some other parents and people. My parents never bothered to try and relate to me. Whenever I wanted to play a game with them, whether it was an actual board or card game that I liked, or a game that I designed myself, they didn't bother trying to understand the rules and just went along with what I said to try and satisfy me, to the point where it was less of a pain and more of a challenge just playing both sides myself. Whenever I tried to tell them about my favorite books or shows, they didn't care. They just smiled and nodded without asking me anything or holding up their end of the conversation. They didn't ever try to understand anything passed by me, the red toy. It was like nothing I was passionate about mattered at all to them, and as for what they were passionate about, well, if they even have anything like that, they didn't bother sharing that with me. And it's not like I had any friends at school to fill the gap either, since the only kids who shared my interests were the same kids that bullied me. Even today, I have a hard time really talking with friends or keeping up a long conversation. I just don't understand how people can talk for hours about something when my conversations just run out of steam in 2 minutes. It's just as well too, because it always feels like people are never interested in what I have to say, and I might as well be talking to a brick wall. And then I see all these YouTubers/streamers that play video games with their parents, like it's no big deal. You can bet, if I ever have kids, I'm keeping up with all their favorite kids shows and learning the names of all their toys by heart. Corporal punishment. It taught me that every time I feel anger or frustration, I need to lash out through violence by hitting myself, because that's the only method I knew. I'm still to this day working on my anger issues. It ruins self-esteem and the child may grow up constantly devaluing themselves. How, you may ask? While corporal punishment may work at home as a means of controlling and disciplining your child, it is teaching the child what they deserve, because that's what you tell them and instill into their minds. If you got hit, you deserved it 100%. So you aren't allowed to contest being hit or think that it's not fair or okay because you made us do it. Years later, they enter into a relationship with this lesson still in the back of their minds. If they are lucky, their partner will not be an abusive, manipulative, controlling person. However, it's more likely they will get into a relationship with someone who is that abusive. They were raised in a similar environment. So when their partner hits them and tells them they deserved it, that they made them do it, that it's for their own good, they believe it. Because why not? That's what their parents said, so maybe it's true. Maybe they are doing it to themselves. Maybe they do deserve to be punished. So they accept this and allow this to continuously happen, thinking it's normal. They have no self-esteem. They might even start self-loathing. When children get angry or feel frustrated, they were taught that the appropriate thing to express this is through violence. So they do. Sometimes it's self-inflicted, maybe other times it's to inanimate objects. Maybe it's to their own future kids or their own pets. My mom grew up in a very abusive household and swore she would never be that way, only to do exactly what my grandfather did to me. She also hits her dogs the same way she hits me, as a form of discipline and control, and yet the dogs never learn, and I grew up with extreme resentment and fear. Corporal punishment, even as a last resort, is still not a healthy means of child rearing. If you genuinely believe you have to hit a child or anyone to get what you want, or for them to learn a lesson, I hope your child does not grow up resenting you, unless you also tell them that they deserved it, and that they made you do it. Then they probably won't have the mental capacity to object. If you were raised on corporal punishment and also believe that you needed to be hit to learn a lesson, I feel sorry for you and feel sorry that you don't value yourself more. You must have really hated yourself as a child or still currently do. If you are holding on to the fact that you deserved it to protect yourself from facing the fact that you were wronged, know that telling yourself you deserved it is still devaluing yourself. Why is it okay to hit a child and tell them they deserve it, but not okay to hit a dog and say the same thing? What about an adult? Another person's child? Because you want control and power and dominance over another being, something you didn't have before. Maybe this resonates with you, or maybe it doesn't. I've shared some of my perspective here, and that's all I wanted to do in regards to this topic. The next topic is helicopter parents / backseat lifing. Controlling every single aspect of your child's life, even if it is for their own good and out of good intentions, can ruin their life. They will not be living their life for themselves. They will be living their life for their parents. If this is what a parent wants, then they are selfish. It creates anxiety in a child and does not allow the child to form their own decisions. It will make the child more prone to obediently obeying another person, which can turn into a very toxic relationship. Expecting your child to know what they don't even know. This speaks for itself. Help the child figure it out. Why are you getting angry and punishing the child for not knowing what they didn't even know? What does that accomplish? It only accomplishes you taking your anger out on them. Hope you feel better, but the child is still in a sticky situation. Wish my parents understood this. A big one. Never compare your child to other children, relatives, etc. The child will never feel good enough and will always feel like they aren't doing enough. They will not become their own person, and they most likely will not look up to the person you're comparing them to. It strips the child of their accomplishments because there will always be someone who is better. It creates unnecessary competition and stress. Just don't use your children as your own personal marriage counselor or therapist. My parents used me as one and even joked that maybe I was created to mediate their problems. It forced me to grow up very young, and I never had a proper childhood because I was too busy feeling guilty and responsible for my parents' marriage and problems. It also forces children to take sides. Not healthy at all. Guilt tripping your children over being a good parent. This includes saying things like, "Be glad you're not starving. There are other kids in other households where their parents won't feed them. Be happy I give you water, shelter, love, and a bed to lay in. Be grateful that you have it better." That saying translates to, "Be grateful I'm not abusing you like other parents. I could be abusive, but I'm choosing to be a decent parent, so be grateful." Really not the best message. You can teach your children gratefulness without guilt tripping them. My dad was very supportive of me, but a lot of the times my parents put me on a pedestal and told me I was meant for greatness and that I was smarter and better than I thought I was. That's okay, but maybe listen to your kid when he tells you he feels like he can't do anything, right? Because I always feel like it isn't good enough. And listen when I say I can't, because physically, mentally, and emotionally, sometimes I just do not have the strength to actually pull it off. If I had more time for them to let me relax and be understanding and to take it at my pace, I might have felt more supported. I know it comes from a good place, but I've always been in a very bad place when it comes to academia and school. I used to get beat and screamed at for missing so much school without a second thought as to why I didn't want to go. My dad's parents didn't care to understand and simply pushed me and made me burn out. I'm working on it now, and I thankfully have been pushing myself harder lately with the help of a supportive university and therapist. But God knows I do still suffer some days, and sometimes I lie about going to class to my sister because I don't want that conflict. I just have to take a day/week sometimes. I'm getting better and I'm trying, and the important thing is that I know I am. Letting your kid quit things. Find a way to encourage them to stick to things instead of just letting them quit when things get difficult or they aren't sure they like something anymore. My parents let me quit dance lessons, t-ball, swimming lessons, skating, karate and piano lessons. I had a reason to quit everything. My feet hurt too much, I wasn't good at it, didn't feel like going, etc. And they just let me quit. I regret it so much now because I don't have any solid, real talents or passions that I could do anything with. It may seem harmless, but I have such a difficult time following through with things now as a full-grown adult. I dropped out of college, would quit jobs without any notice for the first few years of my working life, started activities and wouldn't finish them, put off important errands, etc. It is so hard to find motivation to see things through, and I'm sure that if my parents had just been a bit more strict and pushed me to stay in these various activities, I would have less issues today with following through and sticking to things. I'm slowly teaching myself how to do these things, but I feel like if I had been taught from a young age that quitting isn't just an option for everything, I would have more willpower and structure in my life. Not teaching your kid that books are great. I've grown up in really poor family back then. Dad had conflict with his boss, and because he wasn't giving paychecks, with no friends around and everyone were reading me books a lot and teaching me how to read and write at age 4. When I grew up a little and went to preschool and primary school, I could read almost perfectly, and I loved books so much that for 6 years of primary school I lent the most books, sometimes for a day, because that was the limit. Fast forward to my siblings and same age as I was, because our financial situation improved a lot, and a smart kid I won scholarship and parents bought first PC. My siblings mostly spent time on that. They weren't reading anything, and mostly playing some web games. They don't want to do homeworks and read books. My younger brother haven't learned how to read until he was 9. He still has a lot of problems and really bad grades, even if you watch him learning. Not watching time spent on PC and games played. Point again. Story of my siblings. Once dad bought some old games like GTA VC and SAP. I was curious about them and started playing. As you know, there are a lot of curse words in this series, and I was already familiar with them and knew that they are bad and you shouldn't use them. But my siblings were not. When I was in school, my brother were playing on PC and found those games, and as not so smart kid, he learned a lot of bad words and behavior from it. He could also play for 10 hours straight as 7-year-old kid. My sister was better about that because she liked The Sims 2 and was playing only that and for 2 hours at peak without getting bored. Point TLDR, teach your kid it's great to read books and watch your kid if it's playing games proper to its age. Point thank you and good night. Edit. Based on some other replies, it seems like I may have missed the point, as my post doesn't inherently seem harmless. Nevertheless, I feel it is just as important. Never leave your child feeling abandoned and alone, even for a few harmless seconds. When I was younger, I was kind of a menace. Specifically, on one particular day, we were driving home from the grocery store. As punishment for terrorizing the family, my mom told me to get out of the car along the side of the road. If you're going to act that way, you can walk home, she said to me. She was only going to drive a short distance down the road until she could turn around and come pick me up, but the turnaround was a little farther away than she thought it was. As a result, she had to drive out of sight of me. She was only around the bend for a minute. At the very most point, I felt utterly alone. My family was gone, and I was lost somewhere in the unknown. As I stood on the side of the road, unsure of what to do for those short eternal seconds, about ready to bawl my eyes out, a silver minivan stopped beside me. A youngish middle-aged woman gave me the most concerned look in the world, realizing that she had stumbled across a lost and terrified 7-year-old in the middle of nowhere. At that moment, my mom, now twice as terrified as me probably, pulled around the bend and jumped out of her car and swooped me up and hugged me and squeezed me and cried and told me she would never ever leave me again, because at that moment, she realized that I could have disappeared into a stranger's car forever and she would never see her baby again. It didn't fuck me up that bad, but to this day, nearly 20 years later, my mom remembers that as the single most horrifying moment of her life. On the rare occasion she tells that story, I swear I can still see the tears in her eyes. I feel like a lot of parents use these methods to some degree, some with good intentions, to make their child appreciate what they are given, and to always try harder. But never treat your child like a burden, like they are the source of your problems, or that nothing they do is their best. It's an easy way to create a child who cannot accept failure and yet cannot recognize their own successes, no matter how small, cannot ask for help, and will lie about anything to manipulate others. My parents always accentuated the bad in my life and never reinforced the positives. If something went wrong, it was my fault, and nothing was ever good enough even when I succeeded. It's made me a very introverted man with extremely sociopathic tendencies in social situations. It's hard to develop confidence or a strong self-identity when you feel like you have to lie or put on a face to make others accept you as a person. It broke me while I was in college, and I'm still picking up the pieces of my life. The sad thing is, I used to think the way my parents treated me was normal, but I'm just starting to learn that I was mentally, and to a lesser extent physically, abused for every single day of my life. I will always wonder who I would have turned into if I hadn't woken up. Probably exactly like them. This may not be as hardcore as others, but damn if I didn't fuck up by letting my kid order from the kids menu. I had a little toddler who ate anything and everything I gave him. He would share from my plate and enjoyed all sorts of great foods. If you ask him, unagi is his favorite food. He still has a few things that held over from the past. Then when he was a little older, I started letting him get kids menu stuff. You know the drill. Kraft macaroni, chicken nuggets, grilled cheese. That took my easygoing and open-minded eater and shut him down into a 2 to 3 food only kid. There was a period where it could only be Kraft Mac or MCDS nuggets. I tried everything, He even had some occupational therapy in case it was sensory. He just doesn't eat at school and holds out until he gets home. We've tried all sorts of methods, and finally, he's slowly and begrudgingly beginning to try new things again with lots of coaxing. He's 7, and it sucks. And so far that has been my biggest parenting regret, which I guess is a good thing as far as faking up as a parent goes, but I wish one of those baby books or online mommy forums warned me about the faking kids menu. How you get your child to do chores is a big one. My husband and I had very different childhoods, and this is one of many ways in his household. Chores were something everyone did before they could do the fun stuff. His parents explained that being a part of the family meant you had certain obligations to the family. Everyone had to chip in to get things done. As such, his brother and him were given age-appropriate chores to do. They also helped on all major remodels, putting a new roof on the house, building a deck, etc. Of course they hated it at the time and would have preferred to play, but now they're both so capable of home repairs and anything to do with home stuff. They're also fairly clean and tidy people and don't keep dirty homes in my family. My sister and I did all of the chores. It was our responsibility to clean the whole house, except for my parents' room and their bathroom. They never lifted a finger to help out, because that's why we have kids. They weren't handy around the house, and we never owned a home, always rented, so there were never any type of projects to do. Not cleaning didn't really see any type of consequences, and so it really only got done when my big sister was tired of all the dust, and then she'd force me to help her. Now, I'm not really a dirty person, but I'm not tidy. I'm great at deep cleaning, but just terrible at keeping up with daily tasks. I've been slowly getting better with my husband's encouragement and reminders, but it's rough. I've also never done any type of manual labor, so after our house is built I'm going to learn a lot really quick, and it's going to be rough. TLDR, don't act like your kids are slave laborers. Chores are good for them to do, necessary even, but not if you're not also partaking in the chores. It's not a parenting mistake, like you mean it, but I think it belongs. When I was in 5th grade, I did a Christian summer camp for a few weeks. I had a great time. Every night, or every few nights they'd clear out the cafeteria, set up speakers, and do a dance to Christian music thing. Just a bunch of preteens hopping up and down to Christian rock, or whatever. I wasn't super into it. I was too embarrassed to dance. I was deathly afraid of getting laughed at. My cabin mates eventually convinced me to dance, and not care about what people thought, because everyone else was dancing yada yada. So cool. I overcame a fear and became a better person. At some point there was like a family visit day, or maybe it was just when the parents came to pick everyone up, but anyway, my parents and 2 sisters ended up being there for a dance. I didn't think anything of it, and I started dancing, having a good old time, until I look back at my family and they are laughing at me. I was never the most outgoing kid, so yeah, this was the first time they'd seen me something like this, and I was dancing around like a goofball. I totally get why they would laugh, and have no idea how it would have affected me, but I was totally crushed when I saw them laughing. Ruined a lot of my confidence in general. Only until about a few years ago, I'm 31 now, have I been able to dance in social situations where it's normal, without being blackout drunk. Unfortunate coincidences around birth or birthdays. My dad was diagnosed with a benign brain tumor near the end of June 1980. He went into surgery to have that brain tumor removed July 8, 1981. That brain tumor cost over $100,000. It cost my dad his job and the ability to get future work. He was unemployed for several years. My parents almost went bankrupt. I was born July 5, 1981. My parents always talked about what happened in July. They never clarified, so I thought it was me. I thought that I was the mistake that ruined their life. Cute jokes about how your kids ruin stuff, or how they're conditionally worthless. My mom would say, "We loved the dogs. And then you came along. The dogs are more important. Got it?" My mom would also say, "A child is worthless until he can read, write, and discuss literature, paired with, children are awful. But they get more interesting as they grow up. Cool. So I am basically garbage until gripes about family. Everything you say about brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, and uncles is a message to your kids about how family works. I was convinced that all families hated each other. I had no basis for believing that siblings loved each other. I'm also an only child, so, yeah. My mother liked to gripe about her sisters and my dad's family. So I figured all family was awful. Point. When I got married, I simply couldn't wrap my head around the fact that my wife loved her sister. I just couldn't get it. Oh, one more, don't cry. I watched my 3 cousins bawl their eyes out at my father's funeral when I was 12. I sat there staring at the pew, reciting, Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy, was he? So that I wouldn't cry at the funeral. Point. Because my mother told me, don't cry. Point. So I didn't. Point. I didn't cry again until my wife miscarried 3 years ago. And then I sent myself to therapy after that, because I discovered I was allowed to have feelings, and I had gone 23 years without feeling them. Point. Let your kids cry. Don't tell them that certain emotions aren't permissible. Point. Definitely tell them not to be guided by emotions. Don't let them be controlled by emotions, but let them have them. This is against the grain of a lot of what people are saying here. But from my experience, a major problem is being overly supportive of your child's successes such that they don't learn from their mistakes, however small they may be. Point. My older sister is a narcissist undergoing a lot of psychological problems right now because from birth she was always treated as perfect and without flaw. Granted, she truly was a dream child given how successful / attractive / hardworking she was from birth through college, but my parents reinforced positivity so much that she started losing it when life stopped being fair to her as an adult, such that her small victories are not constantly celebrated / people stop caring about her / start caring about themselves to get by. I know a number of other people who were raised this way, and most of them either have had or are having major crises before turning 30. Obviously you want to be supportive of your kids to keep pushing, but they need to earn their successes sometimes entirely on their own merit and fail in the same way. You should encourage them to keep trying and keep growing if they love what they are doing. You shouldn't make promises of the future or try and make them feel better / vindicated quickly by shifting the blame of their losses onto others every time something bad happens. Expecting your child to be perfect. Also having everything your ways. Decorating your child's room your way. Dressing your child your way. Forcing your child's bedroom door to be open always cause it has to be your way. Giving your child an illusion of having an option, but emotionally exhausting them until they can't argue or put up a fight anymore and choose your way, always your fucking way. Playing the victim often is also a form of emotional manipulation. Also telling your child you love them and just being extremely compassionate and then the next second being extremely aggressive, yelling at them and putting them down and repeating this cycle. This is a form of emotional abuse because your parents first say they love you and when they then yell, put you down and criticize you, you beat yourself up about it. You think you are terrible and you deserve it because before they were so loving and now they say this mean stuff. So you must have done something really bad. You start hating yourself. Jumping between these extreme opposites, love and hate, is extremely damaging. I react very badly to emotional and physical affection now because I feel like I don't deserve it, that I will be yelled at and put down any second now. Now that I grown up I find myself being a people pleaser. I act and behave the way I think the person I'm interacting wants me to act and behave. It's extremely stressful and anxiety ridden because I feel like I'm always performing and am scared of saying or doing the wrong thing. If I can't form the perfect sentence or say the perfect thing, I rather not say it at all. If I can't succeed the first time, I rather not try it at all. If things can't be perfect, what's the point? If I can't be perfect, why should I continue living? I can't help but see faults in me and other people. I expect me and everyone to be perfect just like my mom expected me to be perfect. Neither me or anyone else can be perfect. This has ruined my confidence, has made me develop extreme self-loathing, and make me generally dislike other people because they are not perfect, and of course I'm always projecting onto others because I'm not perfect and I hate myself and you're not perfect, so I dislike you. I don't see good in anyone or anything. I just see faults. I find myself not wanting to do anything for myself. If I'm doing something for someone, or if someone is depending on me to do something, I will give my 110%. I feel like I live to serve other. I have lived to please my mom and now I feel like I have to live to make others happy. I live in a perpetual state of misery. If I catch myself being happy, laughing or having a good time, I tell myself stop. That's not for you. You don't deserve this. What I want doesn't matter. It only matters what you want. The only time I do something for me is when I abuse substances or game for long periods of time. But it's not me really doing something for me. I'm not really having fun. It doesn't benefit me. It's just an escape mechanism for me to withdraw and forget. I've got 2 degrees, but when I think back to working on assignments, studying for exams, writing my thesis, it was never for me. It was always for my parents, for my group, for my professor, for my supervisors, to not disappoint any of them, to not let any of them down. Now you might ask, what do I want? Well, I don't really want anything, but perhaps that's because I feel depressed. Maybe I'm depressed. I do just want to be happy, but I don't know how to get that. Investing a lot of time and giving encouragement to one child and not the other. My younger brother is a golden child. Granted, my mom drank a lot when I was young, but she got a do-over with my brother. We are 7 years apart. Here are a few examples. When I was about 10, I walked the few blocks to an old school where they had dance classes after being told by my mom that she signed me up. Nope, she sure didn't. Super embarrassing. However, she has supported my brother in all his marching band and choir adventures, going to every show and eventually becoming the guard mom and manager. She talked me out of going to college, but of course encouraged my brother to do so, which he didn't even finish. It's fine though. He landed his dream job. They always took little trips together and went to the movies all the time. I was never invited. As I'm writing this, I realize these things aren't really seemingly harmless, and it has affected me my whole life. However, I do want to clarify, I know my mom loves me and cares for me. She would give me her last dollar if I needed it. I also never held this against my brother, ever. I'm proud of the life he's living and the great things he's accomplished. I'd be lying if I said those things and many others didn't still hurt me though. Usually just a lurker, but my cousin is 26 and still lives with my grandma who raised him. Grandpa passed about 10 years ago. He has never cooked. He has never cleaned. Generally had anything he wanted. He never had a job before graduating college about 2 years ago. His college was paid for by a longtime friend and business mentee of my grandfather. My grandma is nearly 80 years old and recently lost almost all of her sight among a load of other medical problems. I have been busy with work and college, so I haven't seen her in nearly 2 months. Figured I better go see her every chance I have. Yeah, no. I go to see her, and the place is an absolute mess. The house has clearly not been cleaned since I last saw her. I didn't have much time that day, so I came back a few days later and spent a solid 4 hours cleaning her house with my sister. Carpet was multiple shades lighter after a simple vacuuming. Tile floors were too far gone for even a mop. Hands and knees with a scrub brush. There was so much faking filth. Like UTF lets it get this bad and still does nothing. I'm disappointed in my cousin for letting the person who has done everything for him live like that. Spoiling a child is a real thing and this is proof of it. Minor responsibilities go a long way towards becoming an adult. Rant/humbler brag. Got some great examples of this. Suffice to say it scarred me for life, and now, if the reason I'm who I am, no hugging and no I love yous. I'm 25 years old, fiercely independent and try to avoid emotional attachments solely because in my faked up mind, I think that everyone who says I love you to me is lying because my mum never said it to me and she gave birth to me. I know it sounds stupid, but it's the cause for my inability to accept it now. No, I'm sorry as I have never been on the receiving end of an I'm sorry from either of my parents. Never admitting their faults, I base my entire higher education on my mum constantly telling how the only way I would go to a private university, not as glamorous as it sounds, I live in a third world country, is if I got a full ride scholarship. led to me not working hard enough in my A levels because the certification that I resigned myself to didn't have a minimum grade requirement. Q 5 years later, when my siblings are now enrolled in universities and mum refuses to accept that she ever laid down a condition for me. #FEELSBAD. Never praising achievements. I work in a bank and have consistently been getting the High Achievers Award. Only one person gets it in a year from my department of approximate 150 people, and I'm ridiculed at home for coming home with just a shield, which isn't an actual appreciation. I have plenty more, but am now at work and have a feeling no one will probably read this anyways. Still feels good to get all this resentment out of my chest and into words. Thanks Opus. Ooh, I have a bunch of those. Point not interacting with your kid. I mean, take interest in what he does. Do something with him. My mom didn't interact with me, and I did things alone, oftentimes making something, bracelets, etc., and she always thought of how to make that a business. Another thing, don't question the worth of everything your kid does. Here as well, mom always questioned what I was doing and saying what I do is worthless cause it doesn't bring money. She still does this. I can't enjoy almost anything cause I feel it's worthless. Don't expect your kid to help you with financial problems. Mom had a small company, her and sometimes another employee, and I was helping as well, making house plans. I made them on PC cause legislation just changed, and mom didn't know / like to draw on PC rather than on paper. Thing is, even though I helped almost every day, she didn't thank me, or was thanking me just superficially when I was arguing and feeling unappreciated. And then she thanked me, but she was always expecting me to help, and when I was doing something else, or going outside to play, and she wanted to give me work to do, she always complained, and when something bad happened she always told me it was my fault cause I didn't help her. This was from when I was 7 through 11 or so. Then I have other stories cause I was a bit more stubborn, but I want to share those as well. When I was a bit older, I was more stubborn. I didn't do what SE was telling me and resisted every day with bad arguments and yelling very often. She started manipulating like she was not before and emotionally tripping me into working, and I kinda started doing something like that to her as well. She didn't listen to me. Even now I don't feel heard, but now I just ignore her for weeks. Then she listened to me only after I cried for an hour or so, or got very mad or something, but she would get back to what she was doing as fast as she thought I calmed down / forget anything from 2 to 3 hours to 1 to 2 days. Now I kinda have a tendency to manipulate people, and I don't like doing what I'm told. Even if it is I who tells myself something, I kinda have to accept it. Like there is something in me which has to be convinced and rationed that I want to do it, and that is 4 things coming from me to myself. From others, well, if I don't accept it, they kinda have to know me very well and understand me and really care to convince me of something. Along those lines, don't expect your kid to do something you want. It's not really better for him. It's not what they want. It's your wish, not theirs. Mom always expected me to do what she wants and prepared everything so I could do what I have to do. I couldn't have excuses cause everything else was taken care of. Food, clothes, order, everything. And all I had to do was learn and work. That was all that was meaningful. Then I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do anything she told me, as stated above, or any one point. Let them learn from their experiences and mistakes. Let them be responsible for what they do. I was always taken care of, even if I said to let me take care of myself. This was a frequent argument subject, as stated above, often arguments with yelling, crying and meaningless apologies cause it happened every day and words lost meaning. Hear them and try to understand them. As mentioned, I almost never felt heard. Mom always hears what she wants and does what she wants, even if it was something I didn't want. What she heard was like a set of rules in which she had to find loopholes. You don't want to eat now? Not a problem. I'll just macro food for myself and let it in front of you. You want to be left alone? No problem. I just forgot something, or just a small thing, and then I'll leave you alone, and another small thing, and so on. She was and is still very persistent. Once I told her I didn't want to talk to her that evening, but had to help her with something, so she talked without me saying a word for 3 hours, presumably talking to me. It's this way now with messages. She sends hundreds of meaningless messages and stuff with religion or Bible and so on. The first year I told her I didn't want to hear those. After that, now I just ignore her messages. 3 years later she still sends them, but her number is ignored. Another story was when she was sending too much things for me in college. 20 kg package, food and sometimes clothes that I didn't have where to put, and food was just spoiling, and I told her I don't want to take the packages anymore. She even sent them without announcing, and she found ways, guilt tripped people, till she put the package in the room of my dorm. I felt so embarrassed when she would just guilt trip people to bring me packages, and they would get mad at me cause I wasn't home, or I was gone a few days, but I didn't even know that she sent me something, especially when I explicitly stated not to send me anything. TLDR, just read the first sentence in each paragraph, the rest is just rant and venting. I have much more of that, but I think it's too much. Build your kids up and encourage them through their mistakes. If you ever have doubts in them, please reassure them that you believe they can achieve better for themselves. Help them discover and harness passion and push them into the future that harbors their strengths for the future. I feel like I personally internalized an ideal that I wasn't good enough in a manner so deep that made me never think or care about my future. For a long time I never had an ounce of pushing to do better in school, no push to think about what career I wanted to have someday, or even a push to research other colleges or even be encouraged to make my own individual choices. My parents enabled me to live life on complete autopilot and just do whatever was comfortable in the moment without putting pressure to push myself at all to be more of an adult. They kinda just gave up early on trying to steer me the right way. I learned most the ideals and ways of life through my friends and girlfriend while in college. Because of all this, I feel like I've always been years behind my peers and left with some god-awful self-esteem issues and insecurities. I'm 28 years old, and I still often feel like I'm just not good enough to deserve success in my life. For more backstory, I was never great in school, though I became a little bit better in high school. Overall though, I had a point where my parents really just never tried pushing me, almost as if they gave up on me being a successful kid in life. My mom wasn't great at academics and couldn't help me with much, and my dad thought loving your child meant just burying yourself in work and not making attempts at caring about or trying to relate to your kid. Don't get me wrong, they are good people and have been good to me, especially my mom, but they really didn't know how to enable me to be successful in life. I have a half sister and half brother, which my sister was the A/B student, while my brother was the oldest, but got CS/DS at some point. While I was in elementary, my mom said something subtle, giving the worry that I'm just gonna be like my brother in school, since I didn't do great with grades. From that point she treated me as if she'd already kinda given up, and doing my best at a weak level was fine. I never was held up to any real expectations, which was easy for me back then. But when real life came back to hit me after high school, it became even harder cause coasting wasn't an option anymore. Dismissing a child's anger. My mom was, and still is, an alcoholic. She was physically and emotionally abusive for the majority of my life up until I moved out at 19. I wasn't allowed to cry when she would hit me because it would make the situation worse. Sometimes she would tell me I have no reason to cry, even though she spent the last 30 minutes beating the shit out of me. When I was about 15, my mom was bussed one night, but it was her nice bus, where she would sometimes give me some money so I could buy chips. This night, though, she brought up the abuse she endured when she was a kid. She talked about how she stood up for herself so people would stop walking all over her, and in that moment, I felt validated, hurt, seen. I felt like this was an opportunity for me to talk about how she hurt me. So I told her about one of the times she beat me on my sister's birthday and how angry and helpless it made me feel. Her expression immediately changed from vulnerable/open-hearted to fuming/insulted. She denied that she ever beat me and then said, "You have no right to be angry," and left the room. As an adult, I get overwhelmed when I feel anger building up. It's uncomfortable even I sometimes minimize the reasons that justify my anger because I feel like I have no right to be angry. It even leads to people walking all over me because I can't voice my frustrations or disagreements. So, I bottle it up, or I end up crying from all the tension that accumulates in my body. I've been trying to be better about giving my anger a voice through other means. Roller derby, art, setting boundaries from the get-go. Eat lol. It's not the best solution, but it helps edit. Syntax. I used to live with a happy family when I was a kid. I grew up with both the mother and father. As usual, my mom was lovingly and caring, and my dad was strict, yet lovingly too. I was 10 when I moved to the US, but I only moved in with my mother and sister. As an adult, I would say one of the things that haunts me, it's the imbalance that growing up without my dad created. My mother spent less time with me because she had to work a lot. So as you would imagine, I would get into a lot of trouble. Meaning that the few times that I saw her, she was always yelling at me. Long gone were the days of a lovingly sweet mother. I felt horrible and started to hate my father for all of the misfortunes that I was living. That resentment made me have a bad relationship with my dad. I didn't talk to him, and the few times when he visited was very awkward. 4 years later, I graduated from high school and my dad managed to visit me one last time. Although I made peace with the fact that my dad weren't to blame for my misfortune, I still didn't talk to him that much. Something that I regretted so much, since a year later my dad passed away, without me having a way to say goodbye or go to his funeral. I cannot emphasize how much I would like to talk to him now. Nevertheless, moral of the story, to all the parents of Reddit, please do not let your children grow without the other parent. Edit. I forgot to say what are the long-term consequences of my parents' choices. I barely graduated high school. I got into trouble all the time as a teen. It's hard for me to socialize. I'm not as responsible as I would like to be. I'm always feeling sad. Although I love my mom and sister, I always find myself fighting and arguing with them. I always have suicidal thoughts. I don't want any pity. I just want people to learn how their actions can affect the rest of the life of their children. Excessively commenting on something the child cannot fix immediately. 2. Putting your significant other's needs above the child's needs. 3. Also, not being present. Having your oldest kid take care of the other children. My mom teased me constantly about my weight growing up, which only caused me to eat even more because of how sad I felt. She would comment on my weight from age 10 to now, at 18. This caused a huge dislike for my mother, and as soon as I turned 18, I started staying at my dad's or boyfriend's house. I barely talk to my mom, and if I do, it's only when I need something about doctor's appointments or anything along those lines. 2. My parents have been separated since I was 2. My mom had 4 more kids after my dad. While I know she's getting older and wanting a relationship of her own, whenever she goes out, she tends to turn off her phone and will completely ignore my siblings and I, aged 8 to 17. I'm the oldest and often had to care for them before I moved out. It was the worst. One time I called my mom multiple times when she was at her boyfriend's house, 45 minutes away, that there was a tornado warning and my siblings were scared and wanted her home. She answered my 5th call and yelled, "Oh my god, stop calling me. Let me spend time with. I'll be home in the morning." That left an emotional scar on me. 3. As the eldest, growing up I always had to take care of my siblings. Don't get me wrong, I love them all to death. But with my mom constantly gone and going on dates and just going out to have fun for a little, I was basically a mom at 13. I had to cook, help with homework, shower, and put my siblings to bed. With this going on all the way till I was 18, my siblings looked to me as someone for guidance, not my mom. They confide in me more than my mom. My mom doesn't have a clue any of this was going on. Just be there for your kids, guys. Make sure you're there when they need you. Overexerting your child's efforts and using your child to relive your own goals and wants vicariously. Wanting your child to maintain good grades is fine. Wanting them to push themselves in areas of study that they're obviously interested in is fine. forcing them to take higher level classes in areas they both don't have fun in and don't understand as well. Just because they're areas you found easy hurts. I'm not my mother, and while I wish I could be as good as she was at certain things, I'm not. I took college level math courses all throughout high school. Never passed with anything higher than a 72 and constantly felt dumb because everyone else understood what was going on, but I didn't. I'm not good at learning math, and I needed it taught at a much slower pace than it was, but my parents, and my mother in particular, urged me to take the honors/college classes because I was in advanced classes in other subjects, so I should obviously be able to handle it for math as well. Point jokes on her. I'm going into a field that doesn't require anything higher than basic algebra. I love her, but being forced to learn stuff faster than I was capable of squashed all my love for STEM fields. I think she recognizes that, but it's too little, too late at this point. Let your child tell you what they find fun. Encourage them to push themselves in that area. But for the love of God, your child isn't a mini you. They're probably not going to like all the things you do, and they are definitely not going to be good at all the things you were. Let them live their own lives. Comparing them to other kids. My family has always done that when I lived with them. If I got a bad grade they would go, well, what about your classmates? What grades did they get? Then how could X get that grade that's higher than you? Or even just daily she would go, look at that girl, she's dressed so pretty, why can't you dress girly too? Why can't you be more like a girl? Or your aunt said your cousin just got in prestigious high school, maybe if you studied more and had better grades you would have gotten there too. Or your cousin is such a good daughter, I wish you were like her too. Comparing your kids to other kids will fuck up their entire mental health and give them self-esteem issues. They'll feel like no matter what they do someone will always be better than them, and they don't do anything right, and that will end up with them lacking motivation, confidence, being unable to bring themselves to do anything because they know it's pointless and someone will always be better than them and take their place. Stop comparing your faking kids to others. It will fuck up their future, and they won't even find the motivation to work harder in life and get the job they want, or work better in their jobs to get a raise, because they will have the idea that someone will always be better than them at everything imprinted in their minds. Ignoring how horrible and awful children can be to one another. Ignoring how children are still experimenting with the world and don't understand pain and empathy or any of those concepts. Ignoring concerning statements from your child, even if they are about another small child. Especially sexually charged statements. I was molested by my cousins who were 7 and 9 years old when I was 3, and because my mother just couldn't fathom it and couldn't believe me, it continued on until I was 7, and there's a lot more to it, but putting the blinders on because you don't think it's too weird sheet to other kids. Behind doors it's the worst thing you can do. Sadly I still don't hold my mom accountable or blame her. However, to this day I have not been able to have a meaningful relationship or feel anything sexually, and the one time I did masturbate to where I got off I was so disgusted and traumatized with myself I ended up in the hospital for 3 days because of literal shock, and I have not touched myself since. I'm in my 30s and still can't get over any of that, and yes, I have been going to therapy for quite some time. Weekly I see a psychologist, and yes, there are things that are getting better, but just how long this could traumatize someone because you can't fathom little Crest over there possibly doing something to a 3-year-old child or another little 6-year-old. I do blame my cousins though, they continued it for years, and I can't say that if I had the money I wouldn't have them killed. In fact, that's kind of a goal in life, that have anyone ever killed them to take the fall for that person. Undiagnosed mental health issues can destroy your children's childhoods and break apart entire families. My mother has borderline personality disorder, BPD, but I only figured that out recently, years and years too late to save my childhood, or my relationship with my mom. BPD, and even other mental health issues, can be summed up by people saying things like I hate you, wait, I need you, please don't leave me. BPD made my mom suffer from constant fear, hatred, rage, depression, paranoia, and self-loathing. She emotionally abused and manipulated us all the time. Sometimes it was obsessive overparenting, sometimes spiteful neglect. Sometimes it was physical and verbal abuse, other times it was destroying all my possessions. She had insane episodes of bipolar highs and suicide attempt lows. As kids, we had no idea what was wrong with her and even thought it was normal for parents to be that strict and varied in their punishments. But since we could never do anything right and nothing was ever good enough, we just kept to ourselves and tried to stay out of her waypoint. But she was obsessed with being close to us and paranoid of our secrecy, so she always wanted to be up in our business. And once she learned about us, our hobbies and interests, she hated us. So we got better at hiding, and she got more aggressive at prying. We were never who she wanted us to be and it drove her mad. Her mental illness made her a horrible mother. She kicked me out at 18, and after several years of struggling to repair our relationship, I couldn't handle the abuse anymore, so I just cut her out of my life completely and moved to another state. It took me about 8 years to recover enough and stabilize my world. Incredibly, I didn't develop any serious issues myself, but I can definitely tell that I walked the razor's edge past a lot of potentially life-ruining habits and disorders. I'm amazed that I managed to escape and become the level-headed adult that I'm today. I learned so much just from her negative example, but not everyone is capable of learning that way. My sister couldn't, and unfortunately she followed in my mom's footsteps. Now they have both been chronically homeless for more than 8 years and they are so hateful and disillusioned that they are nearly incapable of holding down a job or having friends. Undiagnosed mental illnesses can be a slippery slope that leads to abuse, neglect, drugs, or alcohol, and even suicide. No one should have to suffer from an undiagnosed mental illness, but when it also affects others around you and your loved ones, please, get help for you, your kids, your partner, and your family's sake. Not being honest with your kids about your emotions when things are not going well in life. Parents tend to try to hide things to protect their children, but it doesn't always help. This is long, but hear me out. A young child doesn't have a full grasp on right or wrong. They tend to understand success and failure based off of the emotional responses of those around them, especially their parents. If your child's actions result into you being happy / proud / excited, the child understands that as success. Anger / sadness / disappointment would mean failure. If something is going on in your life that is affecting your emotions in a major way, your kids need to know. Whether it's the death of a loved one, serious financial troubles, spouse cheating, or struggling with any type of mental illness, they don't need to know why. Chances are they won't understand, but they need to know that you might be feeling a little down or easily agitated. You can try to hide it, but your child will see that you're a little less happy than you usually are every time they score an A at school, a little more mad when they accidentally knock their dinner plate, and don't have the energy to get excited with them when they beat the hardest level of a game they love, but you don't understand at all. If they don't have a reason for these less positive emotions, logic would dictate that they are to blame. 2 things. 1. Not being expressive. My dad always had a bored look on his face when I was sad. When I was in a psych ward due to a suicide attempt, he, my mom, and my brother were there. For context, I grew up getting beaten up and bullied by my brother. Sometimes he even chased me with a knife or scissors. I asked my mom and dad through tears why, if they actually loved me, weren't they showing any bit of emotion whenever I was in a bad spot. Meanwhile, my brother was sobbing freely, not caring that we were in the general area of the ward where a bunch of people were. He liked to act tough for other people. 2. Thinking your kids cannot be legitimately troubled over something because they are just tired / hungry / etc. My young cousin, aged 7, wasn't getting any help from her mom for her stomach pain because someone's grouchy and needs a nap. She began to get angry and aggressive. You'd say she was just being a brat at first glance. I turned to her and asked her how she was feeling and if there was anything I could do. No talking down, no downplaying feelings, no sappy overly concerned tone you give to small children. She immediately calmed down and told me about some stomach pain and nausea and how she just wanted to lie down in bed, which I relayed to her mom. Her mom took her home and she recovered. See how easy that was. Treating them like a friend more than a child. I perpetuated it. I knew my mom had things to say about my dad. I told her she could tell me. If the situation was reversed, I probably would have told my smart preteen too. I was pretty emotionally mature, or at least felt like I was. But it was a slippery slope. Without fully realizing the things she said, and even went as far as asking me to do damage to my relationship with my father in ways I'm just now realizing 10 plus years later. I saw him through her eyes because of what she said, and there wasn't much he could do about it. Point that being said, later in life my father views me as his friend too. We spent a road trip where he detailed an affair he'd been having behind the back of a woman we were about to spend several days with on a family trip. The woman he was cheating with is now his third wife. I first met her with him in my ear telling me not to talk about her to anyone because he was still seeing the woman our family knew about. He told me he didn't see himself marrying her, and yet there he was not a year later doing just that. And he's confused as to why I want nothing to do with her. I understand why parents do this. I think to some extent it's okay and even good to be able to talk openly with your children. But there are things you shouldn't say. My parents said all of those things. I expect this will get downvoted a ton, but I think it's a big mistake to not raise them on a good diet. Lots of fresh vegetables and fruits. Don't overdo the carbs. You don't need meat at 100% of meals. Let them have sweets in small amounts and make it a treat, not an automatic thing. And give them water to drink. There's a problem in the USA with overconsumption of sugar, and most people can solve half the problem or more by just not drinking sodas, sports drinks, and juices all the time. If you demonize these things, then you may be setting your kid up to crave them later in life, but for fact's sake don't just let them go wild. And one way to kick that off right is to just not give them any cookies, candy, ice cream, or other sweets for their first couple years. I was in an elevator recently and there was a morbidly obese young couple in there with me. They had a young child in a stroller, maybe 1 or 1.5 yo. The kid was reaching both thumbs up toward dad and going NNNNN, which I could clearly see meant pick me up dad. But did he pick up his kid? Nope. After he tried to brush her off, and the kid persisted, he whipped a Jolly Rancher hard candy out of his pocket and dangled it in front of her. I gasped audibly and then clapped my hand over my mouth. I mean, I had tried so hard not to judge them for their weight, but shit man, they abused my goodwill. Clinging to the parent, it feels like they are keeping the child safe, and they are, but they are also denying them experience. Kids need skinned knees. They need to walk back from their friends' houses after dark. They need to ride their bikes with the other kids. I was socially retarded by not having enough contact with other children, and physically retarded by not having enough activity. You don't have to imagine what school, and thus life in general, is like for the boy who is irreparably terrible at sports, doesn't know how to relate to other humans, but can tell you about ocean floor volcanism, the One Ring, long before Jackson, and the meaning of words like lugubrious, because all he's allowed to do all day is read books. You've seen such pitiable losers represented in countless shows and movies. I had to learn to socialize almost from the ground up as an adult. Oftentimes I still feel like I'm not another individual, but another species, entirely unlike anyone around me. The joke is that's how adults feel all the time, but I think they really don't. Beautiful lies / denying reality. Again, the parent feels like they're helping. You can do anything you put your mind to might be a terrific motivational statement. The trouble is it's not even close to a true one. We all have aptitudes and they don't necessarily match our aspirations. Personal example, my mother used to tell me I was very handsome, I could have lots of friends, and any girl would be happy to know me. This was diametrically opposed to my experience, namely a handful of acquaintances who tolerated my existence, and a near endless series of hellish catastrophes and public humiliations you can no doubt infer from the previous paragraph. The thing about experience is it not only trumps any number of people telling you the opposite, it calls into question their judgment. When you're a kid, your parents are the closest thing to gods. Arguably it is necessary to learn even gods lie or fail sometimes. Then comes the day you figure out they haven't just told you there were no rocks, or deliberately steered you onto them. They have in fact lied to themselves to such an extent that they are now incapable of understanding the rocks exist at all. This means you cannot come to them with your problems. You cannot tell them you hit the rocks. They wouldn't get it. They couldn't get it. To this day I've never told my folks any of the rotten things that happened to me or explained why I never married. When my mother told me she wanted grandkids, I just gave her a 1,000-yard stare. Side note, the probability of majorly faking kids up is a function of the degree and frequency with which you do the things. Take hitting your kid. I got half a dozen attention getting swats spread over many years. The only real result was I learned the principle of consequences, to wit, if you make me get up, it's already too late. There's a qualitative difference between that and fierce, sadistic daily weapons, whether you've done anything wrong or not. What teaches respect for authority at one end of the scale teaches I'm gonna catch it no matter what. So fuck the police at the other end. Further side note, many of you are posting child abuse. Having your prized possession burned when you were promised its return is not seemingly harmless. Being locked in a closet is not seemingly harmless. Please, if you can, talk about it in the real world, with real people, or at least in a different sub. I mean this in the most constructive possible way, but I'm not sure this is the right thread. Invalidating emotions or appropriate emotional responses. Kids, even when they are teenagers, are experiencing a vast array of inner worlds. Our brains don't even finish developing until we are 25. This gives us a quarter century's worth of emotional experimentation and boundary setting. We first look to our parents for such boundaries and for validation that what we experience lands somewhere on the spectrum of normal human emotion. When a 12-year-old is angry all the time, don't invalidate, investigate. Don't treat anger with more anger. When a child cries during a movie, don't laugh and tease and say, oh, stop being dramatic. Try to empathize. Try to understand if the crying is related to something in their personal life, a response to the artistry of a scene, or if they are just feeling emotional that day. Don't downplay the beauty of a child responding appropriately to an event meant to invoke emotion, such as a movie with a sad scene. When a teenager experiences mental health concerns, be careful with language. Do not call them dramatic or crazy. Do not diagnose if you are not qualified, and do not mock their struggle. Parents have limited chances to keep a strong emotional relationship with their child/ren. Invalidating emotions is a soul killer, a resentment builder, a bomb waiting to go off. Don't be the parent to say, there is no bomb. Go ahead and try me, because they will, and it will not end well. I was 3 years old when my grandfather died. They tell me I met him, but I don't remember anything about him other than the picture that my grandma kept on her dresser. I don't know his voice, his smell, his touch, or his mannerisms. My entire life, I have felt a void in my soul where my grandfather should be, like a coloring book with a blank spot where a person should go. My dad tells me that grandpa was a great man. I guess I have to take his word for it. As fate would have it, my father-in-law received a terminal diagnosis when my own child was 3. I swore to my son the moment I found out that he would get to know his grandfather. When the doctors told my father-in-law that he could no longer be trusted to live alone due to the progression of his brain tumor, we took him into our home so that he could live out his final days in comfort and surrounded by family that loved him. My son and my father-in-law would sit on the couch together and watch TV. Grandpa would watch anything that my kid wanted to see, which meant that, most of the time, they watched Paw Patrol. I cherish the memories of them together. About a month after he moved in with us, my father-in-law passed away. He went quietly, in his sleep, in his own bed, surrounded by family that loved him. My wife held his hand as he went. Then I had to explain to my son what death was, what forever meant, why he couldn't see grandpa anymore. And now, years later, randomly, and without warning, my son will tell me he hopes I don't die, that he misses grandpa, that he is sad. And I think, now, that I did this to him. By trying to fill the hole in my own heart, I have created a different one in my child's. I shattered his sense of stability at a young age by giving him a person to love, while knowing full well that person would be stolen from him in no time at all. Maybe this was obvious to you. It certainly wasn't obvious to me. Even as I write this, I cannot say that I didn't play the best cards from the sheet hand that life dealt us, but it definitely faked up my kid, and that fact has faked me up 2. I hope when he's older, he'll at least appreciate that I tried. Answering questions for your child, or putting them on the spot by telling them they should be saying something. The first example would be a friend asking a child, "Oh, what's your name?" or "How old are you?" Then the parent intervenes and answers the questions before the child could. "Oh, she's 6. Don't do that." This is how you inhibit the development of social skills for your child, making it much harder for them to learn it later on in life. The second example would be, "Hey, you need to say thank you to now. Or go greet. You need to show your appreciation." On the surface, it seems well-meaning to teach your child these lessons of gratitude and politeness, but too much actually takes out any autonomy from your child to learn to initiate these gestures by themselves. It starts to become showing gratitude equals following parents' orders, taking out the actual meaning and purpose of these gestures in the first place, creating the opposite effect. Instead of putting your child on the spot like this, talk to them in private about why it's important to show gratitude to others. Remind them quietly if they forget too often. Never put them on the spot. As someone who's struggled with both of these things growing up, it wasn't until I was well into my adulthood did I manage to undo and relearn much of these setbacks to my social skills. Trying to instill a sense of gratitude in your child, but ultimately making them feel anxious, undeserving, and annoying. To be more specific, don't make your child feel lucky that they exist. My parents had me later in life and many years after my siblings. My parents frequently complained about how my existence stopped them from doing the things they wanted to do, like retire, and how they couldn't wait for me to go to college so that they could be free. They also threatened to kick me out of the house if I ever got pregnant or did something bad because they didn't need the hassle. Mostly just made me terrified that their love was conditional and I wouldn't have any support if something went sideways. I still don't tell them anything that's negative going on in my life. Don't make your kids feel guilty for the things you give them/do for them. Anytime I did anything wrong, my parents would guilt trip me about all they had sacrificed to give me an education, which my grandparents paid for, and a nice house to live in. I used to think I was chronically ungrateful, but as an adult I realized that it's not my fault I was born when I was, and it's actually my parents' job, as good parents and as much as they are able, to put a roof over my head, give me an education, support me in hard times, and want the best for me. Rather than treating me as a massive inconvenience. Always tell your children they are loved, even if you're mad at them. Say sorry when you done wrong, and tell them how proud you are to be their parent. And please don't comment their bodies. My mum did not show her love, never told us she was wrong, threatened to leave, and never come back when 10 years old me started acting out. Divorce kid, alcoholic dad, mean grandma, bully DCT. All I wanted was for someone to see me, love me, and the only way I had was to act out. On top of that, my mum is underweight and short. I'm not. She started commenting how fat I was and that I should be watching what I ate. That I looked like a Christmas pig ready to be slaughtered. When I weighed 110 pounds to my 5'5" inch today, I'm grown up, come to terms with my past, but have a weight issue since I ate my feelings and still do. I'm about 100 pounds heavier than when mum started nagging about my weight. I have a kid. I always tell him I love him, even if he screams he hates me. I tell him I am proud of him. I tell him he is smart and beautiful and can accomplish whatever he wants. I'm here to help him. I listen to him. I say I'm sorry when I do wrong. And I never ever talks about my weight issues when he is near, and I do not diet in front of him. I tell him that we all have bodies and we all look different. But no matter if we short or tall, thin or fat, brown or white, we ate all worth the same. Not taking your children to their faking dentist or orthodontist appointments so that those issues spiral into lifelong painful and incurable and expensive problems for the rest of their lives. Not taking them to the doctor when they start to develop skin conditions, and the same thing happens as with their oral health. Leaving your 11-year-old kids at home to fend by themselves with their crazy alcohol and drug abusing screaming banshee mother to drive them around as blasting drunk and crazy while you go away on business trips all the faking time. Not divorcing said mother so that you can get your kids on track. so that they don't just barely make it through basic public schooling, only to do terribly in college and likely flunk out because they never had the environment or support to do well in academics in the first place. Finally divorcing said mother way too late, only for you to turn into a massive pile of faking crap that constantly berates and insults and screams and yells and talks about disowning to your kids because they didn't turn into perfectly equipped for life adults after the oh so amazing life you gave them. Constantly flipping the situation on all three of them and making them feel like they were the bad guys when they finally start to figure out it was your fault and not their fault. I faking hate my parents. I faking hate them. I'm unbelievably damaged both physically and mentally for the rest of my life. I suffer from both physical and mental health issues that are painful, expensive and embarrassing that will never go away. I'm an uncontrollably damaged person with no friends and basically no family beyond my older brother. I'm faked, and at 24 years old the only thing I can think about is how badly I just want to faking kill myself. I'm faking alone. No one faking cares. It's too late for me to be turned around into someone that can be healthy and happy and have friends, and even if all that were to somehow magically change I would still have zero faking family. I have faking nothing besides a tiny shitty apartment that I come home to after every day at my shitty job so that I can spend the entire night having panic attack after panic attack trying to figure out what my next move is to get better while simultaneously being too afraid and too embarrassed to try to get help because I know I'm not a likable person anymore. I want to be faking dead and nothing will change that. Don't make a huge deal about what they're into. Making jokes about the music they choose to listen to or clothing they like to wear. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm still extremely self-conscious about expressing the things I enjoy because it always ended up being a hassle to explain why to my family and deal with how they react to it. From downright shaming it to obsessing over it. Also, let your kids have their own voice. Growing up I always said what I thought my mother wanted to hear, never what I actually wanted to say. Not a good thing when talking to a neurologist about how the ant meds made me feel. I don't remember most of my childhood because I was too faking stoned. Didn't help that if I contradicted what she told the doctors, I had a sheet slapped out of me once I got to the car. Yup, I feel fine. The meds are working. Lastly, privacy. I understand parents need to know their children aren't doing anything stupid, but making them only make phone calls on speakerphone while the parent is present and listening, or daily phone checks. Now that I think of it, I'm really faking happy I'm no longer in contact with my mother. Oh, right. Seemingly harmless. I guess I strayed pretty far. Fuck it. That took like 20 minutes. So I'm leaving it. Point 2. Doctor, don't be a shitty human. My mom, talk about my father's sexual history and their marital problems, called me manipulative for crying, told me the family finances were none of my business, let me quit dancing which had been my favorite hobby up until puberty when depression started, bought me things to feel better about her parenting, and essentially win my affections, let me back out of situations instead of teaching me self-discipline, picked her face and complained about her body and looks, constantly vocally jealous and insecure of my father when other women were around. My dad, constantly glued to the TV when not working, one-sided discipline meaning long stern lectures with barely contained rage directed at me, never taught me to tie my shoes, ride a bike, or drive, objectified women on TV and in public, if they had big boobs, or were obese, or dressed in revealing clothes, apparently hid born under my bed both of them, acted super confused when I started acting out, after getting kicked out of private school. Like I was some alien they didn't know how to handle, even though both of them were angsty teens themselves, sat me in front of PC or TV instead of interacting with me, never really finished what they started, no savings goals, or talk of financial planning. I don't care what you do with your life, but you have to go to college. Okay boomers, they did their best. They're alcoholics and I was an accident. Well, coming from a kid who just turned 13 and has a brother who is 6 years younger, I think favoritism is a huge problem. For the past 6 years my little bro has gotten the majority of the perks in the house. I'm the eldest kid in the family and no kid in my fam is my age, which sucks. I don't get along with any of the kids in my family and literally never get to have company over. My brother and parents have company over damn near every week, but every time I come in contact with another kid my age my parents claim they are a bad influence and a juvenile delinquent. So there is this kid down the street and I ask to go over to his house all the time, however my parents claim he is a bad influence. And he gets good as grades to him, talking like straight A and BS. But he rides around on a skateboard and has longer hair than me, so because of this my parents determined right then and there that he was a bad kid. Literal bullcrap. However, when my brother wants company over it is immediately granted. I can't tell you how many times there has been a kid over who I have actually seen that was a bad influence. You know, kids that don't listen to their mom, doesn't help with certain things, etc. Okay, I still have hell of a lot more to say, but don't want to waste your valuable time reading my stupid post, so TLDR I feel like ever so slowly life is just becoming one big punishment on me. And 50% of that isn't from my parents, it's from schoolwork, etc. Kid problems. A majority of the times my parents give me punishment for no reason is from my dad. Anyways, favoriting a kid and spoiling them can severely mess up a kid. And cooping up a kid in a house can screw up their social skills and life. Doing anything that would force the other parent to act a certain way to compensate. The mistake isn't said behavior towards the child, it's what the child learns from the resulting behavior from the other parent. Point for example, I just learned to unravel all of this very recently at 23 yo. I realized that my dad was always angry and controlling. My mom would always tiptoe in everything she said or did around him for her protection and to help comfort me. That was the harmless part. Instead of picking up my dad's personality, I learned from my mom's appeasement style and that stuck with me. Yes, it helped me get along with everyone, but at the same time I've been trampled over in life and I just let it happen, like my mom, even blaming myself, because I always felt as if I were living within someone else's domain, in this case, my dad's as the root. Consequently, I never learned to stand up for myself when I needed to most, nor did I ever truly felt free to live my life, do/think as I please without concern for others, etc. Point in other words, my mom did what she thought was best to protect me from an emotionally abusive father, but living her solution turned out worse than if I grew up with sheer, uninhibited hatred for my dad. I was a psych major and worked family law, divorce, child custody/protective, whole 9 yards, and if there's anything I learned, your issues become their issues in one way or form. So instead of my mom directly dealing with my dad, she was unhealthily passive. That was a them problem as spouses and parents. So yay, watching what you say or do is important, but how you live in front of them is more subtle and potentially dangerous, no matter how well intended. Point so, to answer your question/TLDR, don't live a behavioral lifestyle you wouldn't want your kids to pick up on. Someone here mentioned not giving chores. I want to take it in the other direction and mention giving too many chores. My mom has always been a bit of a neat freak. Growing up, she would mop/sweep/dust/vacuum the house every few days. As I got older, she dragged me into it, so a relatively thorough clean every 2 to 3 days. It took hours, and the house never stayed neat. To me, it's always seemed excessive. We also used to get a cleaning service in once a week. My mom would clean the day before, like cleaning countertops and vacuuming the carpet. Then she'd straighten the morning of, which usually involved wiping down the bathroom sink, mirror, and shelving. And then we would sometimes clean again the day after the cleaning service came, or 2 days after. Mopping, cleaning the toilets, cleaning the counters, etc. Even now, she wipes the counters down before and after cooking. All this has taught me is to hate cleaning and get annoyed when she is home, because it usually means more cleaning. I know when I move out, things will not be cleaned deeply. Things will be kept semi-organized and will be spot cleaned as necessary, no more. It is a house, not a faking display room/museum. I have a tiny one that perhaps might have changed my course in life. Point. When I was in primary school I used to be the kind of good who was effortless good in class. So at the end I managed to get admitted to one of the best high schools in our country. Our educational system used to be national exam at the end of primary school. I pointy class 8. probably equivalent to grade 8 in the US, and then high school select students to admit based on their tier in the student's performance. Another national exam at the end of high school to determine university placement. Also, most high schools are boarding schools. As we were saying our goodbyes, before I headed off to school, my mum told me, "Now, you're going to be in class with real geniuses. I wish you all the best." In retrospect, I later came to realize that she probably meant that I couldn't just coast anymore, and I needed to work harder instead. What younger me took away from that was, oh yeah, of course I'm not a real genius. So when other kids outperformed me, I just concluded that those other kids were the real geniuses. I proceeded to coast through high school while putting in zero effort and just being middle of the pack. Fortunately, our high school was a really good performer in exams, so middle of the pack there was still really good by the standards of the rest of the country. Granted, it was still much worse than my former classmates in primary school who I had been effortless outperforming before. The university admissions board in our country goes by high school performance to place students in different courses, and I probably would have gotten selected for a different course than the one I did. If I had been smart enough to understand my mum's message that morning, take it to heart the way it was meant, and not coast through high school, I would probably be working in a completely different field right now. Not that I blame my mum or anything. I recognize that this is all on me. Plus, in the grand scheme of life, looking back at it all taught me a really valuable lesson about hard work. I suppose every precocious kid eventually comes up to a barrier that they just can't get through by coasting, and you have to learn how to work hard. Except for that one kid who still coasted through high school while beating everyone, and was amongst the top 10 performers in the national exams, all without ever seeming to break a sweat. Some people are just lucky. This is from my point of view in hopes of helping step-parents. Until recently, mine was a stepkid's point of view. It's tremendously important to be very thoughtful when bringing new parental figures into a kid's life. I had a stepmother force herself into my very present and lovely, real, mom's role, and for a young kid it was a huge reason to not want to be around her or my father. But even now, as I'm seeing my own mother remarry and gain the same position with her husband's wonderful father, children, I have to practically walk her through how to not be like my own stepmom. I even sympathized for the stepmother and others who at least try and are sensitive of their stepkids' feelings. Essentially, it comes down to how you position yourself with the kid you're wanting to get close with. As parents, you should never use the birth parent to win a fight with the stepchild. Always try to work it out between yourself and the kid. Even if you argue, the child will respect you for it, and if you instead go to the parent to simply squash the conflict in your favor, the kid will wholeheartedly resent that. Never slander the other birth parent, no matter how messed up they are. First-hand experience with this, as my mom's new husband's ex is a drug addict, which is unbelievable, but not something I'd let my mother rant about in front of her kids. Specifically for parents who are bringing in new partners to your kid's life, please give them, the kids, steady reminders that you still feel the same about them, and that the amount that you care about them hasn't changed. Also, being a really functional step-parent requires a hellish amount of maturity, both logical and emotional. As I said, I found myself pitying my mean stepmom after seeing how difficult my own mother found raising two boys, and I think it all comes down to how ready you are to bend over backwards for the kiddos. All of this is based on things I've either felt firsthand or observed. But I was actually a really good stepkid, and I know it can vary, so just take the advice if it helps, please. If this reduces any amount of friction in a new family's life, that'd mean a ton to me. I can say without a doubt that if my dad knew this before I could figure it out on my own, I'd likely still be part of his family. Being judgmental of them coming out with questions or concerns like, if your child says they're feeling sick, a bad reaction would be you're faking to miss school or you're overreacting. You just want attention. We spoiled you. When they grow up, they'll hold it in, fearing to be judged or their claims dismissed, presuming they were being honest in the first place. Otherwise, it's easy to tell if they are lying. They'll have an expectation that will ultimately lead to health problems. I have many health issues, and since a young age I was always honest about this. On holidays, if I'm sick, I would have been locked at home, tied to my bed, figuratively speaking. But when it was school time, I got pushed out of the house, no matter what I said. Then I get picked on at school by both students and teachers because I'm coughing, snorting, sneezing and so on. Then I get home, I have pharyngitis or other inflammatory thing again, like every autumn and spring. Then everyone acts like nothing happened, and it's my fault, followed by no tech, and no pocket money. I got over it now, but for I struggled to speak up, which lead to me getting even more sick each time. Another one is discussing interests or hobbies. Kids at a young age never settle on what to do. But again, if the first response is you can't make money with this, how are you gonna help us when we are old? You never go to the end goal, and you won't do it this time either, etc. The kid will bottle up their feelings about these things, and won't be able to learn and develop, as they won't start anything at all, as they will expect a certain reaction. They will always ask their guardians first, the first people they look up to, the authority, parents. My dad was a bad role model, and most of the issues I got from him, but his worst move was always telling me art is not the way to go, it's for kids, it's not profitable, like, what are you gonna do with all this paper and paint? Useless, better become a programmer or something. I had a hard time coming back to origami, my most favorite activity ever, because as a naive kid, I believed him, but I recovered relatively quickly. Years later he suggested I sell origami and arts on Etsy. Yeah sure dad, now you need cash. Which is my next point. Suggesting that when they grow up, they have to give back to parents, just because family. We raised you, you must help us free because we're family. Forcing them into believing, by setting examples of other kids, making up points such as do you want your kids to help you at death's door? Or if you don't help us, we won't help either, and all other methods like limiting their freedom and punishing to make the kid comply. Putting these expectations will only distance the child, as an adult, from the family. It's impossible to raise a kid perfectly, therefore there is no ground to ask for pain in return. There's only a knee-jerk reaction to be expected. They'll grow up and see that it's wrong from people other than close relatives. It's heartbreaking to hear and understand this for the first time. It feels like you were used and nothing given to you matters, as the expectation is for you to then spend precious time and money on someone who will never give it back, just for an empty thank you. Back to the judging. This also touches sex ed, etiquette, relationships, and friends, where the kid usually comes out first to ask their parents. To fuck up is easier when you have a job, taxes, a family to feed, your own health issues. This should not influence the way you talk to the kid. It's in no way related to them. Getting aggressive and dismissive is an impactful way to fuck up a child. It's a bad role model. I wouldn't want to walk my father's steps. A bit off topic, but I wouldn't look back on my behavior and how it was influenced if not for English and the internet. I find out everything myself. It doesn't have to be on the net, but looking at others, learning from their experience, their mistakes, not letting yourself misstep and then blame yourself. Being open about feelings and beliefs to change wrong ones and improve upon your strengths. Teaching kids not to make mistakes. This was a big one for me, because most of my life I was just taught how to not mess up instead of being taught how to fix my mistakes. Now, whenever I mess up or say something awkward, I never know how to move on and will think about that I said to that one person, that 1 year in middle school. Point also, telling kids that they are so mature for doing things like being quiet and paying attention. Point yeah, I was a great student during K-12 because I would sit down, do my work, and pay attention in class, but now I have no idea how to make friends, network/make connections, or work effectively in a group. Due to this, I also don't know how to start conversations and never leave my dorm unless it's for class or food. Telling kids that they are so mature for their age because they do certain things can sometimes limit their social interactions because they see the trays as preferable. They learn that when they possess these trays, they will be praised and seen in a better light. From what I've seen and experienced, this can sometimes lead to less interaction with their peers. Yes, it's good that they're paying attention in class and being good students, but being able to socialize face to face is actually very important in today's society. Asking what happened more than how they feel. So to explain this one, I'll create a scenario. Tina is a child of parent. A always gets into physical altercations at school. This is because A is being physically bullied by mean as B and C. Now, when parent finds out about this, they of course only want what's best for their child. So they sit them down and ask what happened. A explains that they were getting beat up and had to hit back in self-defense. Parent tells them what to do and how to handle it next time. Heck, starts taking A to self-defense classes even. This seems fine and dandy, right? Well, it's not that simple. Half the job has been done properly, but what parent has neglected was the emotional setback and trauma from this that A may have. Not once in their solution did parents sit down to simply ask how A was handling it emotionally, or asked if A wants to talk about how they feel about it. Doing this may not seem like a lot, and depending on the person, it may not have a big effect on the outcome. But for the worst case scenarios, this can end up teaching A that the only issue was the actions B and C did, and not why they did it. That the only issue was handling the issue legally. That as long as it was stopped or handled with authority, that it was okay. This can teach A that the emotions and trauma inflicted on them are not important or are non-existent. As a parent, though it may be a tricky subject or they may become upset at you for asking, you need to ask how they feel, or if you can help. You need to let them know you're there for them, even if they don't want any help. Sometimes when they are in the moment they get frustrated with the feeling of being a victim, or confused by the emotions they're feeling. They may ignore your offers of help, or outright reject them, but I promise you, they'd rather be mad then, and be able to remember you tried to help, and were concerned later, than be even more distraught over the idea that you didn't even care enough to ask. Take this from someone who's experienced being a few things that faked me up from my own mother/nan. If your child has acne, do not pick on them for that. I still get severe anxiety even after little spots. I have hormonal acne, so usually have at least a few. Treating your child like a sounding board when they are too young to understand. My nan used to do this all the time and shout at us when we said we didn't want to hear about that stuff. I'm talking constantly talking shit about my own mother and sister, her past traumas that she never dealt with. I hate her to this day and have panic attacks when I think about having to see her because I could never escape. Dismissing your children's feelings, saying there's nothing wrong with you, or turning it into how they have been through worse, so your feelings aren't valid. This still fucks me up. Not working through your own issues, so you don't pass it on to the child. I have PTSD due to my family and it's not fun. If you have shit mental health, sort it out before you have crotch goblins hitting your child for standing up for themselves/speaking up. You are training that child to be a people pleaser and set them up for toxic/subside relationships later in life. Knowing your child is struggling yet doing nothing to help. I have recently been diagnosed with ADHD. If I had been treated as a child, would have been free. I would have actually went to school more. I lost out on an education because my mum let me do what I wanted and never tried to sort the core issues out. I'd stay off and play video games, get grounded for not going school, but would repeat this as I couldn't understand/learn, having to deal with all this shit later in life with no money due to health issues and no help from the government. NHS mental health is a joke thanks to all the cuts. Don't do this to a child. If you can't be there for them, don't have them. It's emotional neglect and fucks them up. A lot of these are not seemingly harmless at all, and pretty obviously harmful, but still sorry to hear you guys going through this stuff. As to the actual question though, as a teacher, one that has been pushed a lot recently is the idea of growth mindset vs fixed mindset. If this narrative is to be believed, which I and many of my colleagues do, then the seemingly harmless mistake is complimenting your children on their innate talents by telling Billy he's really smart when he aces that test, or Janet that she has great eyes. You make their self-worth tied to who they are as a person. When they encounter an obstacle, they are then faced with the dread that, oh no, I failed that test, I'm an idiot, or he didn't say yes when I asked him out, I must be ugly instead. So the theory goes, you should compliment your child on their actions. Wow Billy, I love how hard you're studying for that test / you must have been practicing your math all week to get that grade, or Janet, that new dress you bought really brings out your eyes. Nice find. This way when they encounter difficulty in life they instead look to how they are acting and how they can change. Growth mindset, instead of looking how they are inherently bad. Fixed mindset. I've used some very wishy-washy language because this is a very topical discussion in education right now in my province, so I wouldn't say you'll screw your kid up if you do this or not, but it seems logical to me. Whatever you do, don't make this seemingly harmless parenting mistake. One of the best examples of what not to do is the case of the Iceman, Richard Kuklinski. Kuklinski grew up in an abusive household. His alcoholic father repeatedly beat him throughout his childhood. His mother beat him with broom handles, sometimes breaking the handle on his body during the assaults, and other household objects. His mother attempted to kill her husband in front of their kids by stabbing the husband with a kitchen knife. Kuklinski had 3 siblings. His older brother Florian died at the age of 8 from injuries inflicted by his father during a violent beating. The family lied to the police, saying that Florian had fallen down a flight of steps. Richard Kuklinski turned out to be a stone-cold killer and hitman for the mob, and had zero remorse for victims. Didn't even bother him. He claimed to have murdered anywhere from 100 to 250 men. So, was it just Richard Kuklinski that had problems, that he exercised his own free will, and he is the blame? Well, as I stated, his brother Florian was beaten to death. What happened to his other surviving brother? His brother Joseph, in 1970, was convicted of raping a 12-year-old girl and murdering her by throwing her off the top of a 5-story building, along with her pet dog. When asked about his brother's crimes, Kuklinski replied, "We come from the same father." Kuklinski most likely had genetic code that made him predisposed to violence, so that was beyond his ability to do anything about that. He didn't choose his own DNA. He didn't give birth to himself. For the most part, it is not these people's faults. It is their parents' fault in the case of a shitty home environment, and nature's fault for giving bad DNA to him. I think that this is a very great interview of a therapist interviewing Kuklinski. You can see that, while the shit Kuklinski did was horrifying, you can empathize with his circumstances. I mean, if we are supposed to have empathy, how can we not have empathy for this sorry son of a bitch that was born to shit parents with shit DNA? How can we not have empathy? How can we not? It's not his fault. It was not a matter of his free will. This is not to say the guy shouldn't have been locked away forever. I'm not saying that. If you look at just about any story, not all, of course, the vast majority of serial killers and such, they all have a shitty home life while growing up. This fucks people up permanently. Of course, not everyone who has a shitty home life becomes a serial killer, but those that do usually have a shitty parents. So, anyways, don't make that seemingly harmless parenting mistake. Honestly, saving them from various things, unless there is a threat of death or serious disfigurement/maiming, do not rush to save your child from every danger/threat. Let them break a bone, let them flunk a grade, let them stay overnight in jail after getting caught underage drinking. Mistakes create learning opportunities and knowledge is power. What you end up doing is potentially creating failure to launch types. They can't fend for themselves, so they just decide to never leave home. I was one of those kids. Barely graduated HS, plenty of ability, just didn't do the work, but got saved at the last second before failure, barely got into community college, and flunked out hard, joined and got early, separated from military, realized I never learned a damn thing, so I refused to go back home where I knew I'd spoon fed, ended up homeless twice, second time with student loans, because I dropped out with a balance. Was able to barely afford a place to live eventually, and have been gradually moving up since. Do not stop your kid from focusing all their time on something. My thing was video games. Had I kept with it, there's a small chance I could be a fortunate bunny guns or something, but more realistically I'd be an average middling pro/streamer making up a 5 or 6 figures playing video games. Ironically, you can't make money playing games all day was the justification for kicking me off. Before Twitch, before even YouTube. Moral: never say never. If they spend most of their time doing something, you pretty much plan the rest of their life around cultivating that. It doesn't have to be glamorous or even publicly acceptable. Parents of born stars, if they enjoy it, and they're good at it, even one of the best. There's probably a lot of money to be made doing it, one way or another. Remember, money doesn't ask how did you get me. Other people who want it for themselves do point anyways. I didn't really like anything else, and didn't want to do anything except play games, but I couldn't, so I wallowed in my yearning outside, where I was picked last for activities. See, never had real friends until college, because I just wasn't into it, and wasn't athletic anyways. Ended up with no real passions, and I no longer have the flexibility to try and go pro/become a streamer. I work a job I don't hate but don't love. Underpaid because I've made 2 mistakes of my own along the way, and they can be used against me. This is more personal than I like to be on here, but if one parent/future parent sees this, then maybe my life can actually be worth its carbon, to serve as an example of just how much can go wrong if you make just a few small mistakes early on. Pro tip, be very careful how you treat them age 0 to 7. Most people's core self/identity/personality is centered around their 7-year-old self, which is programmed from 0 to 6, and not only by you. Oh, and let them win cheat against you at least 33% of the time because psychology reasons. 2 things changed my life substantially. Say today, I had the chance to take part in a training course on time management in the context of a temporary job after school. When I came home after 1 week, I was very motivated to give my life a new direction and to work harder on myself. I told my parents about the week, and also about the fact that one should not always do tasks of third parties immediately, but actively include them in the schedule. They felt directly attacked, and said things like, "But if we tell you that you're taking the garbage away, you'll do it nonetheless immediately in the future." They didn't understand anything, but they didn't ask any further questions. The whole motivation disappeared almost completely, and I only implemented a few of the points I had learned from the training. When the relationship with my penultimate girlfriend broke down, I was deeply struck, and could hardly cope with the pain. I felt very bad for months. When I told my parents at dinner that she had separated, they said, "Too bad, but you didn't really fit together." Since that day I don't talk about relationships with my parents anymore. They have neither sensitivity nor empathy for it. Both experiences showed me that they are not interested in my feelings, mind and thoughts. I was so disappointed that I share nearly no feelings anymore with them. I just tell them facts, making them not know how I feel about things. Some may disagree with this, but here goes. Passively belittling your young adult child's accomplishments. Now some background. My mother was physically/emotionally abusive. Growing up, we'll just say she was typical for abuse. We didn't have a functional relationship for most of my life, and I have had to learn how to do a lot of things by myself. For whatever reason, when she is allowed near my peers, she will find a way to simultaneously take credit for my drive/accomplishment and talk down whatever I'm working on. As an example, I'm a musician. If she gets invited to one of my shows by family or something, sure enough I'll be able to find her talking with someone I respect about how cute her little violinist was, and about how I secretly want to be just like the person she's talking to, or some other made up bullshit that makes me sound like I'm a struggling 8-year-old. And I know, a lot of people are going to say she's just trying to be a supportive mother, embarrassing in the typical way. This is however not a realistic depiction, as she only shows up when it's something she thinks she can benefit from, or she wants something from me, or she depicts things that I have put countless hours of dedication into, like I'm a 5-year-old going to a recital she prepped me for. This is especially not appropriate when I'm trying to sell my work, whether it be as a violinist, woodworker, leatherworker etc. etc. Customers take you a lot less seriously when they think your craft is just a rinky-dink little hobby your mom got you into. Using extreme scare tactics, or exaggerating the consequences of things, just to scare them into doing something. It's one thing to tell your child that they will get kidnapped if they stay out late. It's another to tell your child that they will spend their life as beggars and be unable to find a home or any food if they don't score so and so on a test. My parents would exaggerate how terrible my future is to get me to study hard, but all it does is give me a breakdown and several anxiety attacks whenever I have a test. I also have frequent meltdowns over exams and considered committing suicide when I was 13 because I didn't get into the top school despite doing very well. Doing this will make your kid base their self-worth around success, and it only causes anxiety for everything around them. Another thing to not do is to publicly humiliate them. I've seen parents take pictures of their kids holding up cards about what they did wrong and posting it on the internet. Why would you do that? Do you think that publicly humiliating your kid will do anything for them in the long run? Because sure, they might stop whatever you want them to stop, but they will also start seeing you as someone that wants them to suffer and a cause of their social anxiety. Now that you embarrass them in public as a punishment, they will subsequently lose all trust in you. My parents will make a ruckus in school when I was younger and even march to school to yell at me about having comic books. Public humiliating is never a good punishment tactic. It literally just makes your kid resent you for life. Pepper disses what? What are you talking about? Well, when I was growing up, every Christmas we would have those little sausages wrapped in bacon, which the world calls pigs in blankets over Christmas. Damn, they were tasty, but my mom consistently called them pepper disses. I therefore spent my life all the way into adulthood, about 35ish, calling them as such. And yes, I was met with confused looks from all and sundry. I simply put it down to one of those things that defines the difference in upbringing from my Irish family and my mostly English-born friends. That is that the Irish call them pepper disses and the English call them pigs in blankets. So there I was in life, casually about my business, calling them pepper disses, when the subject would arise, only to be met with confused looks. But stubborn old me trundled forward with our savoury delight, known by its traditional Irish moniker. Until one day, I asked my mom about making pepper disses for an upcoming Christmas dinner. She looked at me with the same confusion that many others before had done so. We had the conversation, and she was resolute that she barely remembered ever calling them as such, and that she too knew them only as pigs in blankets. So there you go. Some off-the-cuff name for something the world knows as something else just stuck in my young mind and forged its neurons to forever be so. I had made it all the way to 35 years of age and found out that my whole life was a lie. I was very upset with the news. Moreover, that I looked like a crazy cray. It was rather like a 6-year-old finding out that Santa Claus isn't real despite his protests to his friends, who were already in the know, and that mom and dad would sit and munch down the minced pies you had left for the white bearded sod and place the reindeer's carrots back in the vegetable box. I had wondered why my parents would make a massive pot of tea before we went to bed on these occasions. Now it makes sense. But yep, as it so appears, pepper disses exists in only the mind of me. And I still make the mistake even today. This isn't so much a mistake, rather than a complaint/rant about my dad, and what a subpar parent he is. Seriously, one of his kids has Asperger's and he never even bothered to try and learn how to deal with it. One of his kids has a major anxiety problem, and has screwed over his entire education because of it, and it is primarily his fault. That's me. And his third kid is an absolute treasure and I love her, but I genuinely fear for her mental well-being growing up in that household. Ever since the day I was born, I have never liked baked beans and am still hardly coming round on any of the other. It's been a preference since before I was old enough to even crawl, yet it took my dad 13 or 14 years to realize that. The thing that made him actually realize is when he made me close my eyes and eat a spoonful of them, saying they were mushrooms. Needless to say, we have minor trust issues. There was also an issue where he would only ever buy me Liverpool FC t-shirts, so that would be all that I had to wear when I visited his house. Even after years of me telling him that I'm not interested in any kind of active sports whatsoever, even though I'm pretty decent at football and basketball. He is super judgmental of my being into anime, and always tut-tuts at me when I show up wearing a Konosuba tee or my Chibi Saitama sweater, and he has still yet to come around on the fact that I have social anxiety, of which he is one of the main causes. I have this olive green hoodie that I wear almost every time I go outside, and I take it everywhere with me. Back in July, he scolded me for just having it in my bag, not even wearing it, when I went through to visit him. And he got upset with me for wearing it around the air-conditioned villa that we stayed in when we went on holiday to Florida in August for my baby sister. Like, it was cold and indoors yet he didn't see why I wanted to wear it. Allowing them to question your choices/commands. My aunt and uncle decided to try and make my cousin's upbringing a democracy and allowed them to question why they had to do chores, why they couldn't have certain things, why they had to eat healthy food, everything. The boy has turned out okay, has a freshman in high school now, so has got that high school angst, but has pleasant to be around, and obeys his parents for the most part, makes some pretty mean cracks about how old his dad is sometimes, though. Really he only acts out when he sees his sister, who is the real problem, getting rewarded for behaving badly. I used to love visiting their house and hanging out with my cousins, but as time has gone on she has become an absolute menace. The worst thing I ever witnessed was when I was over there to keep them busy while my uncle did some work. I suggested taking them to the amusement park. Actually my aunt had suggested it a while before, but never mentioned it to him, and he initially said no, because it was expensive. Well, my cousin lost her shit, and after he had said his decision was final and walked out to the garage she followed him out screaming at him to never talk to her that way and that she wasn't done talking. And he just pruned and shut down, telling her to ask her mom. He didn't care anymore. Every family get together inevitably results in her throwing some sort of fit and making everything about her. I know we're supposed to have compassion for our family, and I guess it ultimately really is her parents' fault, but I fucking hate her. I'd like to think she'll change one day, but I really doubt it. She's like 12 or 13 now, and if she's not making a show of being upset at her parents, she's engrossed in her phone, ignoring everyone around her. She's going to be unpleasant for the distant and foreseeable future. Treating a bad normal as transitory, or not that bad. Point: I had a dirty house. My mom would hardly clean, the rug was full of filth, and if we walked barefoot around our feet got black. We only had a bath, no shower, and getting properly clean was difficult as we'd share baths when we were really young and the tub was coated in soap scum. We had animals, so fleas happened, which is bad enough, but I'm allergic to fleas and would break out in hives. I don't remember pets being given spot-on treatments, just a bit of combing now and then, and my parents never recognized my flea bites were so bad. Whenever I dared raise these issues it was "I'll do it later," or "It'll get done or soon," or "When you get your own house you can have whatever you want." We lived that way because my mom was depressed, I think, and my dad helped out as much as he could, but worked 6 AM to 6 PM, as well as the fact we were an eco-friendly house. No wasting water. We didn't have a kettle or a toaster for a while. I vividly remember loving visiting others' houses because the smell of their detergents from their clothes was so strong and fresh to me, and I could walk in the house with no shoes on and be clean. I'm literally just realizing this now. I've not smelled detergent so strongly, walking in the front door, full face of it, in a few years, since I've lived on my own, showered, and done my own laundry. I must be used to normal levels now. Jesus, we kids must have stank point now. I'm all about the house being spotless, but I don't enjoy cleaning enough to do it as often as it would need. I wear socks everywhere because I can't stand being barefoot, which has led to a couple athlete's foot problems. Edited for details. I scrolled way too far and still didn't find a response with this mistake. I used to work at a petrol station. Lots of parents came there, not uncommon for them to bring their kids to the shop. You could literally see the difference between a good and bad parents by looking how the parents react to the kid. When the kid was asking for a snack/candy apostrophe, good parents would have given the snack/candy before the kid asked, or look at their kids and say either no or gave it to them as a sort of positive reinforcement because they behaved particularly desirable that day. For example, bad parents usually had kids who asks once or more times in a annoying shouty way, usually more like "I want this" instead of "Can I have this?" You can almost see the parents look at the kid and think, "I'm just gonna buy this candy bar for him, because then he will finally shut up for 5 minutes." The kids almost always walk out with candy. TLDR. Positive and negative reinforcement sounds cruel, but in the long run it will fuck up your child. If you don't teach them, they should put effort into something they want, and that acting like an annoying little brat will not get them results.